The city council is now in session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)I. The city council will now enter into executive session to discuss potential litigation. This executive session is slated to last 45 minutes until approximately 7 p.m. No final action is expected. Kenmore City Council is coming out of our special meeting. I'm adjourning the special meeting, calling the regular meeting to order. Would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Baker.
Present.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
Councilmember Kugler.
Present.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Present.
Councilmember File.
Present.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Here.
Mayor Herbig.
Here.
All present.
All right, next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the city of Kenmore is situated upon the ancestral lands of the Snohomish, Snoqualmie, Soxhawtl, Duwamish, Stillaguamish, Tulalip, Suquamish, Muckleshoot, and other tribes who are part of the Coast Salish peoples. We recognize and express our deepest respect for their enduring stewardship and profound relationship with this land, which they have cherished and protected since time immemorial. We honor the First Peoples, acknowledge their vibrant cultures, and commit ourselves to learning from their wisdom in our journey to promote justice, equity, and mutual understanding. We pledge to stand alongside these communities in acknowledging past injustices and working towards a future that respects and celebrates the diverse heritage of this land. Would you all please stand and join me in the flag salute? Next on the agenda is approval of the agenda. Unless there are any objections, the agenda will stand approved as published. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. And next we have something a little bittersweet, recognizing outgoing council members. At this time, I'd like to recognize 3 council members whose service on the city council will be coming to a close at the end of this year. We have Councilmember and longtime Mayor David Baker, Councilmember Karina File, and Councilmember Angela Kugler. Councilmember Baker served on the City Council since January of 2004, including 4 years as Deputy Mayor and 14 years as Mayor. Councilmember Karina File served on the City Council since January of 2020. And Councilmember Angela Kugler has served on the City Council since she was appointed in January of 2021. At this time, we'd like to thank all of these 3 public servants by presenting them with plaques. Where do we have those?
When I applied for this job, and he was the one who called me and offered me the job. So thank you, David, for putting your faith in me. And I think we've all gotten quite a bit done together as a city council and staff and the community. If I could, I'll just list off a few things. So Councilmember Baker has been on the council and he was able to he was pretty instrumental in securing funding for the State Route 522 corridor improvements. In total, that was about $90 million. Most of it was grant funded, and he played a big role in advocating and applying for those grants. Also under his leadership was the Kenmore Village redevelopment of the 10 acres in the downtown bullseye is what we call it. That's over $200 million of private sector investment right within a block or so of City Hall. Also along with that was the hangar and the town square. David has been a huge advocate of citywide sidewalks, resulting in many miles of new sidewalks throughout the city. He also played a lead role on the council in advocating for the Target Zero initiative, which has resulted in a marked reduction in pedestrian and bicycle fatalities and serious injuries, while at the same time we've seen an increase in injuries and fatalities nationwide. He also presided over a 5-city effort to bring bus rapid transit to the north end, connecting BRT on 405 to the light rail spine in Shoreline. He was on the council when the council brought forward the Walkways and Waterways bond measure, and has been on the council seeing that all the way through to its end. He helped us secure funding for the Sammamish River Bridge project. He's presided over new parks, including the first phase of improvements at Log Boom Park many years ago, the new North Shore Summit Park, which he led the charge on, and acquisition of the Key Tweet property, which joined it to the Tlahwadis Park and was at the confluence of the Sammamish River and Swamp Creek. He's advocated for flood reduction and got funding for the 73rd Avenue Bridge over Swamp Creek. That was a long time ago. He's been able to advocate for grants to buy out chronically flooding properties, and he approved a number of other flood reduction measures throughout the city. The Tolt Trail construction between 68th and 71st Avenue. He advocated for bringing public works maintenance in-house, which resulted in a big jump in service level. He secured state, county, and school district funding to construct the Kenmore Public Boathouse. He approved agreements for waterfront programming for the public, including dragon boating, outrigger canoeing, kayaking, and rowing. He successfully lobbied the federal government to keep the U.S. Post Office here in Kenmore. He also successfully lobbied to keep Kenmore Air in flight during presidential visits. He also successfully lobbied to have the federal government dredge the Kenmore Navigation Channel, and that was a long effort over at least 10 years. He led the effort to save the old seminary building at St. Edward State Park and have it converted into a national park style lodge. And he has also served on many boards and committees over the last 20 years, but here's just a few worth mentioning. He's been on the Sound Cities Association board member. He's been a Sound Cities Association board member and the board president. He's been on the Sound Transit Board of Directors. He's been on the Association of Washington Cities Board of Directors, National League of Cities Board of Directors, King County Board of Health, Puget Sound Regional Council Executive Committee, and Harborview Hospital Board of Trustees Vice President. Let's give Mr. Baker a round of applause. It's been a pleasure serving with you. Thank you for all you've done. So on to Council Members Kugler and File. Councilmember File got about a 1-year head start on Councilmember Kugler. So the first few items are roughly in about the year 2020, and then Councilmember Kugler came on in 2021. But Councilmember File played a huge role in helping us navigate through the pandemic and all that meant, and all the things we had to do, including approving funding from the federal government. She also helped us with the big community outreach effort, both Council Members Kugler and File, I should say, on how to spend the American Rescue Plan funds and how those funds have been spent to help the community recover from the pandemic. They supported the mayor's pledge and listening sessions that came out of the wake of the murder of George Floyd in 2020. They approved the financial sustainability plan. They continued advocacy and promotion of the bus rapid transit project through the North End. And they've made big progress on human services initiatives in the city, including the funding and the hiring of the new Housing and Human Services Manager, joining the community court, expanding the co-responder program with our police officers. It's also known as the RACER program, Regional Crisis Response, and playing a lead role in initiating and getting approval for the regional 24/7 crisis center that's going to be located in North Kirkland. They also advocated and approved the starting of a new farmers market here in downtown Kenmore with 2 successful seasons under our belt. And they've also approved the completion of some major capital projects, including the Walkways and Waterways 5 projects and the Sammamish River Bridge completion. They were here on the council when just about a year and a half ago, the city council adopted the new climate action plan, and they've been funding the approval of that or the implementation of that plan. They've also been big advocates for improving fish and wildlife habitat here in Kenmore, including many acres of shoreline restoration, open space acquisition, and culvert replacements to make them more fish friendly. And they have also been leaders in the adoption of a new diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility policy, strategic plan, and 5-year roadmap. Councilmember File has served on the National League of Cities Human Development Committee, the Sound Cities Public Issues Committee, the King County Hazardous Waste Committee, just to name a few. And Councilmember Kugler has also served on various regional committees during her term. So thank you for all you've done for Kenmore. You've been amazing. Thanks for all your hard work.
I'd like to pass it to my colleagues if anybody wants to say anything. I'm Councilmember Marshall.
Thanks to all 3 outgoing council members for your service for Kenmore. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes, thank you to all 3. David, it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with you. Your wealth of knowledge, your ability to advocate, your ability to navigate federal offices and people to work with is just incredible. The way you have positioned Kenmore to, as other people have said, punch above our weight, both at the state level and the national level. Really appreciate all you've done, and including all the times that you've maybe been the lone voice and been brave about being that, particularly around fiscal responsibility. I've really appreciated that. Councilmember Kugler, again, honor and pleasure to sit next to you during this period. And I've so appreciated your calm, insightful questions and comments. You really bring a lot to the council, and you will be missed, as will the other 2 council members. Councilmember File, I have so appreciated your ability to raise issues of diversity, equity, and inclusion. Again, being very brave at times to do that. You've really helped us move forward, and I've appreciated that.
Deputy Mayor.
I want to thank each of you for your service. I'm going to start with Angela. Angela, I'm just thankful that you stepped forward and chose to take the opportunity to be a part of the council when you did. Your voice has been incredibly important. I think your compassion and the way that you're able to ask questions that make us really think about the depth and importance of our decisions will truly be missed here. I'm genuinely thankful for your service. Councilmember File, working with you for the past 4 years, you have demonstrated a level of courage to speak up about things and issues that many would not have the courage to do in the way that you have. And many of the actions that you've taken have helped lead this council to make strong choices and decisions for the voiceless and people who are not heard in our community. And I'm grateful for your service, for your support for me over the past 4 years, and our community. You've worked incredibly hard. You have really put yourself out there and been with our community, listening to all sides of issues and doing your best to represent all of us. And I thank you for that. Councilmember Baker, we're really going to miss you. You've been here for 20 years. Your contributions to this city are beyond what anyone else has done on this council in its history. And I genuinely hope that we have a way in the next few years to memorialize your service with your name here in Kenmore in a very special way. I want to thank you.
Yeah, I want to reiterate what my colleagues have said. Former Mayor Baker, Councilmember Baker, Mayor Baker, nobody has done more for the city than you. And I want to make sure the public is aware of that. Your 20 years of service are just exemplary and above the call of duty. And you really gave your all to the city. And I think we all owe you a really deep debt of gratitude for that. I want to thank David for how welcoming he was when I joined council a decade ago. He was always, he showed me what real public service was, and he was always available for when I had questions or I needed advice. Even when we disagreed on issues, he was always a good thought partner. He was always a fierce advocate for Kenmore, but especially I really appreciated how he stood up for seniors in particular. We just wouldn't be the city we are without your leadership, David. So thank you very much. Councilmember File, I want to say that it's been a real honor to serve with you. Your ability to lead with your values is something I really admire. And I really appreciate the vulnerability that you brought to your leadership to the city. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Kugler, I still remember after we appointed you, and then we immediately entered into a discussion around council rules, how you jumped right in with edits that were very well thought out 5 minutes into being a council member. And your level of detail and your questions were always added to the conversation. So it's been a real honor, and I really appreciate it. Do any of the outgoing folks want to say anything? Don't forget your microphone.
Thank you all for coming tonight. I have never seen such a big crowd here in the honor of anybody. Thank you. Thank you all for allowing me to serve for as long as I have. And thank you for the privilege of being your leader for 14 years. I tried my best to represent you as best as I could. I tried to listen to you. Your views didn't always agree with mine, but I was there to listen and I was there to explain. So thank you. Thank you for giving me 20 wonderful years, and I will miss you guys. Thank you.
Councilmember File?
Yeah, first, thank you, Mayor Hairbeck. First, I want to say a couple of nice things about my fellow colleagues who are leaving office at the end of the year. Former Mayor Baker and Councilmember Baker, I appreciate your leadership. I appreciate your way you can inspire our community, our seniors, and what you've done for our parks and recreation and transportation. I especially appreciate you for inspiring my own son in the program of his study that he did, and he's now a funeral director. And thanks to that beautiful conversation you had just a few years ago. It's amazing how a small conversation can inspire our future leaders, tomorrow, and that's truly touching. Councilmember Kugler, it's been an honor to serve with you. I appreciate your service to our community and your commitment to diversity and equity. The breadth of your questions you ask always bring us to a deeper place, and it's been good to work with you. and to the community. It's been a real honor to serve every one of you. I'm going to get a little touchy tonight, but 2019, I laced up my tennis shoes, went door to door, gathering signatures to get my name on the ballot and run for public office. And in my service to you, our community, I always did it for you, for improving your outcomes, for improving our schools, for improving our parks, for our livability, for future years to come. I'm really honored to have delivered on housing for our community, improving pathways for actual affordable housing in Kenmore rather than just talking about it. We dug deep, we went deep, and we got there. But we did it together, and we did it through listening. We have new parks. We have, bridges that are funded, housing that was funded. We have new art in Kenmore. There's so much more still yet coming in the years to come. But it has been an absolute honor, and I'm really excited that I took the leap of faith to run for public office. It's not an easy job. It invites a lot of criticism, and you have to have a thick skin. But at the end of the day, I go home and I couldn't be more proud of our community, our leaders, and what we've accomplished thus far. And it's not without our community. So thank you.
I wrote down a few notes, but I actually think I'm just going to speak from the cup. It's really been a real honor to serve in this capacity. There's really nothing like this role that I've ever experienced in any other facet of my life. I think it's really exciting to be at the forefront of what's going on with your own city, and I'm going to really miss that. And I think I'll miss spending my Monday nights with all of you, asking all of my questions. I feel like in this role, we really stand on the shoulder of giants. I know that's a cliche, but really when I stepped into this role, there's still a lot happening from councils before me. And I know the same is going to be true for all those who are going to step into this role after me and the rest of us. And I think that, we're a better community because of that, because of our diverse voices, because of our diverse perspectives. We don't always agree, and I think that makes our conversation richer and our outcomes better. And I think at the end of the day, I hope my contributions are making the city a little bit better, and I think I can walk away feeling like I made the best decision for what I think is best for Kenmore. And I appreciate you all trusting me to serve in this capacity. So thank you.
Well, thank you again to council members Baker, File, and Kugler for your public service. It's deeply appreciated. And you've all made the city a better place. Wish you all the best in whatever comes next for all of you. And we're now going to take a break for a few minutes to celebrate their service for some cake, with some cake. There is cake out in the hallway, just on that side of council chambers. And we're going to take a break for about 15 minutes, and we will resume in 15 minutes. And the cake is for everybody. So I don't know if we have enough cake for everybody, but if you want cake.
I would just like to say that I think this is a complete waste of time to celebrate during a very important day for all of us. And the celebration. I just have somebody. This person, and I'm guessing 99% don't realize that it's so that know that did we see them, but yeah, well, I may forget that too. Okay. Oh, that part. Yeah.
Have you seen this ginormous person? I never have. 30 years. I just said that. I've been doing it.
iron yet? It's not, it's cold. I just thought, yeah. It's still when it's blue, I just presume it's hot because it's like, good brand.
We have it's all glass and then it has like the blue light.
Oh,
I love that.
Do you love your, I just bought mine for a Christmas gift for me.
Oh, good for you.
Well, I always do.
The entire family loves it.
Well, that's great. Thank you. It's majority, just suspend. Great. That's the last one. That's what, okay, thank you.
Yeah. Kenmore City Council will return to order. Mr. City Manager, where is the fun?
All right, thank you, Your Honor. This is a standard part of our city council meetings, and I got sticky frosting on my fingers, so bear with me here. But we are one of our amazing co-creators, Maura Query, is here tonight with her daughter, and just about every year she leads an effort to have the community help her make scarves for Mary's Place. And she's been doing this since 2017. And since then, she and the community have produced over 1,600 scarves to donate to Mary's Place. And Michelle, can you flip through some of these slides? So here's some members of the community making those scarves. And yeah, keep going. Yeah, and the group she leads is called Thoughtful Citizens. Is that right? Thoughtful Citizens. And if that weren't enough, she also leads an effort to write special notes to senior citizens in our community. And these are being given out just this week, correct? Yeah, kind of Christmas season greetings to our senior citizens and various assisted living centers and other places. So a lot of kids get to participate in this, and it's just an example of creating a sense of community and being an example of what we call a co-creator in our community. And Maura, could you please wave and say hi? Thank you for all you do, Maura, for being a co-creator in our community.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have public comments. And I do just want to point out for folks that are here that we have both public comments, and then we have later on a public hearing on the development agreement. So if your comments are on that, that is the appropriate place for that part. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage or dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. We'll hear from our on-site guests first, followed by our pre-registered virtual guests. All guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your receipt and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We'll not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. The meeting is being recorded. And we would ask that we keep applause and cheering and things like that to a minimum so we can move through people. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. We're delighted to have so many guests with us. We're going to take you in groups of 5, so please line up at the podium. Carl Michaelman, followed by Wayne Miller, Lou Novak, Patrick O'Brien, and Stacy Valenzuela.
I must say, it's great to see everybody. Thank you. My name's Carl Michaelman. I own Michaelman Insurance Group, owning a piece of property in Kenmore, and I reside in Briar. Today, I'm going to call this, we need a council. We need a council that's transparent, communicates to the public. We need a council that's not part of the other municipalities, such as Melanie O'Kane working for the Port of Seattle, Nigel working for King County Regional Homeless and Sites, Deborah Shrebnick, who contracts with the King County Regional Homeless Authority, Joe Marshall, who works for Snohomish County. They get paid by our tax dollars, and in my opinion, do not care if we get raised taxes. Example, Middle Housing. There was a big group here in Middle Housing. They kicked down the can down the road because they knew that the state legislators were going to do that. Another example, if you all look at our city hall, there's painting on the stairs. We had other council members asking to put a pause on it, and so we, the people, could have a conversation about it. That never happened. The council has no sense in limiting landlords, which prevent people, hold on. First time I had to read something. The council says that affordable housing, but they keep adding new taxes. Cable tax, 6%, increased PSE tax, 2%. Car tabs doubled, $20 to $40. giving a staff not one, but two COLAs, 3% and 6%, when we in the community are not getting a raise. So they're adding taxes to the people while they're saying they're trying to help them. We need a council to think holistically and not ignore our city's developments. We had a developer going to buy Jay's Cafe, and understandably, they told the council they would not go forth if there was tenant rights. Well, the council passed the tenant rights championed by Karina File, a tenant herself. It was passed without any input, despite pleas from the current property owners to build a task force and find compromise. The developer for Jay's Cafe pulled out, and it cost us, our city, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The council had no sense that they were limiting landlords, which prevented people from coming into our community and paying, buying services, going to restaurants, spending money. We need a council that cares about financial health as a city. When you take economic development to the top 5 and drag it down to the 8th out of 11, this illustrates that it's not fiscally responsible. They also wrapped up giving affordable housing because you and I will pay for it. We need economic development to offset taxes. The more money that comes into our time, the more tax revenue we get. Lastly, David Baker was voted out. He was voted out because the taxpayers wanted a clean house with this council. He was the only one who stood up for this council and voted no responsibly. Instead, we're going to be getting a councilman who has 18 traffic infractions.
Thank you, Mr. Michaelman.
And has no respect of the rules that they think is
Wayne
happening.
Miller.
This
Mr. Miller.
council does not care of what we have.
Wayne Miller. Wayne Miller, followed by Lou Novak.
Hello, everyone, council, Mr. Mayor. My name is Wayne Miller. I've been a Kenmore resident since 1989. That's before Kenmore was actually Kenmore. During the time that I've been here, I'm sorry. During the time that I've lived in Kenmore and for my entire professional career, I've practiced architectural design. I have over 40 years experience in architectural design, and I'd like to speak to some of what I see as deficiencies to the Plymouth housing project that's being proposed. So if you'll indulge me, I usually speak from here, but I have so many points that I'd like to make.
Mr. Miller, could you please address the council and not the audience?
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I will do so. Sorry about that. So let me start by saying.
And actually, Mr. Miller, you are discussing something that we're doing a public hearing on. That would be a more proper place to do this, just to be clear.
Excuse me?
We're having a public hearing. Could you stop the clock for a second, clerk? We're having a public hearing later on in the agenda about this topic, and that would be a more appropriate place to.
So I'm out of place on this then?
You could do it here, but that would be a more proper place. But if you'd like to do it here.
If there's
by
a
all
more
means.
proper place for me to speak in order, then I would choose to do that. So since I haven't really got a start on this, if there's a specific list that I can or should be on, I
It's
signed
right
both
over there.
lists.
Oh, you signed on both?
Yes.
Okay, then you're already signed up for the next one.
So I
all
should
right.
wait till the next one then.
Yes, thank you.
I apologize. Thank you.
It's okay.
Lou Novak, followed by Patrick O'Brien.
Mayor Herbrick and council members, my name is Lou Novak, Kenmore resident. Follow the money. Sherlock Holmes, Shakespeare, Cicero, Tacitus, and Pericles all warned us. Follow the money, especially when politicians and government are spending our money, spending other people's money. Existing apartment buildings in King County for the last year sold for an average of $304,000 per unit. The $37,500,000 Plymouth building will cost $375,000 per unit. That's $71,000 over market value. Why is Kenmore paying $71,000 more per unit than necessary? If you want hard numbers for an actual comparable, the beautiful 110 unit Madison building, apartment buildings, just 20 blocks from here, just sold for $33,800,000. That's for 110 units. Why didn't Kenmore City Council do their due diligence and answer the question, why not buy an existing apartment building at fair market value and save $7,100,000 for we, the taxpayers. Finally, who is pocketing that extra $7,100,000? And what is Kenmore getting in return? As people a lot smarter than I am said, follow the money.
Patrick O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. Why is it that we always have critical end of the year things in bunches of them during Christmas, 4th of July? All the important topics come when people are going on holidays or going somewhere. It seems like it's intentional that they're packed in to the end of the year where most people are thinking about other things. That's for starters. Then I'd also like to talk about the major projects and property acquisitions. The city of Kenmore is probably one of the worst property developers I've ever seen. They bought the Holt property across from Safeway, $3.2 million. They're giving it away. They have a higher purpose for that, but they're using our tax dollars to make their dreams come true. It's not voted on by the public whatsoever. We're seeing the same thing with the Plymouth House, but I'm not talking about that right now. We also see the city staff continue to increase, and the new maintenance facility, which we could have had if we bought the reconditioned fire station at $3 to $5 million. We're spending $34 million to make a maintenance facility. And I ask you, how many vehicles can you maintain with $34 million? A lot of vehicles. So what is that building going to be for? It's going to be for offices for more staff. We've got the police station upstairs here. We've got obviously an expansion of the role of government to fix everything that the state and the county has been tasked with, but you're going to solve it all right here, not for the Kenmore citizens, but for the county and the state. And the solution to pollution is dilution. And that's what King County and the state are doing with their problems. They're diluting them into woke cities that will back up their misguided policies and take in drug and alcohol programs. Any problem that the state or the county has, it's up to us in Kenmore and other cities that are not represented by people representing the citizens, nor what they'd vote for, but for you folks who have an agenda that lays outside of what the Kenmore citizens want. And we want to vote on this stuff. We don't want it to be dictated to us. And we want to see people that have backed projects like Deborah Shrebnick on the boathouse pay up the money that was promised for that building and that facility, and other people who got involved. More than $60,000, Deborah Shrebnick, and you came off of a 3-meeting absence with no approval from the city council. So
Mr. Bryan,
that's questionable. I'm out of time. Thank you.
We have Stacy Valenzuela, followed by Dan Troyan, David Dorian, Bill Leak, David Bowling, and Hallie Willis, please.
Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. The neighborly thing to do is to step up forward and do the right thing to protect others from harm. We, the residents, continually bring our concerns forward. We continually give you a chance to do the right thing. We continually ask you for full transparency and resident inclusion. We get little bits on issues. Integrity is more than a word. It's a way of life. My neighbors on this low brought forward their request that in gratitude a Native people's names be named of To'achidis. Numerous environmentalists, residents, and tribes requested to protect and preserve our neighborhood park. Since 2017, residents had brought forward the need for the very low 50 AMI and extremely low 30% AMI affordable housing. Residents also alerted to the city problems with the Murphy auction landfill site, the methane and the petroleum runoff, which was confirmed, located, and luckily remedied until now there's a big hole there. The residents brought forward concerns of public health and harm to neighbors from the asphalt plant emissions. For years, Kenmore just said it was steam. When the residents bring forward our concerns, many feel we're just shrugged off. We had to request use of wetland maps, saving our trees, correcting codes, and stop allowing variances. We need to allow qualified people to use their skills. We need to add resident knowledge. We know there are only a few members on the council that actually go and talk to the residents and actually investigate further what's happening in our city. Please hear our residents' cry for the council and staff to be an example worth following, worth our support and participation, worth the rewards you seem to seek. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. Dan Troyan, David Dorian, Bill Leak, David Bowling, and Hallie Willis, please.
Hi, Council. Thank you. And thank you for everyone being here. It's about how many people voted in our last election. So please, everyone, I always make it my own mission to get one person to vote every election that isn't planning on it or is putting it off. So please try and do that yourselves. Thank you all. This is going to be a long night. I hope you have some coffee with that cake. Most of my comments are apparently funny. Thank you, everyone. Are about the Plymouth Housing Project. So I'm going to save most of it till then. I would like to add, though, doing drugs in public is illegal. It's a crime. It should be a crime in Kenmore. I didn't think that needed to be said. So thank you.
David Dorian, Kenmore. Mayor and City Council members, in my capacity as a private resident only, my comment is on your consideration of Title IX amendments. My intention is to thank Council and our Chief of Police for ensuring compassion is at the heart of our public safety, justice, and community wellness efforts in Kenmore. I attended the meeting earlier this year where our judges, prosecutors, and defenders gave testimony to Council. What struck me most were two things: that the people that our teams arrest, prosecute, and defend are our neighbors, Kenmore residents, and often long-time Kenmore residents who are struggling with a variety of issues that led them to cause harm to themselves, to their families, and to our community. Too often in history, and still in many parts of the world and our country today, the approach to an individual causing harm has been to seek to expel or exclude that individual to get rid of the problem. The reconsideration of that approach at scale, what some might call woke, is what has emerged over the last decade, sometimes due to egregious racism being exposed, but in many other cases, simply allowing the evidence of what works to keep a community safe while also rehabilitating individuals within that community be used to guide policy versus leading with knee-jerk, homespun wisdom that isn't supported by evidence on outcomes. As we have been emerging from that punitive knee-jerk world, you will have often heard critique. Today, instead, I come with thanks and advocacy to continue the compassionate path you are on. The focus on adding mental and behavioral health response with the RACER program, on promoting restorative methods via community courts, and on providing equitable pathways to rehabilitation are all excellent policy positions. The guidance of Chief Moen has also been important in ensuring that where there is latitude for our public safety response to consider wellness and restoration ahead of arrest and booking, that those pathways, which are admittedly often more difficult ones for our police officers to enact, have been taken. The Chief and his team deserve kudos for all they have been doing to align with the compassion that our community wants to see in policing. A community stance that is clearly still evidenced with all the winning candidates in our local elections last month being identified as progressive choices by the Fuse organization, where 6,000 people voted. When I look at why they gained that evaluation, it was because of compassion, not just on this issue, but in others too. Chief Moen's memo today is an example of that compassion within the bounds of the law. While there is more to be done at state level to ensure that evidence-based outcomes drive policy in this area, Chief Moen's memo shows how our police department can operate within the bounds of the law and still be compassionate. Compassion is not permissiveness. Where harm has been done, restoration needs to be made, but we can be compassionate in how we seek that restoration be structured. And I thank you all for your continuing commitment to that.
Bill Leeds.
Good evening, council. How's the party going so far? You haven't seen me in a while. Well, you saw me last week. I'm just floored with where we're at. Last week, the city attorney told the mayor that he did not have conflict of interest here. You know, legally, that may be the case. I think change is in order. And if it's not coming immediately, it will be within the next couple of years if there aren't changes. I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I'm sure a lot of it has been well-intended, but I'm with the rest of the crew here. I don't think you have been paying attention and listening. Thank you.
David Bowling, Hallie Willis.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. My name is David Bowling, and I am the CEO of an Eastside nonprofit called the Eastside Community Development Fund, where we bring the community together to tackle complex social challenges like homelessness and affordable housing. I want to start by thanking you for your foresight, thoughtfulness, and compassion in selecting Plymouth Housing to build and operate permanent supportive housing in Kenmore. Before I joined the Eastside Community Development Fund, I was at a nonprofit called Congregations for Homeless for almost 18 years, providing street outreach, shelter, day services, case management, mental health, and addiction supportive services, employment services, and providing permanent housing for men experiencing homelessness and those who were formerly homeless. One of the most impactful projects I've been a part of was bringing the first ever men's shelter to Bellevue. In order to secure the land, we also needed a partner for permanent supportive housing. We did extensive research and vetting of permanent supporting housing providers, and Plymouth clearly came to the top. Actually, they were gonna let him do both, weren't they? I have kids at home, I can't stay all night, but
Please, there'll be order in the room. We have a lot of people to get through.
Thank you.
I don't even agree with him. Let him talk.
Well, I've lost about 40 seconds. So they have robust staffing models, innovative, comprehensive supportive services approaches, data-driven interventions, well-trained, responsive staff, and are fully transparent and trustworthy. They are an ideal partner. They're proactive and go above and beyond. We had 1.5 years of community conversations beforehand, and they chose to join those. They didn't have to, they weren't mandated to. They did so much listening to the community so that they made sure they understood where they were coming and also educated the community on what they did. Plymouth is a builder of healthy community. They will create more connected, more compassionate, healthier community here. They offer amazing volunteer opportunities that strengthen business and other groups to get more connected to the wider community. If you have concerns or questions, they'll be a responsive partner addressing any issues quickly and comprehensively. I know everyone here can picture someone that needs this kind of housing. This project means those people, our fathers, mothers, grandparents, sons, daughters, veterans will have a safe, hope-giving, stabilizing place to finally call home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bowling. Hallie Willis, followed by Jerry, last name D, Janet Quinn, John Hendrickson, Brandon Joseph, and William Moran.
And before Ms. Wills starts, I just want to say people can speak to Plymouth here if they would like. I was just saying that the more appropriate place is during the public hearing. That's all.
Ms. Willis, go ahead.
Good evening, council members, and apologies, I did sign up on the wrong list, but with your blessing, I'd like to go ahead anyway. My name is Hallie Willis, and I'm the Community Policy Manager for the Seattle-King County Coalition on Homelessness, which is a coalition of more than 40 homeless service providers across King County.
This is public comment. This is not,
Mr. O'Brien, Mr. O'Brien,
This is baloney.
please, this is gonna be a long night for all of us.
You're making it longer.
As well as you can continue.
I'm excited that the council is considering building permanent supportive housing for 100 veterans, seniors, and other people who've fallen into homelessness because they can't afford to pay rent. Tens of thousands of people experience homelessness in King County every year, including in this community and its surrounding areas where shelters are regularly at capacity. Permanent supportive housing is proven to get people out of homelessness. As we approach the holidays, this is a great opportunity for the city to give seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities a safe, stable place to live with access to the services they need to stay housed and healthy. It's also an opportunity for the city to increase its stock of affordable housing, which is one of the council's top priorities. Please vote yes to allow for the development of permanent supportive housing in Kenmore. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jerry.
We are supposed to say that.
Ms. Wells? Ms. Wells, I'm sorry, you do need to, I forgot, you do need to say your city of residence for the record.
Yeah, the other guy wasn't from Kenmore either.
My apologies, I live in Seattle.
Jerry, last name starting with D, possibly Dugan, Jerry. Jerry followed by Janet Quinn and John Hendrickson, please.
You guys have big hearts. I gotta guarantee you that. My name is Jerry Dugan. I own the Just City Printing Building down the way here. And I'm a recovering alcoholic. And I probably on the wrong list too, but if you'll give me a few minutes, thank you. What you're doing, allowing this to happen the way it is, with no supervision about drug care, you're going to create more problems. And 60 to 80% of the people that are homeless because of either alcohol or drug problems. So with this rendition of people coming in and saying that you have to save the homeless by giving them these homes, it's not going to cure the problem. It's going to create the problem. And I'm just asking you to think about it, because it'll be a long, long recovery if you allow this to happen. Thank you.
Good evening, Janet Quinn. I've been a Kenmore resident since 1989 also. I am just here to say thank you to the outgoing members of the council. Councilmember Baker, former Mayor Baker, you literally put Kenmore on the map. And I am deeply appreciative of that, for your advocacy on a national level and every other level. The work that we did together on Sound Transit, I just have appreciated your approach and your advocacy for Kenmore. So thank you very much. Councilmember File, you lead with heart, and your advocacy has been impressive, as many of your colleagues have said, that it has come at, it's made you vulnerable. It's come at great personal risk and outcome. And I just want to say I appreciate your thoughtfulness and how compassionate and how you bring that to your task. And Councilmember Kugler, same thing Councilmember Srebnick said. I just have found your questions to be thoughtful and insightful, and your perception of the deep perception of the issues has been really much appreciated. So I am staff, full disclosure, I'm also staff. I've known many of you since long before I was staff, but I could not let this moment go without expressing my personal appreciation to you. So thank you.
Good evening, council members. John Hendrickson, Kenmore, Washington.
I want to talk tonight about the city's values, how they've been pursuing this DEI ideology. And, some of it's good, but you can go too far with it and compare that to with our traditional American values, which I think are in conflict with a lot of what the city's pushing. So last year in January, we met with our state reps and they were talking about missing middle housing and the issue that Kenmore is fundamentally a racist community. And I asked them to prove it. And then one of our staff members came up and said, yes, Kenmore is racist. Kenmore is racist. I've got the proof. It is racist. And so they sent me a thing that there was 20 to 30 homes at Arrowhead in the 1940s had racial covenants on them. And no other houses. And I have a friend that lives there and I asked to look at their covenant and it's not on there. So the covenants that are out there aren't restricted and restricting people. So, and I went to King County Archives and haven't found it yet. All right. The same person I met up at St. Edward's Park and was talking to me about how racist Kenmore is and how our institutions are all racist. And I said, well, you mean the Declaration of Independence? And she says, yes, racist. It's racist. And I thought about, when the city put out the video about missing middle, about how the US made affordable housing illegal. And they said, if you want to know if a racist community is racist, just walk around the neighborhood and see how many white people are there. Bunch of racists. So I wanted to compare those values to, which I think as American values are in the first paragraph of the Declaration of Independence. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands they have connected with another and to assume among the powers of the earth separate and equal station to which laws of nature and God's nature entitle them, this is it, a decent respect of the opinions of mankind requires they should declare the cause which impels them to separation. Decency, respect. And think about in 1776, what happens with high treason. You want to sign that? You get drawn and quartered. Being drawn and quartered was on the books from 1352 to 1870, 96 years after the American Revolution. What would they do to you? They would drag you through the street tied to a horse, hang you until you pass out but not dead, lay you on the ground, open your abdomen, pull your intestines out while you're alive, set them on fire. Then they would cut you in quarters and put your head on a pike on the London Bridge. And you guys hate Kenmore and you think all these people are racist and you're horrible.
Thank you, Mr. Hendrickson. Brandon Joseph and William Moran.
Good evening, Brandon Joseph. I'm a citizen of Kenmore. That's a tough act to follow. Honorable members of the City Council, Chief Moen, I'm here to lend my support and commend the police chief, really police chief only, for recommending to adopt proposed ordinance 23-0596, which amends Title IX of the Kenmore Municipal Code. The City Council has a duty of care to make public safety a top priority. Adopting this ordinance will take steps in the right direction to ensure that public safety is maintained and that Kenmore does not become a haven for vagrants. The 3 years that I have lived in Kenmore, I have seen massive improvements to our public trails, our beaches, our parks. So commendations to this town for doing that. In those 3 years, I have also seen some things that are not so great. I have seen individuals smoking methamphetamine under the 58th Street overpass. I have seen fully nude individuals using drugs and screaming on the Burke Gilman Trail. If these incidents were frightening to me, I can only imagine how the parents of our community felt when they walked past that. I can only imagine how a single woman would feel jogging past there on her evening workout. We should strive as a community to ensure that our cherished public parks and trails are open, safe, and accessible to all members of our community. So I urge the City Council, do the right thing for our entire community, make public safety your top priority, and adopt this ordinance. Thank you.
William Moran. William Moran going once. Going twice? Okay, we're moving on. Mayor Herbig, that concludes our on-site guests for public comment. We do have online guests. Can we move on to our virtual guests?
Of course.
At this point, we'd like to hear from our online guests, and the ones that have been confirmed to speak are Malika Imangaleva, Eli Wren, Liana Wren, Sarah Raw, Bridget Plata, Elizabeth Mooney, Chris Olson, and Krista Michaelman. I do not see Malika in the audience. We'll move on to Mr. Eli Wren.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, go ahead.
All right, my name is Eli Wren. I'm a resident of Kenmore and also a business owner in Kenmore. We need to put our kids to bed a little early, so I appreciate your accommodating or doing this during this time. I'll try and make it brief. Let me start by saying that I support affordable housing and helping the homeless. I've worked with troubled teens struggling with addiction, but you know what? You can't get clean when you're surrounded by people actively using. This project, this Plymouth Housing project, is just, it's a dumpster fire of a project. Where are their success stories? They have other projects. I would imagine they'd be parading people around who have gotten clean and done well in their facilities. I don't see that. Honestly, I just don't know. It's like a bait and switch here. You know why they're not showing good examples? Because it's just warehousing. It's not effective treatment. This was originally presented as an affordable housing for veterans and seniors. Now it's turned into zero barrier, high risk homeless housing. I think that's completely unacceptable. They've been dishonest about this project. People have asked, are they going to allow sex offenders? No answers. They won't even address the issue. They can't find staff for their other facilities because of safety concerns. Are you seriously going to put this next to the library and the children's splash park? Come on. Would you put this next to your children's school? Think about your children. Think about the community. You took an oath of office. You have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interest of the citizens of Kenmore, not for the region, not for your pet project, for the citizens of Kenmore. Importing a large homeless population into the middle of downtown could literally ruin our quaint little downtown. Please just don't do it. Vote no. Thank you.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Leanna, hold on one moment. We're almost here. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi there, good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Liana Wren. I'm a business owner and homeowner in Kenmore. First, I'd like to express my support of the ordinance addressing open drug use. I think it's an obvious necessity. And I thank you for your accommodations for being able to speak about Plymouth. As Eli said, we're parents of small children. They need to go to bed. Sorry about that. So I'll be quick. I implore you to resist the sunk cost fallacy regarding the Plymouth Housing Project. The need for low-cost housing in Kenmore can be addressed without sabotaging Kenmore's economy by allowing this project to move forward. Instead of growing Kenmore's economy and tax base, it'll be a drain on our already limited resources. It will absolutely repel businesses and investors, and it'll greatly diminish the typical citizens' enjoyment of resources like our town square and our library. Our family moved out of Seattle in no small part because it's just no fun to have to carry pepper spray through groups of homeless on my walk to work, or to have my then 3-year-old be able to properly identify a dirty hypodermic needle on the sidewalk. It happened a lot in the playgrounds. As a business owner and a parent of small children, I'm disappointed that this council has placed my best interests so far behind this seemingly political endeavor. I use the Burke-Gilman Trail to commute to my clinic, which is, I live about 2 miles away from the proposed housing project, and my clinic is less than a mile from this proposed housing. And I'm going to be driving past that every day on my bike on the Burke-Gilman Trail. And instead of having to dodge the 2 or 3 homeless guys that are sleeping in my way, it's going to be clots of homeless people. I know it is. And I'm not stoked about that. And where am I supposed to go? I left Seattle because of that. I'm going to leave here because of that. Is that what you want? Is that what you're trading? Because that's what's going to happen. I'm not the only one. Please look around you tonight. Look at how many people showed up. We mean it. We feel it, and it's really important. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Leona. Sarah Rads has decided not to comment. We do not see Bridget Plata in the audience. So we're moving on to Elizabeth Mooney. Miss Mooney, can you hear us?
Mute. Hi, yeah. Do you hear me, Anastasia?
We do. Go ahead.
Thank you. Elizabeth Mooney, resident in Kenmore since 1995. Boy, I have lots to say. I'm going to just start with saying thank you to David Baker and Karina File and Angela Kugler for your hard work. That's for sure. And I'm just going to leave it at that for now. I do look forward to meeting up with you over at our downtown, though. You'll have a little bit more time, and I'm hoping that as I'm president of the environmental group PERC, and I'm hoping that we can talk about the environment. Yeah, in the past, before we incorporated, and then when we incorporated, PERC became a nonprofit to try to save wetlands and salmon restoration. And we used to have to go over to the city of Lake Forest Park to find a place where we could have coffee and talk about these really important environmental issues. But then the Kenmore Council and the city and the citizens created our downtown with our hangar, our stoop, our fountain where the children can play, movies for families, and Log Boom Park. Now PERC has cooperated with other nonprofits, and we're having stream fests at Log Boom Park. It's just wonderful. My children now are parents, and my grandchildren come to the Stream Fest in Kenmore. That did not happen back when David Baker became a council member. Like I said, we used to have to go to the city of Lake Forest Park, which was our inspiration because they saved their trees, and our sister nonprofit, Lake Forest Park Stewardship Foundation, was made up of the people that became my leaders and my inspiration to help Kenmore become a better city, saving its wetlands. So I just want to say that I think we should keep our downtown safe. And I want to support what this gentleman, Jerry Dugan, said, and just encourage us to protect our safe habitat. And I'm really excited. We're going to be working on 61st and down at the lake and working on clean air and clean water. And I'm really appreciative because we got a grant to work on education. And that includes supporting having no drugs in our city. So thank you. I sure hope you'll adopt that ordinance. And stay healthy in Kenmore, and I'll talk to you later about Plymouth.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Chris Olson, followed by Krista Michaelman. Mr. Olson?
Hello, I can hear you. My camera's not working and I have COVID. Otherwise, I'd be there in person, but don't want to give everybody else that. I'm a resident of Kenmore, and I'll speak about Plymouth later. This time, I actually wanted to share a new statistic that I learned the other day that I was a little shocked by, and it has to do with the rates at which starter homes are being built in new construction. And it's an indication, I think, that I've hinted at before or stated outright in some ways before, but I've got the number to back it up here. In 1980, around 40% of homes nationally were constructed as starter homes. It's 40% of new homes. Today, that's closer to 7% nationally. This is from Freddie Mac. In this state in particular, we have seen a reduction between 24 to 31%. So I bring this up because there's been pushback on things like missing middle housing, to which new council members were voted in who were pro missing middle, frankly. And that is by the 6,000 people that voted in this last election. Missing middle is a way to try and change that number, to try and increase the proportion of new construction that is starter homes, that is not low income housing, that is not housing for the 0 to 30% or 30 to 100%. But it does increase housing supply, and it does help alleviate that pressure and provide the new places for people to live so that they can get out of the way for other folks who may need that housing more. I would also like to say thank you to David Baker and how he has been instrumental in bringing Kenmore to where it is today. I went to Lutheran church over here nearby when I was a child, when I lived in Bothell. And I have seen Kenmore transform throughout my life. I have learned things about Kenmore since moving here that I wish I'd known when I drove through. And I didn't know until I slowed down and walked and lived in Kenmore. I've come to love this community and look forward to speaking more later. Thank you all council members for what you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Olson. Krista Michaelman.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Krista Michaelman. I'm a property and business owner of Kenmore. And I'm sorry I'm on the wrong list, but I promise I'll stay for the whole meeting. While I can appreciate the benefits of affordable housing, this project is a bad location with bad conditions and bad timing. The location. First of all, this is going to be an extremely tall building, entirely out of place, taking views from existing Kenmore residents. And for homeless people that do have vehicles, they aren't going to get rid of them. And we will have vehicles from their support staff. Where will these cars go? We don't have enough parking in that area now with the current development. A project like this should be outside of downtown where there is more room. It should not be crammed into a prime location that we can never get back. The conditions of the residency changing to homelessness should have put a halt right there. Last night, we learned that this is a 50-year commitment, and we do not have the resources to deal with King County's problems right now. And let's talk about this timing. Our city is bleeding. We're in a deficit. We need business and consumer infusion, not an immediate influx of residents that are going to require more resources. To help other people, we have to first be healthy ourselves. This project, I feel, is irresponsible and will hurt Kenmore for generations. Thank you.
Ms. Michaelman, we need your city of residence for the record.
Breyer.
Mayor Herbeck, that completes our public comment list.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second, Councilmember Pyle.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the consent agenda? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. First item of the business agenda, Proposed Ordinance 23-0596, amending Title 9 of the Kenmore Municipal Code, Criminal Code, presented by Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash, Kenmore Police Chief Brandon Moen, City Attorney Don Rayton, and Prosecutor Sarah Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. We are here tonight presenting for potential adoption, ordinance 23-0596. What has commonly been called the Blake fix. Little background on that. In February of 2021, the Washington State Supreme Court, in the court case called State versus Blake, declared unconstitutional an existing state statute which had strict liability for drug possession, which was a felony at the time, for unintentional, unknowing possession of a controlled substance. So that essentially voided that statute. The legislature jumped in July of 2021, and they had they adopted temporary legislation which made it a misdemeanor for knowingly possession of a controlled substance, but at the time required officers to refer individuals for assessment and treatment for their first 2 arrests. It's my understanding that was very difficult to implement because there was no statewide tracking system for such earlier violations. So in May 2023, the legislature passed what's known again as the Blake fix, essentially fixing the court case, which is now a state law. And what the Blake fix does and what is presented to you is that for controlled substances, they've made it unlawful for a person to knowingly possess a controlled substance without a prescription, to knowingly use a controlled substance in a public place without a prescription. A violation of either of those is now a gross misdemeanor with the penalties you see, 180 days or $1,000 fine or both. And the penalty would go up to 364 days or $1,000 or both, with 2 or more convictions occurring after the date they identified, which is July 1st of 2023. A single person cannot be charged with both of those for the same conduct. The state law encourages police to refer for treatment instead of charging, and also encourages prosecutors to divert cases for assessment, treatment, and other services. I've added where that is because it's a very difficult bill. It's about 44 pages, but in your new ordinance, that is amending section 9.05.190, and it's specifically adopting by reference RCW 69.50.4013. And then they added to the Blake fix the legend drugs. So you have controlled substances and you have something what's called legend drugs. Now it's also unlawful for a person to knowingly possess or knowingly use legend drugs without a prescription in public. This is a misdemeanor, which would get you up to 90 days in jail, $1,000 or both. And as similar with controlled substances, you cannot be charged for both for the same conduct. And similar again, state law encourages police to refer for treatment instead of referring for charges. And it also encourages prosecutors to divert cases for assessment, treatment, or other services. Counterfeit drugs. In the same bill, they also identified that for counterfeit drugs, it is unlawful for a person to knowingly possess a counterfeit substance or use a counterfeit substance in a public place. A violation is a gross misdemeanor, up to 180 days in jail, $1,000 or both. And if there's 2 or more convictions, it could be punishable up to 364 days, $1,000 or both. The same encouragement for police to refer treatment and for the prosecutor to divert cases. And one other thing that the state law did was completely preempt the use, the sale, anything to do with drug paraphernalia, and only allows cities to enact laws relating to the establishment or regulation of harm reduction services concerning drug paraphernalia. So I just provided these definitions So if people want to know what public places are, it's identified, and I just kind of highlighted things that would be common around here, such as place would be streets, alleys, highways, roads. They could include near establishments where beer may be sold, public buildings, public meeting halls, restaurants, theaters, parks, beaches, playgrounds. And then they also identified what use means of a controlled substance, and that means to introduce the substance into the human body by injection, inhalation, ingestion, or any other means. So that's just a little more detail of what that applies to. And then just the last point, so cities are required, they don't have the just inherent authority to prosecute under state law without adoption or incorporation by reference into your code. And that is what is presented to you tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions unless you want to go directly to Chief Mullen's presentation.
Do you have any questions for the city attorney?
Thank you.
Chief Mullen.
Thank you. I really don't have much of a presentation, just gonna cover a few things that I mentioned in my memo, and I'll be brief because I know we have a lot of people here. So as you saw in my memo, I really tried to provide some context as to the current state in the past several years of drug arrests and overdoses and the kind of the drugs that we're seeing out in the streets, specifically in Kenmore as well as statewide. And what we've really seen over the last 4 years or so is drug arrests have went down dramatically for a multitude of reasons. Among them, this Blake decision that was done by the courts that we have no control over. And over that same time period, we've seen overdoses increase dramatically. Now, there are many reasons for that. I would argue the biggest just being the proliferation of drugs we've seen regionally and then state. There's definitely a correlation between the proliferation of those drugs as well as it relates to property crimes, and crimes against property is how they're categorized by the federal government. And we've seen those increase dramatically during that 4 years as well, not only locally, but statewide. So I think it's fair to draw a link between those two. So why my memo ultimately recommended the adoption of this ordinance and adoption of the state law so we can enforce it. So we do have more local control, not only from a police perspective, but just a criminal justice perspective in terms of how these cases, how these individuals are arrested, prosecuted, held accountable. And oftentimes that will mean the intent will be to offer them services and the resources to get them on the right track. If we do not intervene in some manner in their lives, I believe that they will ultimately head further down a path that's not in their best interest. And so that's where I believe we have a responsibility. I feel a responsibility as a police chief and as a police officer to intervene. And so that's why I recommend the adoption of this ordinance. My memo goes into great detail about demographics of the individuals that we've been arresting for drugs, why we're contacting them. I won't belabor the point, but those are noted in the memorandum. We would be joining our neighbors and really all the cities that I could find in the region in adopting the state law. There's actually none that I could find that have not done this yet. So we're simply enacting what other jurisdictions have done as well. And I think that just to wrap it up, I really think this offers us to have a real thoughtful approach in how we deal with these drug issues. And we're doing it through treatment, through support, through accountability. But we can't do that without having some form of criminal law behind us. So I'll leave it at that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions? Councilmember Marshall.
And Chief Mullen, thank you for the report, and thanks to the city attorney as well. Chief Mullen, have you ever had somebody thank you for putting them in jail, or do you know of any officers who have thanked you for putting them in jail based on perhaps a past of substance abuse?
I have, not only due to drugs, but also alcohol. I've had people approach me years later saying that was the one time you arrested me and put me in the jail. helped spur some change. Is that common? Is that happen a lot? No, but it does happen. And I'd like to think that, like I said, we're intervening in some way to help divert them from the path they're going.
Councilmember Shrebek.
Yeah, thank you to both of you for the really thoughtful presentations and very thoughtful memo and the way you approach this, Chief Moen. It's obviously really appreciated by us in the community. One question that I have is drug court, and I just want to, I think the answer is drug court's not applicable here because they take only felonies, they don't take misdemeanors. Is that correct, or do I have that wrong?
No, drug court is run through Seattle District, or I'm sorry, King County
Superior
District Court.
Court, yeah.
It's not necessarily felonies, but the community court and drug court operates in similar fashion. And if the Prosecutor Roberts is on here, I don't want to step on her toes in terms of what she was going to speak about, but Sarah, if you would like to speak to that.
That's correct. We don't necessarily have access in the city of Kenmore to drug court.
Okay.
That is a King County model. We have our version of a therapeutic
Right.
court, through community
Court, right.
Right.
Okay, that was the main question, that kind of corollary question. I really appreciate your data that you presented. Do you have a sense, I mean, obviously arrests have been suppressed because of Blake at this point, or the lack of the Blake fix, I guess. And do you have a sense from what you're seeing, do you think we would go back to kind of pre-Blake levels, which is maybe 5 to 10 a year? Or do you think because of the influx of even more drugs that we're talking about exponentially more? Or do you have a sense of what we're talking about in terms of numbers?
I don't believe it's going to be exponential in nature. We're definitely going to see an increase, but not a massive increase. For me, this is a big part of this is just at least the perception. We would not want to be the one place where we are not holding people accountable, where it is free to use drugs anywhere. So I don't anticipate a huge increase, but
thanks.
We'll see.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Chief Moen, I appreciate you bringing this report to us. And at this time, it's a really interesting time to be discussing the issue of substance abuse, as well as steps we can take to match the state adopted Blake fix with local municipal issues. In King County and in our state, we typically see the first two arrests go towards diversion programs, right? Or the option is given at an arrest of, treatment or facing a stiffer penalty. Isn't that not right? Please correct me if I'm wrong.
I'll defer to Prosecutor Roberts for that question.
That was the diversion and referrals based on 2 police contacts was based under the previous law. The new law certainly encourages, the new state law encourages the police to make referrals and encourages the prosecutors to make referrals, but doesn't require 2 contacts before sending the case to the prosecutor. Does that answer your question?
It does. According to SASHA, there is a 86% treatment gap for people with SUD treatment disorders. And when faced with the option of diversion, to participate in diversion, I would hope that we use harm reduction procedures to give that ride to the ER or to a crisis care center to participate in getting started on that track to the first referral to treatment, and peer counseling. And with our new crisis care center, a secondary pathway, I believe our community courts provide a human-centered approaches, proven, effective, evidence-based strategies to help improve people's lives, community outcomes, and long-term outcomes for individuals. It's not all that uncommon to see people facing substance abuse, needing to hit that point of risk of coming into contact with law enforcement or loss of family, job, so have you. So I'm happy to see this come to us. I hope that we're going to continue to echo diversion practices as well as documenting in our responses.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I'd just like to thank the chief also for his time. I think it was last week. I really appreciated having a conversation with you about this and hearing about your philosophy and the thought that went into your memo also. So thank you very much for your work on that. Any further questions? All right. Chair to entertain a motion to adopt ordinance 23-0596, amending chapter 9.05.
So moved. Seconded, Councilmember File.
All right, we have a motion, a second to adopt ordinance 23-0596. Is there any discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
And thanks to the whole council for getting this on the agenda after I requested it to be brought up. There are important questions because we ask, what is the impact? Can jail itself impact people's substance use? And of course, that's a good question because it reminds us, and I definitely put thought into it, that this isn't just about jail, it's about structure, court structure and prosecution as motivation, which is definitely needed. And as a public defender, I was also thinking about the other question about, what are the numbers bear this out? I think the chief's memo goes a lot towards at least some of the immediate numbers, if it's not unimpeachable in terms of method. But as a public defender, I certainly have gone into the jails to meet people where they're at in their worst moments and their throes of substance abuse. I've seen that devastation. That's not even near, I'm sure, what our police and our first responders and our firefighters experience when they have to respond at the beginning of people's crises or in the midst of people's crises. But secondly, I also think about numbers in terms of all the people I've argued for in the criminal courts and asking the court, hey, give them the chance to follow through with treatment. I've done, I don't know how many dozens, scores of reviews in front of the court to argue that people not be thrown in jail, to be able to continue their treatment and arguing, yeah, substance abuse treatment makes a big impact in their life. So I definitely support the measure and I thank the staff for following through and making a great presentation on it. We definitely need this in Kenmore. I've been concerned. I tend to want to blame, and I have tend to blame the baby boomers for many issues throughout my life, and I can't do that anymore. I'm 55 years old. It's time we addressed this issue, and I think this goes a long way towards adopting a state law that many people who are better versed in it than I, and from both sides of the aisle, agreed upon. There's got to be structure. There's got to be accountability. Jail does seem to be the last resort. There's lots of things that can happen before somebody gets sentenced so they can get diverted to treatment. So I support this ordinance. Thank you for listening.
Any further discussion? Councilmember File.
Thank you. This has been an issue that is very important, not just to me and our community, but in how we proceed. Through a behavioral and social health lens, we know that people with substance use disorder do not typically want to live that life of addiction. No one wants to be dope sick. No one wants to go through withdrawals. And the biggest gap is access to treatment and equitable and fair treatment. Unfortunately, the fastest track to accessing treatment is through now the interactions with our officers and diversion programs, and that opportunity to get that ride to the ER, to get those first referrals to treatment and counseling. It's actually compassionate. The Crisis Community Care Center, where people can have the first 24 hours to 48 hours on their way to accessing further care and resources they had not prior had access to, with an overall burden system where most people had access to pain medication, overprescription, abuse of those, and then outwardly seeking other replacement methods to get that same fix. It's the how we do the work that makes it important. And this is the most humane way at this time with the resources that we all have to help improve outcomes for people with addiction, while protecting our community and local property and businesses. So I will support this position tonight.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Clarifying that the motion is to adopt ordinance 23-0596, amending chapter 9.05 KMC of the city's criminal code and repealing chapter 9.60 KMC relating to the adoption of state criminal code provisions for misdemeanor and gross misdemeanor enforcement within the city. Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
Aye.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous and the ordinance is adopted.
Before we start in on the public hearing, I want to check with my colleagues and see if anybody needs 5 minutes or if we should jump right in. All right, not seeing any hands. For the public's sake, don't be surprised if you see people having to get up and, take care of business during this, because this is probably going to go for a little while. Public hearing. First, before we open that, I want to pass it over to the city attorney. Is this the time you wanted? Okay,
Yes,
just checking.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Prior to presentation and public hearing, I just have a few procedural matters I'd like to discuss. I brought these up at our last public hearing. So both state law and your city code identifies development agreements as a proper exercise of city police power and contracting authority, which is a legislative matter. However, because development agreements also have elements of land use where council determines rights relating to real property, it may fall under the quasi-judicial, it may fall under being a quasi-judicial decision, which would be subject to the appearance of fairness doctrine. And to be conservative, we are treating the Plymouth Development Agreement as quasi-judicial, subject to the appearance of fairness doctrine. The appearance of fairness doctrine ensures that proceedings before administrative tribunals are fair and impartial. And under the doctrine, courts have stated that proceedings are valid if a reasonably prudent and disinterested observer would conclude that all parties obtained a fair, impartial, and neutral hearing. A party challenging a proceeding must provide evidence of actual or potential bias, The party cannot satisfy this burden by merely speculating about potential bias. And the reason for that, courts have said, is because they will presume that public officers act properly and lawfully in performing their duties. So before we start tonight, it's important for this council to disclose any potential conflicts of interest or any communications they may have had outside of the meetings and public hearings on this matter. So accordingly, I will ask the council members individually the following questions. Does anyone have a private financial or personal interest in this property or issue? Does anyone's employer, business, or place of work have a financial interest or stand to gain or lose financially from the council's decision? Does anyone have any reason to believe that they cannot hear and consider this matter in a fair and objective manner? Has anyone received information, emails, texts, outside again of the public hearing and these proceedings with other parties such as the public or Plymouth? And I have brought those in collectively, but I will go down the dais and just poll each council member to see if they have a yes or no answer to those questions. Would you like me to start at this section first, since?
However you'd like to do it.
I'm going to defer to Council Member Baker. Council Member Baker, would you like to start first? Would you like to answer the questions, or would you like me to start at this side of the dais? When we get to you, I will go ahead and refresh your memory,
Yes,
but I'm
please.
going to start with Councilmember File. Do you have anything to disclose or any answers of yes to the questions I've given you tonight?
I received multiple emails from community, all of which I received, read each and every one, and then forwarded to our city clerk. I did have a phone conversation with resident Carrie Marcus.
I'm sorry.
And addressed her concerns about the Plymouth housing project. She had concerns about potential crime and risk. And at the time, I addressed the call with the tools I had. And at our last meeting, I learned there were some differences. And so I think we all learned there were some differences at that meeting. I also had a direct conversation with a resident, Stacy Valenzuela, who also expressed verbal concerns, concerns about low barrier or risk associated with the housing, possible increase of crime and safety, and all very generalized conversations. Didn't take place too long. I also had a conversation with a professor of behavioral health, checking in on housing of this kind of type, and awareness of what we were doing and having this hearing, but no really deep discussion. So to that effect, I don't have any conflicts of interest, or I don't have any financial ties. And I feel I can be fair and impartial.
Thank you. And also, I believe you sent the emails or text or the written communications to the city clerk because I directed the council to do that. Is that correct?
Yes. Okay. And I also documented the calls and directed that to the clerk as well.
Thank you very much. Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I also received several emails. I forwarded the majority to the city clerk. I do have some remaining to forward, and I believe I read all of them as well. I did have a very brief conversation with a friend who was talking about housing issues in the region and the challenges related to that. It wasn't directly related to this, but she had mentioned Kenmore and a group of cities. I also briefly, it wasn't much of a conversation, but my daughter and I, as I was walking out the door, I mentioned we're having a big meeting and she asked what the topic was, but that was about the extent of it.
If I may just, if you may elaborate, you said there were some, you had forwarded most of the emails to the city clerk's office, but that you were not able to do a few more emails that you
Yeah.
read. Could you just, for the
Yeah.
record, put the substance
think
of those emails on the record?
The substance of the emails were related to the housing project. And I just didn't have time to forward all the emails. But I did think it was important to read them.
No, understood. What were the substance of the emails?
The substance was related to pros and cons for this hearing.
Those in opposition and those in favor?
In favor, both, yes.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Do you have any private or financial, do you want me to go through it or do you just?
Yeah,
want
no,
to
you can go
answer?
through it. That's fine.
Okay. And to refresh your memory, and also this is for you, Councilmember Baker. The questions again are, does anyone have a private, financial, or personal interest in the property? Does anyone's employer, business, or place of work have a financial interest or stand to gain or lose financially from the council's decision? Does anyone have any reason to believe that they cannot hear and consider this matter in a fair and objective manner? Has anyone received information such as emails or texts or engaged in communication with the public or Plymouth outside of meetings or the proceedings? Any answers of yes, and then we'll probably expand if there are.
Yeah, the only answer of yes I have to those is the communications we've gotten through emails. I've forwarded all of those through about 6 p.m. tonight over to the city clerk. I think a couple have come in since then, but I haven't had a chance to look at them because we've been in a meeting.
Okay. And I'm going to expand a little bit with you, Mr. Mayor, just because I've had the opportunity to see some of those forwarded emails. Sometimes I was CC'd, but there were requests, specific requests for your recusal from considering this matter based on your employment. Could you please speak more to that allegation? What do you do and who do you work for?
I work for the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. It's the government agency that works on homelessness across King County. I do intergovernmental relations for them. I specifically don't do any work as it relates to Kenmore, and I've recused myself from all conversations involving KCRHA in this role. KCRHA has no financial stake in this project. They're not a funder of the project. They have no association with the project as far as I know.
And would you gain any financial benefit with the outcome of this matter?
No, not in any way.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Shribnick? I'm asking you the same questions.
Yeah, I'll start with the email question. So I too, I think all of us received many, many emails. I read them all up until I think 6 o'clock when we started meeting in executive session, and then I read the few while we were on break. So I think I've read everything that's come in. I forwarded them all without responding, and I apologize. I was trying to do my duty to forward them to our city clerk as we were requested to do, so I did not respond. Other than that, we did have our neighbors over for dinner the other night, and they asked how they can provide input. So I directed them to how to email. And then two people during our cake break buttonholed me. One was Jill Norling, and then another one was a fellow that I don't know. And Jill's question was about whether I read them and where are they? And just in case people didn't see that, there is a very, very large attachment link to the agenda that shows every single person's comments that have come in. So you can see all of your comments reflected there. And then the other person wanted to express his concerns, and I stopped him because I said it needed to come in the public forum. So I think that covers the disclosures, but did you want to talk about the positions as well?
I do, but I want to back up. You mentioned a few emails that you were not able
No,
to
I forwarded them
Oh,
all.
all of them.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And
Yeah.
then I believe there's also been, from some of the emails that have been forwarded to the city clerk, a request for your recusal based on your work also. Can you please
Sure.
explain for the record?
Yeah, sure. Currently, I work for the State of Washington Department of Commerce. And I work in climate policy work, so completely unrelated to housing. And I started that work in October, middle of October. My previous employment, which I left in September, and for many, many years before that, was with King County. The most recent position was as the contract lead between the county and the King County Regional Homelessness Authority. And in that role, my position dealt with the interlocal agreement between the county, the city of Seattle, and the Regional Homelessness Authority, contract monitoring, and the monies that flow from the state and federal government to the Regional Homelessness Authority. I had no involvement in specific projects that the Regional Homelessness Authority oversaw, and definitely no involvement with projects that weren't even funded by the county, which Plymouth wasn't and isn't. So I mean, that wasn't part of any conversations that I was involved in.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask you a question I forgot to ask the mayor, so I'll ask him in a second. But Councilmember Shremnick, based on your employment details that you've provided, do you feel like you can be fair and impartial in considering this matter tonight? Okay.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor, same question for you, understanding your employment and the allegations against you. Do you believe you can be fair and impartial in considering the matter before you tonight?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Councilmember Kugler?
I think I wrote down most of your questions, but I don't have any financial interest in the project or the property. I did have a couple of questions that I had brought up in a one-on-one with our city manager, and he had referred me to send those to Samantha Loyuk, so I did that. I also had a call from former Councilmember Brent Smith, and that happened to be one of the topics he brought up, but I told him I couldn't talk about it and referred him to send that by email, and I believe he did. And then I did get a bunch of emails. I got through all of them. That I forwarded all of the emails that came in by like 6:30 a.m. to our city clerk. The rest of the emails that came in today, I had a chance to read through most until about 3 o'clock, but I did not get a chance to forward those to our city clerk. The substance of those was mostly like either like in favor or against the project. And then there are some that I just haven't had a chance to even see yet this evening. And then I do feel like I can listen in a fair and impartial manner.
Thank you. Councilmember Marshall?
Yes, my only yes answer is to the communications received from the public, and I have disclosed and sent to the city clerk a printout of the Kenmore Neighbors page that really, when I started, was actually about the drug ordinance, but some people brought up Plymouth housing and I was instructed to disclose, and I didn't respond to those questions regarding Plymouth housing, but I disclosed to the city clerk anyway. And then I received emails that other members of the council all received. I did not forward those to the clerk. Those should be covered by the other council members, but I did forward emails that appeared to be addressed to only me. I did forward those to the clerk, and then I had a conversation about the drug ordinance with Vicky Rhodes, I believe, a Kenmore resident, and she brought up the Plymouth housing, and I said we cannot discuss that. So that was the extent of that.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Baker,
Yes,
would you like me to repeat the questions?
I would.
Okay. Do you have a private financial or personal interest in this property or issue?
No,
Do you have an employer, business, or place of work that has a financial interest or could stand to gain or lose financially from council's decision?
no,
Do you have any reason to believe that you cannot hear and consider this matter in a fair and objective manner?
no,
Have you received information such as emails or texts or engaged in communication with the public or Plymouth, a party outside of these proceedings or a public hearing?
in a public hearing, no,
So you haven't received any outside emails?
well, I certainly have received emails.
And have you had the opportunity to forward those to the city?
Have all been forwarded to the city clerk.
Okay, and any verbal communications outside?
I
of
had
one-
verbal communications with the city manager that were inconsequential today.
Okay.
When I was reminded, I can't do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Baker. The reason I ask these questions is now during the public hearing, it's the public's opportunity and Plymouth's opportunity to voice an objection under the appearance of fairness. It would be, if you do voice an objection, please, rather than just provide speculation, this is your opportunity to provide actual evidence of potential bias and conflict. With that,
Yes, I forgot to disclose that I got a voicemail from Elizabeth Mooney, and I figured out how to forward that to the clerk
thank you.
on Plymouth. Yeah. Councilor Fah?
Yes, I think I'm really happy that Councilmember Marshall brought that up. I also received one during the last meeting, public hearing, which I didn't receive until the next day, and I forgot about it. I can forward that off to the clerk.
No need, but could you please just provide the substance of the voicemail? Was it in favor, not in favor?
It was not in favor, expressed concerns, some opinions on the Plymouth House, option that we're considering, concerns about safety, criminal, possible behavior, being close to the town square, for example. Yeah.
Thank you. And again, there may be additional objections that are different from the emails and texts that have been submitted in requests for recusals. Again, a court would determine that an allegation of a conflict under the appearance of fairness can't be based on speculation. Because a person has a job in the industry the industry of housing the homeless, that again is a speculative claim of a conflict. And without more, it would be my determination that it doesn't rise to the level of appearance of fairness. I say that now, I'm not hearing the remaining public comments. But at this point, this ends my procedural discussion.
Councilor Fah?
just on the err on the side of caution, because I like to always be extra cautious. I received 2 text messages directly from Karen Marcus asking me about the Plymouth Health project. I directed her to contact me on my city device, and then a second time also that contact me through the city channels and we can have that discussion. But I don't conduct city business on personal devices.
What was the substance of
It was
the-
about had a question about the Plymouth House project that she wanted to discuss. It was, and I already disclosed what the questions were that she had raised in the phone call she placed to me.
Thank you.
To the city device.
Thank you. And Mr. Mayor, for now, that concludes my procedural discussions.
Yeah. So you.
I think that was me.
Jeez. So you want me to open up the public hearing and then start the presentation?
Yes, thank you.
All right. I'm hereby declaring the public hearing open. We're going to start with a presentation from the city manager, Rob Carlenzi, deputy city manager, Stephanie Lukash, development services director, Samantha Loyuk, housing and human services manager, Tammy Cork, and guests from Plymouth Housing, including CEO Karen Lee, COO Andrea Carnes, vice president for real estate, Karen Peterson, real estate department manager, Elizabeth Murphy, senior director of quality assurance, permanent supportive housing, Catherine Ravello, and director of government relations, Dennis Sills.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Yes, we are here now to finally discuss the development agreement for the property at 6532 Bothell Way Northeast. This is the second public hearing. The first public hearing was on November 27th. Next slide. The action for you tonight is the adoption of ordinance number 23-0600, approving the proposed development agreement. And you can see the rest of it laid out there on the screen. So why are we here tonight? This has been council's either number 1 or number 2 priority for the last couple of years. It's alternated between the 1 and 2 spot over the last 2 or 3 years. The council last June said that it would return as the city council's number 1 priority in 2024. And this proposed development agreement, this proposed project, I should say, is specifically called out in the DEIA 5-year roadmap that you just adopted a couple of months ago. So when it comes to affordable housing, especially it being a top priority for the city council, the council wants us to do, has directed us to do a couple of things over the last few years. One is develop and help the city council develop affordable housing policies, land use policies, housing strategy plan, things like that, to lay the framework for more affordable housing in the city. But in addition to laying out just policies, the city council is also wanting us to actually do what we can to get actual units built on the ground. It's one thing to lay out plans, but it's another thing for those plans to actually materialize. So the city's taken an active role in helping helping units actually get built in the city, but it's expensive, requires multiple funding sources that all have to come together, and also requires a partner. The city obviously doesn't have the capacity or the expertise to build this type of housing. So we went through a request for proposals process about 1.5 years ago. At least 2 proposals, if not more, were submitted. And through that process, the city selected Plymouth Housing as the developer to come forward with a proposal and partner with the city on this. With that, let's see. Yes, and now I'll turn the time over to Deputy City Manager Stephanie Lukash.
Thank you so much. So we want to thank the council for your leadership. And again, as City Manager Carlenzi mentioned, this has been your top priority or second priority for the last 3 years, and it's the top priority for the council for next year. And it's about recognizing the regional affordable housing crisis that we have and knowing that every city is called upon to do their part in solving that crisis. And you've directed staff to build affordable units on the ground and to utilize city property and funds to support that goal. You added the Kenmore Supporting Housing Project specifically to the 2023 legislative agenda for the city. And Mayor Herbig and Councilmember Baker joined with Karen Peterson from Plymouth and others to lobby the legislature to seek funding for the project. And this project has faced so many obstacles along this long journey, but the leadership that you've shown led to full funding of the project, which we'll talk about along this presentation, is an extraordinary thing to accomplish in 1 year and one round of funding. And this is a legacy project that will affect future generations, will benefit generations to come. I want to mention other cities across Washington are also watching. I'm on the board of the Association of Washington Cities, and on Thursday I was at lunch with a group of elected officials from around the state, and they all said to me, "We're watching, Kenmore, you're leading all cities in Washington in this space." So I wanted to share that experience that I had on Thursday of last week. So we wanted to talk a little bit about the journey to fully funding this project and really explain how hard it is to get these kinds of projects funded. It's really a mountain that we had to climb to get the project fully funded. It has taken 18 months of work together with our Plymouth partners and our partners at a Regional Coalition for Housing. The way that projects are funded, affordable housing projects are funded in Washington, there are two primary funders: the Department of Commerce, which has the Housing Trust Fund, and the Washington State Housing Finance Commission, which is the low-income housing tax credits. And we, as a team with Plymouth, and Plymouth as the applicant agency, applied for funding in the state funding round in September of last year, so September 2022. In that funding round, there were 60 projects around the state of Washington that were submitted for funding, and only a handful of those projects were fully funded, including ours. And it is really an extraordinary thing to have had that happen. I just want to thank those who joined us in the funding lobbying. This is $30 million of state money that we're talking about between the Housing Trust Fund and the low-income housing tax credits, $30 million that sets us up both now and for future projects too, that all projects, affordable housing projects, go through those same funders, the Department of Commerce and the Commission. And now I'll turn it over to Housing and Human Services Manager Tambi Quirk, who's going to talk a little bit more about the state funding requirements.
Good evening, Council. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to touch on this really briefly because Plymouth will go into this in much more depth later. But the state funding requirements that we received for that $30 million, which is more than 75% of this funding for this development, does come with some requirements. The income of 30% or less of area and median income. And again, Plymouth will go into greater detail later about what that means, what that area median income is and what that looks like in real life. It does require that the occupants of the tenants of this building are homeless at entry. That can look like a lot of different things. It can mean couch surfing, living in transitional housing, staying in a shelter, or being at imminent threat of homelessness. So someone who is currently housed, but facing imminent eviction, possibly. And again, I will let Plymouth speak to that in greater depth later. This specific housing facility is designed for single adults with no children. It's studios and 1 bedrooms, and that's reflected in the funding requirements. And there's a covenant that's placed on the land. So there's no a possibility of a developer coming in and saying that they'll do affordable housing and then changing their mind a few years later. The land is required to remain affordable for 50 years in this case. So that's just a safety measure to make sure that our funds are being utilized in the way that they're intended. And I want to step back 1 second too, and also kind of give a little bit bigger picture about this. So in 2021, Washington legislature passed House Bill 1220, which substantially amended the Growth Management Act. It requires cities to plan for and accommodate housing needs. just recently, November 30th, actually of this year, so just a few weeks ago, King County Council adopted and ratified the King County countywide planning policies to align with this legislation. And so per state requirements, each jurisdiction will be allocated shares of the countywide need and must reflect this need in their comp plan. The graph that you see up there is Kenmore's requirement for the next 20 years related to affordable housing. On the left-hand side, you see a blue and pink graph. The little over 1,000 units of 0 to 30% AMI housing that's non-permanent supportive housing, and then a little over 500 units of 0 to 30% AMI housing that is permanent supportive housing. This proposal that Plymouth has brought forward and is fully funded is the type of housing that is in that pink box. It's incredibly difficult to fund, it's incredibly difficult to build, and it will help us comply with these new state requirements that are coming into the region at this time. And finally, I just want to, again, kind of take us back to the original direction of council. In October of 2021, council gave staff a really clear direction to get units on the ground. Over the next few years, city staff came before council more than 19 times to talk about how to do that. There was an allocation of city dollars, there was allocation of city land, there were policy decisions related to the disposition of surplus property to allow this land to be used for this development. So over 19 times, staff came back and they laid the groundwork for this work. These types of developments require outside funding, and outside funding comes with requirements. It can take years to secure this funding, and staff at Kenmore with Plymouth's leadership did this in 18 months. It's unprecedented. You asked us to get a building built, units on the ground, and that's what this proposal does. In May of 2021, we selected a trusted partner, Plymouth Housing, to do this work with us. They have 40 years of experience. They're evidence-based, compassion-based model. They've been a wonderful partner to work with for 18 months, and they've walked every step of the path with us. And they currently house over 1,200 people in 19 buildings in King County. This is not their first rodeo. They know what they're doing, and they've been a pleasure to work with. They've been before this council now for the 8th time tonight to answer your questions and talk about how we got here. And so it is with a great respect that I will cede the floor to Karen Lee, the CEO of Plymouth Housing, to talk about their model.
Turn on your microphone.
Hello. Okay.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. My name is Karen Lee, and I am the CEO of Plymouth Housing. It's a pleasure to be here and talk to the citizens with you. We are thrilled that Kenmore has invited us to develop a building here. It shows your commitment to the city to building affordable housing for our lowest residents. I am a veteran, and I am extremely passionate about ensuring that Plymouth is providing housing opportunities to those who have served our country. We are proud to be one of the largest providers of housing for veterans experiencing homelessness in our region, and nearly 1 in 7 of our residents is a veteran. And not only do we care about veterans, but we also care about seniors and people with disabilities. At Plymouth Housing, we support some of our most vulnerable neighbors, nearly half of whom have a mental health disability, and half of whom are seniors. My staff is here tonight, and we are committed to walking every step with you, listening to members of the community speak today. We know that there are some concerns, and there is also some misinformation, and we are more than willing to stand and answer any questions because we believe in the partnership. We believe that we can help this community, help those who are unhoused and who are at risk of becoming unhoused. And we also believe in the humanity of this city and the humanity of our region. With that, I'll turn it over to Karen Peterson.
Thank you, Karen. I want to share our mission that we have shared from the beginning, and we've been consistently shared this mission and stood by it and behind it. Plymouth Housing Group works to eliminate homelessness and address its causes by preserving, developing, and operating safe, quality, supportive housing with services, and by providing homeless adults with opportunities to stabilize and improve their lives. Next slide.
This work that we're talking about requires a continuum of care system. When we talk about the homeless services system, there are many components to this. Number one is prevention, keeping people in their current housing situation. Number two, if someone becomes homeless, there are shelters, transitional housing, day centers to serve them. And number three, housing. And this is what we want to make clear. Plymouth Housing is permanent supportive housing. We are not a shelter. We are not a day center. This is an apartment building with permanent supports for our residents. Residents have access to services over the course of their time with us, both to initially stabilize in housing and to support them as they age or their needs change. We provide on-site support services, including housing case management, as well as service connection throughout the community. Our philosophy means that we can focus on caring for the whole person with individualized supports. So housing and support, this is permanent supportive housing. Our model of permanent housing coupled with wraparound supportive services gives our residents the solid base they need to rebuild their lives and leave homelessness behind forever. By permanent, we mean that there is no time limit on our housing. By supportive, we mean that we connect our residents with services that can help them thrive. 97% of Plymouth's residents succeed in maintaining a permanent home after leaving homelessness.
Good evening.
I'd like to introduce Elsa Kings from a Regional Coalition for Housing.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you for having me. My name is Elsa Kings. I am the Housing Trust Fund Manager at ARCH, a Regional Coalition for Housing. This chart that you see in front of you depicts the various sources of financing that are proposed for this development. As you have heard previously in the presentation, affordable housing projects often assemble financing over several funding rounds. This project is unique because of the catalyst funding provided by the city and ARCH, and the project's unprecedented ability to move quickly to construction. ARCH supported this project outside of its annual funding round in an effort to meet the project's accelerated timeline. The ARCH board is willing to support and make an early financial investment because of the strong commitment by you, the city of Kenmore, and including the city's commitment to deep affordability included in this project, those 30% area median incomes units that Tambi was talking about earlier today. As of tonight, I am proud to say that all ARCH member cities have approved funding for this project, and we support this project with financing as of 2023 and for our 2023 funding round. Next slide, please.
Thank you, Elsa. I just want to share a little bit more about the funding and how we apply for housing funding, excuse me. Funders create policy based on the priority of need. The highest priority of need is to provide homes for people that are unhoused. For the last 10 years, in order to compete in King County pool for the 9% credits, developments must serve the homeless. So the highest weighted priority, like I mentioned, is housing commitment for priority populations. And Plymouth meets that by offering permanent supportive housing for the homeless. And it's very competitive, as we've mentioned earlier, and we've talked about how successful we were in being able to fund this project. It's competitive and it's based on a point system. And 35 points in King County is the weighted scoring for homeless deals. And what happened with this past round was Kenmore Supportive Housing. Kenmore received 181 points, and Kenmore points without selecting serving the homeless population would have been 146, and the project just would not have been competitive for funding. And nor would that mean that we would be able to house people that are homeless. And next slide, please. And the state funding requirements for Plymouth Kenmore building, it's single adults, individuals making 30% or less of the area median income. And we really wanted to highlight that the area median income is $28,800. It also will serve individuals exiting homelessness. And as you heard earlier, we must maintain the affordability for 50 years. What does it mean to make 30% AMI or less in Kenmore? 30% of the area median income in Kenmore is a household income, as I mentioned earlier, about $28,800 annually. The cost of housing in Kenmore is 66% higher than the national average. On average, rent for a studio apartment in Kenmore is around $1,200 a month or $14,400 annually, not including utilities. The cost of living has increased for everyone, forcing many people into housing insecurity or homelessness at higher rates. And what qualifies someone as meeting the definition of homeless? Living outside, having no fixed roof, in a park, in a tent, living in a shelter or transitional housing, living in an automobile or recreational vehicle, living with family or friends in an overcrowded situation, and at imminent risk of homelessness. And I want to share a little bit about that last definition, at imminent risk of homelessness. As you all know, we've been working with King County Housing Authority, and we were very pleased to get a commitment of 100 project-based vouchers to serve all 100 of the units. Oftentimes, housing authorities have a competitive process for their vouchers, and it often aligns with the funding applications within that cycle. In order to move through that process, they have to consider all the inventory of other funding applications in order to give us more information on what vouchers we may receive. And so we're working through this process, and we continually talk to King County Housing Authority. And as they have more information on the other developments within the inventory, we get more information on the type of vouchers we will receiving. And that's why right now we're able to provide more information on the definition of homelessness that the residents will have to qualify under.
Next, we'd just like to touch briefly on Plymouth building operations. Since we don't have a lot of time here today, this is a very abbreviated version, so I encourage folks to check out our website to learn more. So first is the local referral partnership commitment. Typically, to fill our buildings, Plymouth works with local referral partners to find qualified residents. Most residents that are referred to us have been working with a case manager to find adequate housing. I've heard stories of people being on wait lists for decades. We have a 100% local referral goal to fill the Kenmore building, and we are targeting seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities in our outreach. Currently, Plymouth owns and operates 19 buildings with more than 1,200 residents. Nearly half are seniors and nearly half have a disability. As you heard Karen Lee mention before, 1 in 7 Plymouth residents are veterans. At our newest building in Bellevue, Plymouth Crossing, we leveraged partnerships with referral partners on the east side to fill the building with qualified tenants who have connections to the area. Our first priority is to keep people housed where they have a built-in support system. Many of our existing partnerships, including some of the only shelters in the region, are run by Porchlight, or formerly Congregations for the Homeless, the Sophia Way, Catholic Housing Services, and Mary's Place. Many, if not all, of these shelter partners have served people from Kenmore. And these are just some of the partners that we plan to utilize to help us fill the building in Kenmore. For this building, we do not have any funding from King County or the King County Regional Housing Authority, as you saw in the slide with our funding sources. We do not expect to be required to use the King County Coordinated Entry System, which is required of projects that do utilize this funding. Neighborhood safety is something of utmost importance to Plymouth. We have a monitored entry for residents and mandatory check-in for all guests, interior and exterior security cameras with feeds into monitors at our front desk, regular coordination with neighbors. When we go into a community, we don't just plop a building down. We work throughout the development process to build community and to make sure that we're answering questions and meeting with neighbors on a regular basis. We have a 24-hour front desk that is double staffed. We also have a Plymouth Safety Ambassador assigned to the building, and we proactively maintain relationships with the Kenmore. We will proactively maintain a relationship with the Kenmore Emergency Services as we do in other communities where our buildings are. So just like any other renter, our residents are expected to sign a lease and follow building rules. They pay rent. In this case, because we have vouchers, they will pay 30% of their income toward rent and are responsible for the upkeep of their apartments and following the conditions of their lease. By signing a Plymouth lease, a resident is committing to following our building rules. Our residents have rights and responsibilities as tenants, and in turn, Plymouth Housing must follow all landlord-tenant laws and recognizes residents' right to privacy. King County Housing Authority also requires and performs background checks as part of their voucher commitment. So I know there's been a lot of concern about the limited parking at this site. The cost of having a car is out of reach for most of our tenants. Over our 40-year history, we have never provided guaranteed parking for tenants at our buildings. We are intentional about choosing sites that are within walking distance to amenities and close to public transportation. Services are offered at the building so that the need to go off-site for appointments is limited. In the case where people do need transportation, we have a staff van available to transport people to appointments, activities, etc. We are also working with the city to provide a loading zone. And I also just want to mention that we also provide Lyft and Uber rides for tenants that might need to go off-site for an appointment.
So we've been talking about a lot of things, funding, other regulatory requirements, but I want to bring it back to what we're really doing and what really matters. I'd like to share the story of one of our residents. This is Deb White. Deb had to make a decision that none of us should ever have to face. Deb had to make a choice between being able to pay for her medical bills or pay for housing. As a consequence, Deb ended up homeless. Fortunately, Deb found her way to Plymouth Housing, and she now has a home, and she now has a community, and she now has hope. And not only does she have a home, but she is also a resident on our Plymouth board. And she pays forward what's been given to her.
Thank you, Plymouth. So to bring us back to why we're here tonight, we are here related for council action related to a development agreement for a city parcel at 6532 Bothell Way. This is a partnership between the city, Plymouth, and Arch for a 6-story building of 100 affordable housing units with a ground floor commercial space, on-site resident services, and a courtyard area. We've come a long ways on this journey, even if it has been fast, from when the RFP was released by the city and Plymouth applied in early 2022, through funding applications, through permit submission, And we are now, and community outreach, and we are now here for the development agreement, which is the next stage in this process, which will allow construction to start, if approved, construction to start, and hopefully for us to be fully leased up with residents in the building in 2025. The timeline for the development agreement, the permit and this is standard under the Kenmore municipal codes related to development agreements for all buildings by any developer that are being built within the city. There's a permit application, threshold determination, and then some public noticing and city manager recommendations. We had our first public hearing on November 27th. We had a second community engagement meeting due to a lot of community input and questions that we were receiving. We wanted to ensure that Plymouth had one more opportunity to talk directly with community. And then we are here tonight for the second public hearing. And I will turn it over to Sam to talk about the modifications in this development agreement.
Thanks, Tammy. So the ordinance before you is ordinance 23-600. It's a development agreement between the city of Kenmore and Plymouth Housing to construct a 5-story type 5A wood framed 100-unit permanent supportive housing building atop a 1-story concrete framed podium base with on-site property management offices, resident services, resident amenity spaces, and a ground floor commercial space. Consistent with Kenmore Municipal Code 18-110-030, this development agreement provides flexibility in the development of the property to achieve affordable housing, a long recognized public benefit. In the attachment number 1 of the agenda bill is the development agreement. Section 8 describes the proposed modifications in detail. The chart before you summarizes those. Those items that are proposed for modification are as follows. KMC 1825-020 requires a depth of the commercial space at street level to be a minimum of 30 feet. The proposed commercial space ranges from 21 to 26, approximately 26 feet in depth. That's one of the modifications. Another is the density. KMC 1825 allows a maximum density of 75 dwelling units. The proposed project is 100 dwelling units. KMC 1825-040 requires a minimum setback of 10 feet from Bothell Way. While the ground floor is set back 10 feet, the upper levels propose 5 feet. Additionally, the maximum setback along 67th allowed is 10 feet. The proposed project exceeds 10 feet at the courtyard. KMC 1880 requires 100 parking spaces. The proposed project includes 9 off-street parking spaces and an on-street loading area that's also used for rideshare. KMC 1840 requires bicycle parking spaces in a bike rack or locker type facility. The project includes 8 bicycle spaces in a bike rack and 100 wall-mounted bike units where there's 1 in each unit. KMC 1852 requires certain design elements related to roof form, step backs, mass and bulk, pedestrian walkways, and building materials. The proposed project incorporates a flat roof with a consistent parapet height. The base of the building is expressed through a 12-foot datum line that separates the ground floor and the upper floors. This is part of an intentional design. Title 21 of KMC requires financial guarantees to ensure construction outcomes. The proposed project modifies this requirement subject to conditions. Chapter 20.47 of the KMC requires transportation, park, and school impact fees. The city and North Shore School District approved an independent fee calculation to reduce school impact fees to $0 since the project does not include school-aged children. Additionally, transportation and park impact fees are reduced to 0. And lastly, the development agreement modifies procedural irregularities described in 18-110-050. Those modifications provided are what we are talking about this evening. There are a couple things that were mentioned or questions that have come up that are not part of the development agreement, and I want to highlight those. The proposed use, the affordable housing building itself, is a permitted use in the downtown commercial zone. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan and city council goals. Additionally, the building height is also permitted outright at 65 feet, whereas this building is approximately 64.5 feet. Again, affordable housing is permitted in the downtown commercial zone. So it's not a question as to whether a project like this could be permitted in downtown commercial, but rather a question of the proposed development code modifications before you. Thank you.
And so again, just to bring you back to the action requested tonight is to adopt ordinance number 23-0600, approving the proposed development agreement. As you can see up above. With that, I'll turn it back to you.
Questions? Councilmember File.
I might make a recommendation instead of a question, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor Herbeck. It might be a good time to take a quick break and maybe move up public comment so that people can comment and also, and then have our questions be after the public comment.
I think we need to, I think we need to ask our questions now before the public hearing to get those out of the way.
Oh, well, I'm just
Might clarify
saying,
things also for the public.
it could. Okay.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
I have a few. I was, thank you for the opportunity to ask some questions. A couple of weeks ago when you had your first hearing, I was too many time zones away to participate. So I'll catch up now. Just clarifying some themes that I've seen in the input. The first is this concept of a change in focus in the population. I looked back at the material, I mean, of course, I read them the first time, but look back at the materials from May 2022. So this would have been a year and a half ago. I'll just read a quote from it. Plymouth Housing proposes bringing much needed permanent supported housing to Kenmore, serving seniors and veterans who make 30% or less of AMI. Plymouth's 40-year history serving formerly homeless individuals, including seniors and people with disabilities, makes us uniquely qualified to bring this type of housing to the city of Kenmore. The first slide of that presentation and this presentation today says, quote, Plymouth Housing Group works to eliminate homelessness and addresses causes by preserving, developing, and operating safe, quality, supportive housing. To me, that's pretty clear. We're talking about people who are homeless. Does Plymouth work with a lot of people who were not formerly homeless? That's my question. Okay, so I'm seeing a no there, just for the record. PSA, permanent supported housing, PSH. It's a model that's been around since the 80s when I looked it up. In your knowledge, this is, I guess, to Plymouth or to staff. You know, does it ever refer to folks who are not formerly homeless? I mean, this is somewhat of a term of art, but I mean, are you aware that it's ever used in another context? No, I'm seeing shakes of head. I mean, again, you have to respond verbally. We have for the record.
No.
Thank you. Okay. Again, this issue of focus. I've kind of seen, you know, are we still focused on seniors, vets, and people with disabilities? Can people who are homeless be seniors, vets, and people with disabilities? Okay, I'm seeing a yes. Please answer verbally. Vice versa, can seniors, vets, and people with disabilities be homeless?
Yes.
Formerly homeless? Thank you. So, you know, clearly these are not mutually exclusive. What proportion of the units does Plymouth anticipate will be filled with seniors, vets, or people with disabilities? Approximately. I know you don't know because of the voucher mix.
It's hard to give a number,
Mhm.
but I will go back to how we intend to fill the units by having a partnership with our referral agencies. But I can't give a number of, because of that mix that gets
Well, based on your
complicated.
experience with other projects, when you've targeted seniors, vets, and people with disabilities, I mean, what's your success rate in doing that? I mean, would you say maybe 80%, half? I mean, roughly.
About our effectiveness of keeping.
No. This is about the effectiveness of getting the population that you're targeting, seniors, vets, and human service, seniors, vets, and people with disabilities in this case.
Yes, we always get the population that we're targeting because we qualify individuals before they move into the.
Because you have vouchers
Because we
that
have to, yes.
say they have to be a senior, vet, or person with disabilities, correct? The vouchers are project-based vouchers.
The project or the vouchers are project-based vouchers, that's correct.
And
That
they
is
will
what-
specify the
Population
population.
is written into our, basically the commitment letter that King County Housing Authority gave us acknowledges that that is the population we intend to serve.
Thank you. Okay. So again, not seeing a change there, but maybe others are. We talked about the referrals. We talked about background checks. I'm just skipping through the other questions here. How is this project not a shelter?
So all of our residents.
I'm sorry, speak into the microphone. No, we can't.
No.
Hello, great. Hello. All of our residents sign a lease like they would in any other apartment building. They also sign documentation from King County Housing Authority for the requirements to maintain the apartment, to pay rent. We have an extensive lease. It takes about 45 minutes to an hour to walk through our lease with our residents. We cover everything from guests to behavior in the common spaces. Our residents have the right to stay there permanently. Not all of our residents choose to do so, but the lease gives them the ability to stay as long as they need to. In a shelter, often people are moving in and out, and you see a different population month to month, year to year. In our buildings, the population tends to stabilize after the first year or two because people appreciate the service we provide and choose to stay.
So unlike a shelter where, maybe somebody has to be in the bed, in the door at 7 in the evening and be out the door at 7 in the morning, you're not going to see that because people have their own room.
No.
Right. Okay.
And you're not going to see the congregation and the coming and going at those
Yeah.
different times.
Okay. Can you clarify how Plymouth's rules facilitate folks not using drugs or alcohol in visible areas? What are the repercussions for tenants when they do that?
Sure. So like any landlord, we have the ability to serve a notice if needed. And we have the ability to file for eviction if someone's behavior does impact the safety of our community. As a supportive housing provider, that's never our first choice, but that's not to say that it never happens. We have a property management team that supports our permanent supportive housing team to make sure that we can hold our residents in lease compliance. The majority of our residents want to live in a safe, comfortable home without a lot of conflict and without a lot of activity. And our number one priority is to provide that to them. So we lean on our property management department to help us with that.
Okay. And in addition, kind of a corollary to that, how do you help people get into treatment?
Every resident at Plymouth has a housing case manager. We also are working to integrate behavioral health into all of our housing programs. We work with residents on their individual goals. So for a resident who their goal is to make a change in their substance use, we are going to work with them every step of the way to get into treatment. We also have one property that is dedicated for residents who are in recovery, and it's a specific kind of safe haven for those folks. And we have the opportunity to do transfers throughout our portfolio as well.
Okay. And the last couple questions are about the specific code that you're asking for modification of or waiver of. Ground floor, this is designed as a mixed-use building, which is exactly the kind of building that we want in our downtown with commercial retail on the ground floor, residential on top. So that's the form of building that we have zoned throughout the downtown. For the ground floor, originally it was going to be Bastyr Clinic with a tea house open to the both the clinic and the tea house open to the public. That was a real public amenity. And they pulled out when their merger was in play. That's no longer an issue. So I'm wondering if Plymouth could restart discussions with them, and if not, maybe consider how at least part of the ground floor could be a public amenity.
Absolutely. We were heartbroken when Bastyr had to back out. They continue to be a wonderful partner to us and have offered to offer services in our building when appropriate. We would definitely be open to exploring that possibility again, but in the meantime, we have also been exploring other healthcare options that are open to the public. So this building has two separate commercial spaces. The smaller one would have been the tea house, as you mentioned, and then there's a larger space. And that equals about a little over 2,000 square feet. So there's ample opportunity for a healthcare provider open to the public to operate there. We're in preliminary talks with a provider that we work with at one of our other buildings. And that would be able to be utilized by members of the community or our residents alike.
Okay.
But we agree and try to implement as much of a community benefit in our commercial space as we can. And we're open to talking to the city about how we can do that.
That's great to hear. I really do want to underscore that point. I feel it's very important. And similarly, you did make passing comment about connection to community, utilizing the kitchen, for example, Camp United, which was our 10 encampment here at North Lake Lutheran, and community dinners, for example. I'm seeing some nods of heads. So some way to both make it a community amenity and have that community connection, I would feel is very important as part of this approval process.
Agree.
The view, some folks, I just want to clarify kind of the design. The view from the library, some people have mentioned, I went to the library the other day. There's a view of their own courtyard, and 522, there's no view beyond that. But I am curious what is going to happen on that. What is that north side? There'll be, I think, trees, screening trees, and then the building is that, I couldn't quite tell from the drawings. They're more about 67th and 522. So I just want to clarify what's happening on the north side.
Yeah, we are still kind of in the process of developing a plan for the north side. We're in talks with Sam and her office about how we can improve the facade so that it's more appealing. So as we go through the permitting process, that'll be something we look at more closely.
Okay. And the last one of the code requirements that Plymouth is asking the city to waive relates to the building materials. Masonry is what the current code is, right? And there's a reason for that. Masonry is durable. Wood is less durable, which is what Plymouth is proposing. So can you describe the ongoing maintenance of the building, how that's going to be dealt with?
Sure. So as Catherine mentioned earlier, we do have a property management and maintenance team that performs maintenance at all of our buildings. We have regular maintenance during the day. We have a janitor who is always on site during business hours, and we have a maintenance technician that's available to be dispatched for anything that breaks or comes up in the building. We also contract with outside providers to help us maintain the building. And that's something we definitely take very seriously. We never want a Plymouth building to look bad because that doesn't reflect well on us or our residents. So our property management team takes a lot of pride in maintaining the building.
Thank you.
Councilmember Kugler?
Thank you. So I have a different perspective, I think, than Councilmember Shrevenick in that, you know, like I think I'm just not as knowledgeable about affordable housing and how it works. So to me, it did feel like there was a shift in the target audience. And I'm curious, like, who applied for the commerce funding? Was that Plymouth Housing who applied for it? Okay, and then
yes,
at the point where you were applying it, was there a discussion between city staff and Plymouth staff that this funding framework for 100% of all units to be at 30% or less AMI, that it would require that it serve 100% formerly homeless?
So as we were submitting our applications, we forwarded those applications to the city, to the city staff. We also have been having weekly meetings with city staff to update them on our progress. I'll let them answer questions about how that was communicated. But we have been very open about our funding applications. And then once we received the award letters, we sent that to the city immediately as well.
Okay. Hold on, I wrote my questions really tiny here. I guess I'm curious, like, just based off of the original RFP, like in reading the RFP, it was clear, I think, that we were okay with a variety of affordability levels, that minimally we wanted 10%, preferably 20%, but that we were fine with other affordability levels. And I'm wondering, was that considered, or is that, or from your perspective and your experience level, did you just realize like that wasn't going to make the right score, or is that not feasible given the support, the model that you have? Like, can you explain that?
Consistent with our mission, like we mentioned, we provide permanent supportive housing for homeless. And in order for people to be in the buildings, we have to have a form of subsidy for them. So we have the units at 30% AMI, and we were able to get the vouchers to support that population. Any higher income levels, and it just would not, people don't have the income for that. And the services as well.
So for it to sort of pencil out, like it needs to be 100% at 30% or less AMI to get that funding and the vouchers. Is that right?
That's correct. And actually, I do want to share when we presented the proposal to the council, and at that time, there was great display of joy that all of the units were at 30% AMI.
I'm curious because, well, and I'll share, I was joyful because at the time when we were talking about affordable housing, and this is a new initiative for this council, we were kind of made to believe that getting any discount, like any, anything at 80% or less of AMI was very difficult, right? So when we heard 30%, we were like, awesome, that sounds great. But we didn't know all the details at that time, and we understand things evolve over time, and we're learning, and more, information becomes available. Now that we've had other affordable housing presentations, like we also are seeing some other models that are possibilities. And my question is about the 50 years on the land. Like, I understand a building at 50 years, you probably want to start remodeling it, like that makes sense. But what happens to the land at 50 years? Does it go to, does Arch hold on to it? Do they sell it? Or what happens at that time frame?
No, we retain, the LLC actually retains ownership of that property for 15 years. And then after the investor, this is a little technical, but after the investor exits, and then we oftentimes will transfer it over to Plymouth Housing. And we do maintain and keep our housing so that we can make sure to keep it affordable. But the 50 years is a requirement by the IRS. And it's something that we also commit to, and by the other funders as well. So you'll see that that we will maintain that affordability. And what often occurs at some point, maybe 30 years down the line, a project needs some rehab. And what we'll do at that point is go in for a reapplication of tax credits so we can do capital repairs to that building. And then that starts a clock over, actually. I mean, we can extend that affordability period out for a longer period of time.
Oh, okay, so there's a chance for like renewing it at that time for a certain amount of time?
That's correct.
Or another 50 years, or is that to be determined?
Usually, in order to be competitive, we commit to the longest period of time of affordability.
Okay, thank you. So I guess I'm wondering, when going into the application for commerce, was the Plymouth team already aware, like, that we needed to score it a certain, like, we needed to serve 100% homeless to get the funding?
Yes, in order to be competitive for the 9% tax credit, you have to serve homeless in order to be competitive.
Like 100% of the residents need to be exiting homelessness?
It's a great percentage, yeah. Yep.
Okay. I did not know about the safety ambassador, I think, last time we met, and I noticed it in your presentation tonight. Can you describe the safety ambassador's role?
Yes, so our safety ambassadors are Plymouth employees. They are trained in crisis intervention, they're trained in de-escalation, they're trained in trauma-informed care, all of the approach that we would use. They're not security guards, but they're our answer to that, so that we internally have a program of staff who know how to work with our resident population, who can come in and provide that extra support when needed. So most of them work on in the evening hours and overnight to provide that extra support in our buildings, at the entrance, checking all of the doors going in, maybe in an alley or a parking area. They're walking through, they're talking to people who are guests, and making sure they're escorted by a resident. And they're just generally supporting our front desk staff and our case management staff when there might be a crisis situation. It's a really flexible program. It's something we've implemented recently, and something that we are hoping to grow over the next few years.
So do they provide safety measures both inside and surrounding the building?
In the direct exterior, yes, but they're not providing security measures beyond our property.
Okay. I know that you held a meeting, I don't know what it was called, yesterday evening. And I know there were a lot of questions that were delivered at that time, and that you weren't able to address all of the questions. Are you all planning to still respond to the questions? And if so, in what way?
Yeah, I've responded to as many as humanly possible that have arrived via email. We try, there are some questions that are more complex that I can't answer, so I forward them to staff that do know the answer. So sometimes that takes some time because we're all very busy. We also plan to have another engagement meeting in January to answer more questions that we got over 100 questions and had an hour. So we really want to answer everybody's questions and encourage people to email Plymouth Kenmore PSH at plymouthhousing.org, and someone will respond to you. It might not be immediate because we've just been inundated, but we will commit to responding to all of those questions.
Okay, thank you. And one last question, that is, a lot of, I think the nature of a lot of the emails and concerns we've gotten are definitely related to safety. I think at least one email did mention that a personal experience with the Bellevue location where they were saying that people are coming to the location or camping out in the hopes of getting a future spot. Is that true? Or can you talk about any other effects out that you've seen from that at the Bellevue location?
I've not heard anything like that. I do know that our Bellevue location is located near a shelter. And so there are people coming on the property to access services. That would be in our other buildings that are not kind of co-located in that way. We don't have people seeking housing at the front door. We have a centralized rental office. And so all of our staff know to refer folks back to our rental office, but generally people's case managers, when someone's homeless, they're working with a case manager, especially in a case like this where we're working really closely with referral partners. They're going to have somebody that knows them well, that knows the housing opportunities in the area, and is going to know how to contact our rental office and work someone through the entire process to get housed. It's actually a pretty lengthy process. There's a huge amount of application paperwork that somebody has to do and be able to follow through on in order to move in. And it's something our rental office does a great job of training outside case managers if they've not worked with us before on how to bring people in.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Arfano?
Thank you for all these refresher Q&A today. It's good for our community here, and it's maybe good for some who forgot along the way. When we invested ARPA dollars to help drive down affordability and bring in affordability for housing land trust, it was very clear we were searching for deeply affordable housing, something we heard from senior residents in our own community, a deep need. We know that many people in our community and beyond our borders live one paycheck away from experiencing homelessness themselves. So if you look at couples and when a spouse passes away, not always is there the funding to pick up the bottom line. And it immediately puts people into harm's way. Poverty is not a crime. Being poor is not a crime. It's a happenstance by your senior years of the economy, of neighborhood gentrification decisions, even prior elected officials made that added to that process of neighborhood gentrification without being responsible enough to take or have the guts to stand up and take the vote. When I look at this housing consideration, now we are considering tonight, one of the things that stands out to me is we've addressed all the safety issues. We've addressed how people come into a building of this type and pathways. It is clear that there's some confusion with the community. Definitely some people have taken part in social media commentaries that caused a lot of great confusion in our community with falsehoods that we saw on social media. But when I look at this building, one of the things that stands out is it's a story taller than I anticipated. I think originally design had a little bit more parking. I see amenities in a couple of different ways that could serve our community. One is, the additional floor of housing. Two, a service to our community. I would hope that with the behavioral and social health services that are available on site, I would hope that there might be a pathway for people to be able to access group therapy, for example. Since those services are going to be available in the site. We do know there's also a pathway for internships for behavioral and social health. So giving back to the community of need. When I'm kind of considering these issues, I'm not too surprised by what we have in front of us today. I'm comfortable with what I'm seeing. I did hear that Bellevue had addressed or requested to have a board of an interdisciplinary team of housing specialists, as well as a city specialist in housing like we have here, and the police chief. I don't know how frequently they get together, but they do work and help fuel local housing needs. And I understand it's been fairly successful. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
I don't mean to be disrespectful, but people are here.
Point of order. Mr. Mayor, point of order. I'm waiting for a discussion.
We're getting very close to that point. I would ask people. We're going to get these questions answered. We're going to open up the public hearing. She asked a question about a board of housing with partnerships with the city and the police chief. And I
Yeah,
believe
so
Plymouth.
Councilmember File, I think what you're referring to was, it was actually a requirement for the shelter that was built at the same time as our building. And I can give more information about that. I don't want to get into the detail right now, but it wasn't a requirement for Plymouth Housing. Plymouth Housing voluntarily participated in neighborhood meetings, monthly neighborhood meetings throughout construction.
I appreciate that because I did hear some sort of a reference about 74% of local residents were able to enter into housing there through that pathway. So I think that's important data to be aware of. And was this done via an ordinance or a requirement or an agreement?
So the shelter project that was required via an ordinance, but Plymouth's participation in the community meetings was voluntary.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments before we open up? Deputy Mayor.
I do have questions, but I think that it's important to open the public hearing. So I will have some questions.
Any objections? Okay, not seeing any objections. Madam Clerk, how many folks do we have signed up currently?
Thank you, Mayor. We have approximately 76 on-site guests wishing to speak. We also have guests waiting and waiting and waiting with us online.
And how many folks? We had 14, 15 people, I think, signed up.
Approximately, yes,
pre-register?
yes.
So we're talking 90-ish people at the end of the day. Okay.
I would make a motion that we change the amount of time so we can get more people, heard to 3 minutes per person so that we can hear more people.
Work for us. We waited to have our time.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Go ahead, listen to them.
All right. Let's open it up.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. At this point, we are moving into the public hearing and we have a lot of guests, as I just mentioned, so we're going to take them in chunks of 5. I do recommend that we limit any additional chatter so that number 76 on the list does have an opportunity to speak too. Starting with the first 5, Brooke Butner, Elise Jiang, Elena Chesta, and Sam Paveza. Oh, and Carl Michelman. That's 5. Brooke Buettner. Brooke, going once, going twice. Okay, we're moving on to Elise Jiang.
Somebody's moving in the back here. No.
Miss
There will be order in
Jiang,
this room, please. We need to get this moving and we can't do this with a bunch of crosstalk. Elise?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
we can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Elise Jang, and I'm a homeowner in Kenmore. I'm here to show my support for the Plymouth Housing Group project. First off, I want to say that I think there's a very warped idea of what a homeless person looks like. It could be someone living paycheck to paycheck to support their family who is laid off and is unable to make their rent on time. It could be someone who has a sudden medical emergency and goes bankrupt paying medical bills. It could be single parents struggling to support their children. It could be someone who is injured and is no longer able to work. It could be someone who is drowning in student loans with no generational wealth to dig them out. It could be someone who is single-handedly trying to support their entire nuclear and extended family. There are a million more examples, and it could happen to any of us. For those of us who don't know anyone personally who would benefit from affordable housing, I'm asking you to please recognize that privilege and to pay it forward by supporting this initiative. For those of us who do know people who would benefit from affordable housing, I'm asking you to please do what is right by them by supporting this initiative. Thank you.
Elena.
Good evening. My name is Elena Kesta. I live in Kenmore. I started to live very recently, just 1 year ago. So to me, I'm from Italy and we recently moved. So to me was very impressive. I'm here to support the Plymouth housing project. Also because when I arrived, really the reality of the homelessness and everything I saw, it came like a slap in my face. It was very impressive to me to understand, to acknowledge. And I decided with my family to live here. We choose Kenmore during the pandemic, so without visiting actually the place, but we make research. So we found this place very, and I agree, after 1 year, I can say we made a beautiful choice because it's a welcoming community. We found a good school, the place is very well. And I strongly believe that it's wonderful to have a good chance for people without all the privilege to start again, to have a better view of the future, to thrive and to succeed, to have a better life. So that's why, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Sam Paveza and Carl Michelman.
Hi, my name is Sam Paveza. I've been a resident of Kenmore for about 2 years. I'm here to discuss my support for the Plymouth Housing Project and the opportunities of change and opportunity I've seen in Kenmore. In the 2 years I've lived here, I've seen an enormous amount of change, from admirable changes, improving our access to our waterfronts with the Ahwadis Park and log boom improvements that allows the people of Kenmore to connect better with nature, along with community events such as the farmers market that have allowed the people to intersect with the businesses here. And with this enormous amount of change comes an enormous amount of opportunity, an opportunity for us to share this incredible improvements we've made in our community with others, an opportunity to help those who are struggling within our community today and those who may come here in the future to as well have an opportunity to help these businesses grow and to enjoy the wonderful nature that we're helping to preserve. And so that's why I support the Plymouth Housing Project. Thank you.
Thank you. Carl Michelman, followed by Anisha Chowdhury, Lori Feedham, Wayne Miller, Dan Troyan, and Nathan McDonald.
Carl Michelman Insurance Group business, and I live in Briar. Okay, so listening to everyone here on this board and so forth, what I am hearing where the disconnect is that this is a top priority of the city council. But here's the disconnect. It's not a top priority for the people that are here in Kenmore. I did, okay, let me speak because I got 4 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Anyways, I did some research. The average median income in Kenmore is 121,000. Bothell, it's 116,000. Kirkland, it's 174,000. Woodinville, it's 127,000. And Lake Forest Park, it's 139,000. Not one of these communities are doing what we're doing. The closest with Plymouth Home, they're doing it in Bellevue, and they're doing it in Eastgate. They aren't doing it in our beautiful downtown core. That's number one. Number two is, this is a bad deal. It's not that I am against affordable housing. I'm for it, but you got to find a different place for it. This was a game changer. It was switched. Okay, because the Department of Commerce that you're getting funding said that it has to be 100% homeless. That's not what we've been talking about all this time. The council, you put a lot of work into this. You did it, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, thinking that we were taking care of our senior citizens and our disabled vets here in our Kenmore city. That's not going to happen. And when they were explaining how vouchers were, what was happening is they don't know what's going to go on. We're going to give them an open checkbook. On the other side of the coin is, I'm going to talk about conflicts. Nigel, you do have a conflict. Deborah, you do have a conflict. Deborah, you work for the Department of Commerce. Okay, Nigel, you work for the homeless, King County. This is the thought process and why I said to begin with, having people working on our council that belong to municipalities is completely wrong. The thought process is wrong, the way that you come back here, and then please let me speak. And the other side of the coin, what's really concerning to me, and I watched the webinar with Plymouth House yesterday, okay? And they were talking how they had public input. And they said, but we didn't have many people coming. And the reason why they didn't have many people coming is because people did not know about it. You went ahead and never, ever communicate this stuff. I've been on the door here being alone. I've had 2 people sitting here, okay, when it comes to my issues as in what I think is right and wrong. Do you guys listen? Absolutely not. And this is a self-agenda for this council, for this housing, for the tenant rights of what's going on. Okay, you're not qualified. With no disrespect, you are not qualified to handle something this big. Number 2 is, you put this in here, economic development will be dead. There is not one developer that will want to come to the downtown core. I've seen this. I've seen this. On 181st, where my office is, okay? What happened was my wife was on the downtown task force. What happened was we had 60 feet to go ahead and build. Then people wanted it at 35 feet. The downtown task force went ahead and said, okay, we want to leave it at 60 feet, but we want to go ahead and have view quarters. They had developers come in and said, you know what? It's not going to pencil out at 35 feet. You had this great idea. Let's make community business. Let's have condos. Let's have retail spots. That was in 2009. Anybody go down 181st? Nothing has changed. I've seen it. If developers say it's not going to pencil out, it's not going to pencil out. And lastly, the code states 75 units, 100 parking spots. It can't happen here, folks. We, the people, not you, the council, we, the people, do not want this. This is a deal breaker. It is a bad deal. You need to listen to your people that elected you here. Thank you.
Thank you. Tanisha? Tanisha?
Hello, sorry, I'm short. Hi, my name is Anisha Chowdhury, and I'm a Kenmore, Washington resident. I'm a local graduate, so go Vikes for any Vikes in the room. As somebody who grew up here, who is a kid here, I hope you will listen to what I have to say with compassion and care that you would anybody else who has lived here since before I was born. I am also a graduate of the United States Naval Academy. I would like to acknowledge that before I go on. Appreciate the support. As somebody who graduated from there, I have many friends who are currently serving, some at the academy, some all over the world, as well as people who have retired. I know what it's like to see somebody who had an extremely successful career go to nothing after injuries, after being treated, after being put into a system, and they didn't do well for them. And I'm seeing here, our lovely council members are trying to change that. They're trying to give them affordable places to live. And some of those homeless people that we've talked about and we're scared of, those people served our country. And I know a lot of them, and I know how hard it has been for them. And I've watched people I love and care for suffer because people have looked at them as less than humans, and every single one of them is a human being. I know that I'm young. I'm 22 years old. I get it. And I'm a woman of color. I'm not acknowledging all of these things. But I'm young enough to go out of my way to care. And I've told a lot of my friends about these issues. And I know that each one of you has done the work to care and show up and know that this is something that could not only benefit like the population of the United States, Washington, and Kenmore as a whole, but also teach the people, our kids, that we care and we have compassion for others. So I hope that each one of you will consider that in my words today when I say that, because I know that you care. I've left here, I've graduated, I've come back, and I've seen the improvements each one of you has fought for and people who have come before you. So I'd like to take a moment to say thank you to all of you for acknowledging and holding the amount of compassion needed to care for this issue of affordable housing. I would also like to ask all of you, as well as the people behind me, to take into consideration not only our current community, but our future community members, as well as a message that you're sending to your children about compassion. I am here to express my support for the Plymouth Housing Project, and I'm so proud to say that this is my city, and I know that I'm so proud to say that you are unafraid of being one of the first communities in our local area to do this. Thank you.
Lori Feetham, followed by Wayne Miller and Dan Troyan.
I'm Lori Feetham. I live in Kenmore. I'm going to address this through a particular window. I believe this Plymouth project is a worthy project, but it's in the wrong location. Because of the library. In 2004, King County taxpayers passed a $172 million capital bond issue to build new libraries and repair or replace old ones. The Kenmore Library at that time was basically a double-wide trailer. It was replaced at a cost of $7.8 million. Construction started in June 2010 and was completed in July 2011. Point of reference, our new Kenmore City Hall, opened in May 2010. Both shared an emphasis on sustainability. The new Kenmore Library was designed by Weinstein AU Architects and built by Sierra Construction. In 2012, it was awarded the Civic Design of Honor by the American Institute of Architects, Washington Council. The design oriented toward the south side, the side toward SR 522 and the Sammamish River. Huge south windows face out to a functioning rain garden featuring Northwest native plants, expansive sky above, the wooded horizons so far of St. Edward and Finn Hill. Birds hang out there, dine and nest out there too. Paths and seating beckon humans outside there too. If the wind direction is right, the iconic seaplanes of Kenmore Air pass close overhead on their landing path. These wonders can be enjoyed from inside the library as well. The south end of the library offers comfortable inside seating for all, including an expansive children's area. I am torqued. I am torqued at the thought of a 6-story building on the property the city owns between the library and SR 522. Away will go the abundant natural light admitted through the skylights in the south windows that greatly reduce the use of general illuminating lights. Electricity, taxpayer pays. Eliminates it up to 70% during operating hours of the library. The garden will die. Away will go the birds. Away will go that expansive view of the sky and the clouds and the changing weather and the seaplanes. Nowhere else in Kenmore is there free, comfortable public space with a view like this, where all people are welcome. The Kenmore Library is a place of inclusion and equity, respect and support and compassion given to everybody. I see it every time I visit. Brings out the best in people. Kenmore Library is this way because King County Library System values make it so. That will be there no matter what, along with the library collections, services, programming, computers, and of course, the fabulous staff. But something uniquely Kenmore that I'd like to share with new neighbors too will be lost. I believe this is a worthy project, but it's just in the wrong location. Thank you for your time.
Mr. Miller, go ahead.
Hello again. My name is Wayne Miller. I've been a resident of the city of Kenmore since 1989. I'm also a design professional. I've worked in the field of architecture for my entire career, over 40 years experience. Let me start by telling you that I became involved in this project late. I had some neighbors of mine bring it to my attention recently. I have to tell you that what I've seen and the more I've heard, my eyes have gotten very wide. Personally, I'm very disappointed with this proposal. In fact, as a design professional, I'm quite insulted. This proposal includes a building that I believe has been planned for the right reasons. It's located in the wrong location. It's been enabled, or the developer has been enabled by the city to ignore pertinent and aesthetic zoning requirements, the most important of which is parking in our downtown area. The user may say that our tenants don't need parking because they can't afford to drive cars. Well, I submit that a lot of their tenants or future tenants probably live in their cars and they're not willing to give those cars up. And where are they going to park those cars? We don't have a place for those. That's just one thing. As an architectural professional, I also have presented many times to councils like yourself. I also know that renderings don't tell the whole story of a project. The renderings that have been presented for this project are misleading at best. The rendering that from the southeast corner that shows the facade along Bothell Way and part of the facade along 67th is misleading. It seems by looking at it, as they showed it tonight, that it has some three-dimensional effect to it. It actually has none. This is quoted to be an intentional design. I submit that this is an inexpensive intention to this, for this building. I don't know if you understand that a 66-foot high building on the front of Bothell Way will be an eyesore, no matter what its design would have been. Okay, as a resident of Kenmore, I've watched this city evolve. I've watched good things happen over the course of the last 34 years that I've been here. I've watched a few questionable things happen as well. But this project presents one of the worst solutions to a problem that this city may or may not have at this current time. Okay. It exceeds code allowed unit count. It ignores parking requirements. The site is at an apex point for the future development of Kenmore. And it will block our ability to properly develop Kenmore's downtown area and collect it to what may be a future development at Lake Point. That's what this property was originally intended to do. Approval of this project would set very poor precedent for future development in downtown Kenmore. Kenmore deserves projects that will become attributes to the community as a whole. Personally and professionally, I see absolutely nothing about this project that will do that. I see no benefits to the community as a whole. In fact, I believe that this project will quickly become a liability to the city, no matter what anyone says. I'd like to think that our city council will do their duty to act in the best interests of their citizens. This project is not in the best interest of Kenmore. It is not in the best interest of Kenmore. And it furthers political agendas of people sitting on this council. It does not
Thank you, Mr.
help
Miller.
the city of Kenmore evolve.
Dan? Dan Troyan, followed by Nathan McDonald.
I was going to open with the joke, long time no see, but it's been, thank you. It's been longer than I thought it would be. So I got a couple. Okay. Everyone, some people are still awake. All right. I had something to read here that I had written previously, but I wanted to open with asking where the opposition's time and presentation was tonight. Plymouth had not a running clock. The arch representative did not have a running clock. I'm concerned as to why I cannot present something that maybe differs with facts and charts and colors as well, like Plymouth did. I don't think that's fair that we're given a clock when we have good points and they aren't. That's not fair to me. So the original plan was switched after the public understanding, and it feels that the council is being pressured by Plymouth holding HB 1220 over their heads, saying this is going to fail. We won't be able to work with the city of Kenmore in the future. You will lose out on funding. No one will build, no one will work with you. This is called bullying. Bullying is not allowed in Kenmore. Or is it? I don't know. We were told, and they've been really slippery with their answers to this, that it would be specifically Kenmore residents, people in this area that are veterans. Just veterans, disabled people, elderly people specifically, not their vague, we will be targeting them. They did not answer, notice, when we said what percentage will actually be invited in, because they don't know. You can target whatever you want. It doesn't mean that's what's gonna happen. They did not answer that. The Q&A last night on Zoom was an embarrassment. They were unprepared to answer our questions. They skipped questions. And as soon as they got to the tough ones, they said, oh, look at the time, and quickly ended the call. I have not received an answer to the question that I submitted. Oh my God. I feel many supporters of this no barrier housing option are not bad people. They want to help, like a huge majority of all of us do. We simply differ in how exactly we should do that. This housing project is not what I agree with as a resident of Kenmore. And I think it's been very clear from the applause tonight. We have showed up in number that we stand against this. This council is supposed to work for Kenmore residents specifically. We are here, we are speaking, and we say no. We do not like the bait and switch. I was hoping to do this quickly, but yeah, here we go. The studies that are brought forward by people that think this is a good idea, like the Trulia one, which is from 1996, 2006, covering 20 most unaffordable cities like LA, San Francisco, Seattle, New York City, so on and so forth. Kenmore is not New York City. Kenmore is not Los Angeles. Kenmore is not Seattle. Do not forget that. We do not want to be. That's why we moved here. That's why we stay here. No barrier housing has been tried before. You can look at the extensive criminal activity around current Plymouth housing locations. The high profile murders, the rapes, the drug use. Great for Kenmore, right? You can look currently what's happening, a very similar location in Everett that's also no barrier, very similar wording on their website, although it is not Plymouth housing, called Claire's Place. Claire's Place is currently condemned because so much fentanyl and meth was smoked in the units that the building is a toxic wasteland. You don't believe me, please look that up. It's happening right now. The residents who moved in, who wanted help, who followed the rules, were thrown out with the people who abused the no barrier policy. This is the major issue with this project. Where will those people go? Where are they right now? Are they safe? Please say no. Thank you.
My name is Nathan McDonald, and I am a Kenmore resident. The vote on the Plymouth Housing Development Project is upon us. As council members, it is incumbent on each of you to fully understand how much of an outlier this plan is and how far the proposed course of action deviates from what is required by law in Kenmore's comprehensive plan. I expect many speakers in favor of this project will attempt or have attempted to convince everyone in this room that the proposed plan is not only a good plan, but one required by state law. These speakers are mistaken. House Bill 1220 addresses the local comprehensive plan requirements required by the state. Section 1, Item 4 states in pertinent part, plan for and accommodate housing affordable to all economic segments of the population. Emphasis on plan, not build, execute, or fund. Section 1, Item 11 requires citizen participation and coordination, and not merely through the work of the hand-picked planning commission. The citizens and business owners here in this room are those whose participation and coordination are required. Section 2, Item 2 states in part, each comprehensive plan shall include a plan, scheme, or design for a housing element, ensuring the vitality and character of established residential neighborhoods. There's that word plan again. The only vitality and character displayed by the proposed construction is the design aesthetic favored by East German central planners during the Cold War. Section 2, Item 5DIC states, any development or redevelopment in terms of building size, scale, use, or intensity shall be consistent with the character of the existing areas. There can be no question that the proposed building does not fit into the city's existing character or development guidelines, as evidenced by the number and type of waivers and variances sought. Plainly stated, it does not fit the character of the claimed downtown vision, especially one block from the city's activity and gathering center. Finally, Section 6, Item 19 states, permanent supportive housing is paired with on-site or off-site voluntary services designed to support a person living with a complex and disabling behavioral health or physical health condition who was experiencing homelessness or was at imminent risk of homelessness prior to moving into housing to retain their housing and be a successful tenant. Improve the resident's health status, and connect the resident with community-based healthcare, treatment, or employment services. That is not what is being proposed by the city in Plymouth Housing. The proposed project does not contain any on-site supportive services, and the parties have failed to identify any nearby facility that would provide those services. The City Council has lost the plot. Nowhere in the applicable statute or comprehensive plan is the city encouraged, much less required, to donate land and funds to establish the type of housing addressed by HB 1220. Your proposed actions do not benefit the citizens of Kenmore. I ask that you vote down this unmandated and unwise giveaway of Kenmore's assets. I insist that relinquishing control of a city-owned property for the purposes described is a poor policy insofar as the city would abdicate all control over future use and the conditions attached to the parcel. There is a proper way to meet the concern that we all have for those Kenmore citizens who are struggling with life's basic needs. Ask them. Ask the citizens on a fixed income who are on the brink of homelessness because their property and other tax increases are pricing them out of their homes. Ask the disabled veterans of Kenmore what type of support they need to survive and thrive in our city. Ask our neighbors how we can best help ourselves and our community, including the most vulnerable. Ask us. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Next we have Lori Sperry, followed by Van Sperry, Carol Castellani, Kara Macias, and Josh Kursinka.
I think Van Sperry is at home. Thanks. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. It's hard to know where to start. As you know, I served as a council member for 12 years. I was on the city council when we purchased the parcel in question. You know, we've heard a lot here about helping the homeless. I think we can all agree that that's a good thing. However, we are talking about a specific project on a specific parcel of land in a specific area of our city. And I think that's what we really need to look at. The land was bought with the intention of controlling the parcel because it's a key connection to Lake Point. And the idea is to build some kind of overpass or pedestrian. So obviously, if this land is given to Plymouth Housing Group for this project, it's gone. It doesn't come back. This is a $5 million, 50-year decision. I don't think that there is any public benefit for this land being given to this project. There's certainly not anything that I can see that is good about it. And I know that sounds harsh, but I started out like most of the people in this room, 30% AMI, the 28.8, anybody living on Social Security for seniors. That's what I heard. That's what I was told. It wasn't until a month ago I knew that this was 100% homeless. This was no barrier. You don't have to stop using drugs. You don't have to stop drinking. And high percentage of mental illness. And the rate of violence that is in this group is unbelievable. You've heard the expression that hurt people hurt others. The people that live in this kind of supportive housing have had extreme trauma, extreme abuse, extreme neglect. I know people who've gone through this, and I know that that's the path that led them down the substance abuse and homelessness. So in these units, there is a tremendous amount of emphasis on security, cameras, 24-hour desk staff, case managers, secure entry in and out. They've had 2 fatal stabbings in their Belltown unit. The last one was in September. That's when they added the safety ambassadors. This facility, if you approve it, which I urge you not to, would be 200 yards away from the kids' play at the splash pad in our town center. I'm sorry, but children are very important. There are so few places where families can gather and feel safe and enjoy things. To put this 100-unit, the one in Belltown that had 2 fatal stabbings only had 84. The screening process, we've been told, will be King County. What they say, the person who committed this latest murder, which meant stabbed another resident, remember, hurt people hurt others, with a kitchen knife. You want to hear this person's record? This is a person who was screened. This person had 17 convictions for robbery, burglary, theft, assault, and promoting prostitution, according to prosecutors. As this article was written, was about a couple of months ago, he was being held in King County at the time of the article. $3 million bail, an arraignment where initial plea would be entered in October. So think about this. We have this situation where we know these people, which they're human beings made in God's image. It's not that the people are bad. They have gone through hell. They're in a position with all these other people who have gone through hell. And all this security is designed to keep them safe, but they can walk out the door. There's no security beyond the perimeter. So to think that there would not be negative externalities and no risk associated with this process or with this project, I think is very unrealistic. Let's put it that way. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Carol Castellani. I'm assuming Van Sperry isn't here. Okay.
City Council, wake up. It's been a long night. Half of you are dozing. Thank you. My name is Carol Castellani. I'm a Kenmore resident. I served with the Seattle Police Department for 36 years. I am well versed and aware of the problems that this type of housing brings. It is a challenge. I am not against housing for homeless. I am against this model. This is a disastrous model for our community. I've worked with programs such as Sarah Project LEAD, partnered with mental health professionals to help address our homeless issues in Seattle. I was promoted to detective, where I targeted major drug traffickers in an attempt to disrupt the link of drug trafficking that our homeless get caught in. Still serving as a Seattle police officer, I attended extensive training at the FBI Academy in Quantico, West Virginia, and was detached to the Seattle FBI office, working with the DEA and the ATF, addressing drug trafficking. I investigated drug trafficking, weapon trafficking, human trafficking, sex trade trafficking, and prostitution, all run by local gangs. Local gangs means North Seattle. It's not that far away. Gangs carry guns. Gangs sell drugs. Plymouth House tenants buy drugs. It's not that short a trip. This is a disaster in the making. Plymouth House will be sheltering active drug users who are involved in illicit drug activity. It's documented. I've arrested them. I've cited them. I've transferred them to treatment. I've cajoled them, begged with them, pleaded with them to seek a healthier path. And they have, for the most part, refused. Plymouth House tenants buy drugs. The North End gang drug suppliers are on Lake City Way. Trey Deuce, Lake City Piru, MS 13, 83 Hoover, Hot Boys, Serenos, and the NMP. They are armed, they have drugs, and they are ready to deal. Plymouth House tenants buy drugs. As Plymouth House tenants engage in open air street drug transactions in community public spaces, they are also known to show an array of hostile aggression and criminal behavior, including but not limited to homicide. They're engaged in robberies, burglaries, assaults, menacing, lewd conduct, car prowls, and panhandling to support their habit. Plymouth House tenants use heroin, fentanyl, MDMA, methamphetamine, cocaine, PCP, LSD, and legend drugs. They are trafficked by gangs. Plymouth House tenant buy drugs. Gangs support drugs. We're on a short path to going right down the way the city of Seattle went if you keep this housing project here. Plymouth House tenants use drugs and litter drug paraphernalia in public spaces. We will begin to see needles, syringes, pipes, aluminum cans, tin foils, lighters, spoons, some of which are classified as biohazards and all contain some form of drug residue in our public spaces. Plymouth House tenant behavior includes delusions, hallucinations, paranoia, violent aggression, psychotic breaks, excited delirium, which results in public disturbances and extreme risks in community public safety in community public spaces. Kenmore does not have the resources to address the strain on our emergency services, nor does Kenmore have the talent, the ability, the budget, or the personnel to mitigate the negative impact that the Plymouth House continually inflicts upon its communities without transparency, without honesty. This is not an effective model for Kenmore. I believe in public housing. We need public housing, just not this type. Thank you so much for your attention.
Kara Macias.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council. I'm here tonight to request you vote no on proposed ordinance 230600 Plymouth Development. I have spent the last few months walking our neighborhoods, speaking to our residents, hearing from everybody I've asked. Affordable housing was no doubt one of the most common topics that residents brought up. These are difficult times. Even before the pandemic, our residents struggled. They still do. When the city of Kenmore asked our residents to help guide and plan how we spend the American Rescue Funds, we all agreed. Help our seniors, help our low-income residents, help our veterans, help our community. From our own housing element, updated in 2022, approximately 22% of the households in Kenmore fall within the standards defined as extremely low or very low income. Kenmore is one of the few communities in East King County with any significant number of manufactured homes. More than half of those households living in manufactured homes are low income. 2 of the manufactured home communities here are reserved for seniors. We were thrilled when Kenmore decided to use those funds to build affordable housing. The plan said, Kenmore seniors and veterans. The proposal that came back from Plymouth, affordable housing development, Kenmore senior housing. Sadly, we are not at the same place. Some are happy, some are angry, some are confused, and we all want answers. I don't blame them. There is no debate that this project has changed and changed to a point where it no longer fits. It's not what we want. The project is now homeless upon entry, zero barrier. There is no guarantee that this addresses the most vulnerable here in our city. I have sat in the hangar and watched 2 very well-known homeless residents using the hangar as shelter. These are real people here that we see every day that we cannot guarantee at some basic level that this project will help, this is a failure on so many levels. We have residents here on the brink of losing their homes, seniors in mobile home parks with aging homes they can't afford to repair. This project was so important for these residents. No more. We must tell them that they must lose their home, be homeless before we can get them on a very long list referred from someone, somewhere, we don't know. Plymouth Housing's standard operating model works with King County Regional Homeless Authority and will use the coordinated entry system. They will decide who is eligible for referring residents, but we have not been given that clarity. We still don't know that. We have no clear answer. From our own Kelly Ray, in order to best serve the needs and interests of this community, it is critically important that we hear from the community. Let us always remember to build nothing for them without them. I know there's been incredible work here, but this is not the right fit. Keep going. Try again.
Josh Kursinka, followed by Michelle Marcello, Patrick O'Brien, Stacy Valenzuela, David Dorian, and Roger McConwally. Sorry, our penmanship here.
I have a point of order because I think there was a conflict of interest that was.
I'm sorry, no one in the virtual world can hear you unless you're using a microphone, and you do need to address the chair, please.
I'll start my time. This is specific to there appeared to be a conflict of interest that was acknowledged during the presentation, and with all due respect, I think you need to rule on this real quickly. But the funding slide showed that 5% of the funding for this project came from the Department of Commerce. Is that the same Department of Commerce that Deborah Shebnick works for? And can you repeat your questions in terms of what defines a conflict of interest? I believe one was, do you work for someone who has invested in this project, correct?
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, we've already gone through this, but yes.
What I was actually going to do was wait until the end of the public hearing. I have a list of the people and their conflict comments, and then I was going to, because they're new, go ahead and then go through that again, but I wasn't going to go after each individual. I was going to wait till you guys were done.
Okay, well, let's just go on the record that the funding slide acknowledges that Councilmember Shrebnick works for one of the organizations that was involved in directly funding this project. Okay. Josh Kursinka, I live in Kenmore. Many of you are aware that I am relatively fresh off the campaign trail and have literally talked to hundreds, many of the people in this building about this topic and this project specifically. While the thoughts expressed to me during many of those conversations were quite wide in their view, the one consistent thing that I did hear nearly every person say is that we do need to help. I never heard anyone say, not in my backyard. I never heard anyone say, this is only a Seattle problem, but rather the debate was on the how. How do you help? What is the right model? How do you hold city and by proxy, the organizations they work with accountable for delivering the results they say they will? On Friday, the city staff sent emails to residents saying that we are required to do this project because of House Bill 1220. I took the time to read that bill because let's be honest, the communication on this has been hazy at best. If you read all 21 pages of the bill, like Nathan said, what's very clearly is that that bill is actually guidance. It literally states in the first paragraph of the bill, the following are goals adopted to guide the development. These are not mandates, you have choices here. It also continues and specifically says, reasonable occupancy and spacing must be imposed in order to protect public safety. In other words, when you do these things, you have to protect our public health and safety. You have to protect this community. It's very clear that this project does not do that. It continues under economic development, says, you must promote the retention and expansion of existing business and the recruitment of business, meaning that whatever you do here, you cannot impact the city's ability to retain and grow business. This will clearly impact that. The reason I'm getting into the semantics is because context matters. The substance of the words in these laws matter. And it's incredibly important tonight because we're making decisions that will last for forever in this community. What's also not clear and not being made obvious to everyone tonight is that cities have until 2044 to reach their targets. They don't have to do it in one shot, and they certainly don't have to put it in the middle of their downtown. The presentation last week during the previous public hearing highlighted the Bellevue facility as a shining example that Kenmore should follow. So I took a look at that as well. That facility is 93 units, i.e. it is 8% smaller than what is being proposed here. It's 4 stories, it's not 6. It has 24-hour-a-day desk clerk, 3 live-in staff, and an on-site medical clinic for the residents. With the exception of the desk clerk, this project has none of those assets. Now let's talk about the resources available and needed to fund this. The population and by proxy, the tax base of Bellevue is 5 times, guys, that of Kenmore. They have their own police, they have their own fire, they have hospitals. We rent our police, we rent our fire. We have an urgent care. They hand out penicillin. Additionally, the Bellevue facility is not located in the downtown. So I think it's very reasonable for everyone in this room tonight to be asking, is this thing really the right size for a 24,000 person city? Should it really sit 500 feet from where my kids check out books or play in there on the splash pad? If this project requires the same level of police and medical service as other Plymouth houses do, who's gonna pay for that? How will we accommodate that? I called the Bellevue Police Department this afternoon. That facility opened in July. They've responded to 62 unique police calls on that facility. You need to go back and ask yourselves tonight before you vote on this, are you accomplishing the objectives that you set for the staff here? Are you helping low-income seniors? Can you guarantee you will help Kenmore residents? Are you helping those who actually protected our country? It is very clear you cannot say yes to any of those questions from the proposal. So what I want to make sure is that you understand there are other options. There are other ways to do this. Mary's Place works in this community because it's the right size. It holds residents accountable, and it is 100% supported. Saying no tonight does not mean saying not in my backyard. It does not mean that you are not empathetic. Saying no tonight is that you are choosing to put this community first instead of those funding this project and your employers. Saying no tonight means that you want to invest in this community and find a better project that actually meets the needs of this community. Thank you.
My name is Michelle Marcello, and I have lived in Kenmore since 1997. And I've been in the apartment industry for over 30 years. I have some experience with Plymouth House. In all my years, I have not had a worse tenant. Plymouth House was not a pleasure to work with. They moved someone in that brought with her so many problems, most of which have already been mentioned here today. Right away, we suspected drug use and sales, people coming and going at all hours of the night, often till 4 a.m., being let into a controlled access building. One night, a car pulled into the parking lot and shouted up to her apartment saying, "It's not working. The Narcan isn't working. What should we do?" And the response from that second floor apartment was, "Get some more Narcan." It was sad. There was also prostitution. This was brought to our attention by her boyfriend. He threatened to expose us for allowing prostitution. Like that would be something we would have allowed. We didn't even have a clue that was happening. And he even led us to the link on the Craigslist that showed her offerings. There was also an unauthorized occupant, a thug that was probably her pimp. We thought he was just the dealer. We were trying so hard to get him out. He threatened my manager when she said he couldn't smoke on the property. He also parked in reserved parking spaces and got his car towed. But that turned out to be okay because that was a stolen car and it got to go back to the owner. Who was this guy? The caseworkers knew who he was, They told the manager that they had been trying to get him a voucher as well. What they didn't know was he's a registered sex offender targeting children. Low barriers are a problem. We pleaded with the caseworkers to help. We served notices. We proceeded and moved towards eviction. And it wasn't until we were close to getting a court date when the caseworker showed up and came and talked to the resident and then came and talked to the manager. They shamed my manager. They said, "We don't judge people. You shouldn't judge people. Don't you care?" After everything we'd been through, they asked if we care. I can't believe it. My manager replied, "I care. I care about every one of the people who live here that follow the rules. I care about the mother with a baby walking down the hall where the smell of drugs waft out." After 9 months, we finally got her out. With that came $50,000 of drug remediation. We thought it was fentanyl, but it was largely meth and also fentanyl. All of that cost, none of it is being reimbursed to us. And the saddest part is those friends who helped her destroy her opportunity to live with us, they were the ones who helped her move. They know where she lives. So much for a fresh start. I want to kind of clear up a few things too. You didn't walk every step with us. That didn't happen. Imminent threat of homelessness, you didn't help the senior citizen that we said, contact Plymouth Health. She was about to be evicted too, but she was told that she was not homeless, so she couldn't get help. That's what this senior citizen lady came and told us after we said, contact Plymouth, they will help you. I just want to say, I care about homelessness. I care about people with addiction. I've been affected by it myself, like many other people here in this room. I want you to listen, Karina, to what you said earlier today. You said, what have you accomplished here as a council? You did by listening. Listen to every one of these people here. And you have to vote no to this if you are listening to everybody here. Thank you.
Hi, how's it going? Pat O'Brien, Kenmore, Washington. Well, I think it's been pretty much unanimous that this is a poorly conceived, drawn out, and implemented idea. And you all are responsible for it because you are enablers. You are truly enablers. This is the new Rome, and we're about to go down the toilet because of you folks don't know how to develop two dogs having puppies. Seriously, you look at the Kenmore Village, how much we spent on that and what we've got and what we were promised, a grocery store, a theater, a deli. We had all that. Where is it? Well, it left as soon as you got control of the property. And this is the sort of thing you do all the time. You have the Log Boom Park that looks nice, but it has all sorts of toxic materials, dioxins, PCBs, and lead. And do you have a sign up there warning mothers with little children from going in that? No, you don't, because you are absent-minded as to the safety of this city. And Nigel, I got to tell you, you need to recuse yourself because I've never known you to be anything but an apparatchik of the city and the county and representatives that work here. And your whole life is built on your career path through government. And the mere fact that this is so entrained in your ability to rise to higher office, you got to recuse yourself. And the same with you, Deborah. You blatantly said, no, I'm not responsible for any of the funding of that. Well, that's not exactly the truth, is it? No, it's not. Well, if it's even close, you need to recuse yourself. So what do we got here? We've got a 6-story building that's going to tell the world what? You drive down 522 and you got 150,000 or more people driving down the road, and you got a 6-story building that seems to block the light at the library. I would think that alone would be of concern, but no, it's going to have people milling about on the street. You had a police officer tell you what happens around facilities like this. And there are other places in our tiny, tiny town where you could have put this. Like at one point, you might have been able to get the Murphy Auction Company land. Or how about that wonderful maintenance facility property that you wedged yourself in it for $7 million? What about that one? Oh, they weren't on our board of consideration. No, you want to put our embarrassment, and it's an embarrassment to put this next to the library, our civic core, you don't do it. If it was for Kenmore citizens that lived in the trailer parks and you were saying, oh, we're going to transition the people from the trailer parks into Kenmore other options, then yeah, we'd be all for it. We might do it somewhere else, but it's going to benefit the people that live here. And you are letting an agency that has screwed up King County, screwed up Seattle, and screwed up every left-winging city in the county, and you're bringing it here. How stupid of you. How absolutely stupid of you. You don't care about the people that pay taxes here. The taxes are through the roof. You got a swim tax. You got new utility taxes. Why? Because you can't live within your budget. You hire more people to do more crap that we don't need and we don't want and we wouldn't vote for. So why do you do it? Oh, because it's the nice thing to do. You don't care about humanity if you don't hire people to do all these other things that you never did before. When we founded this city, it was same level of service, no new taxes. And that is a total lie now. Total lie. And instead of paying $1,200 a year in property tax, people are paying $8,000, $9,000, $10,000, $12,000 on fixed income. And it's your fault, it's the state's fault, and it's the county's fault. And you are making the new Rome, and we are going to fail as a society if we don't amend your behavior. Thank you.
Stacy Valenzuela, Kenmore. As you know, I've been bringing forward the need for affordable housing since 2018 to you, King County, and the state. Local seniors, veterans, and those with disabilities have been struggling for years to stay housed in the 6 mobile home communities in our city, as well as local complexes. Now, after recent corporate investors buying our community and complexes with high rent increases, pricing out our homeowners to homelessness, we need more. A few longtime property owners continue to prey upon the elderly on fixed incomes of $32,000, $18,000, living unsubsidized still. But what is your income? Can you live on that? It's very sad, worrisome, and disappointing. Our residents have been exposed to predatory practices for years. We have lost so many neighbors, and our chances of losing more because the rents and the inflation and the taxes increases. We have seen 8 homes confiscated in the park next to us between 2019 and this year. Too many contacted entities that had no help for us and knew not what to do. The 30% affordable housing was a sign of hope to house some of our neighbors on the next rent increase that is expected in just months. So many people in Kenmore, 66%, our cost burden, and as the incomes rise with the AMI more. We needed the 50% and 30% extremely low affordable housing, not supportive housing. The units sit empty for the 80% and 85% because predatory landlords are trying to inflate rent. Plymouth Housing and whoever else changed the direction of this housing away from the needed 30% affordable housing in our community for our residents, the priority back and forth, and requirements that you must already be homeless, facing drug addiction is so wrong. Also including all the surrounding areas before we include our Kenmore residents. We currently have 6 to 30 homeless in Kenmore. We currently have at least 70 that need to be relocated from some of these communities and complexes that are here. So we could fill this place up. I hope you hear the residents and the businesses' concerns that only supporting the 30 to or 50% affordable housing units, not supportive housing in Kenmore, is the way to go. Deborah and Nigel, I agree. You should abstain from this vote as people of Kenmore feel. And you really cannot be impartial because your jobs count on how many homeless you can get off the street. That's a big conflict of interest. I think if King County Housing voucher funding is not the fit for this project, we need Plymouth Housing to find the right funding. We need the council to hold on any vote tonight and wait until they find the correct funding. If that takes a while, that's okay. But we need to house the right kind of people. And we don't need to bring the high rate of crime. Do you remember what 181st Street looked like with the Lake City homeless doing drugs in the middle of the street, running into traffic? I remember it well because I helped by calling constantly to have somebody come and do something. Because if our residents don't speak up, nothing is done. We need you to listen tonight. We need you to hear us. And we need you to do the right thing. Thank you.
David Dorian, Kenmore. Mayor and City Council members, in my capacity as a private resident only, my comment is in support of the Plymouth housing development. I shared comment earlier about compassion guiding Kenmore policy and about how local voters have continued to show their support at scale for compassionate policies as recently as last month's elections. This is democracy. The elections were too. I do also have compassion for my neighbors who are experiencing fear about this project. It's fear raised by misinformation that has recently been spread about it. It's very hard to lead with compassion when you are flooded by fear. It doesn't mean that our neighbors are not compassionate. You've heard many of them opposed to the project say that they are compassionate type. But it's this misinformation that has stirred fear by suggesting that this project is somehow an ill-considered bait and switch. That is simply not the case. As is very clear from documentation, the RFP has been consistent in its aims from the start, and Plymouth Housing has been transparent about their mission from the start. And I'm sorry about how you've been treated tonight. They can't say that, but I can. It's shameful. Council has had ample opportunity to learn about both Plymouth Housing in general and about this project in particular. I went back and watched the May 2022 study session and the June 2022 regular meeting in which the Plymouth response to the RFP was approved. Plymouth could not have been clearer in those meetings about their mission of serving formerly homeless residents. I heard various variations of that phrase said at least 4 times during the May 31st presentation. There is no way council members could have been in any doubt after that meeting as to the building serving residents coming from homelessness and facing homelessness. What those phrases mean and what the balance between coming from and facing will be seem to be where some of the legalese in the funders' terminology has opened the door to misinformation being shared to undermine the project. In that context, I was very glad to see the memo from our City Development Services Director, including additional comment from Plymouth Housing that reaffirms what they shared in the May 31st, 22 study session. My summary of the facts versus the misinformation is that If, without being flooded by fear, you can see the whole person, then someone can be a senior, they can have a disability, they can be a veteran, they can also be local to Kenmore, and they can also be experiencing or facing homelessness. If anyone believes that there are not neighbors in Kenmore experiencing or facing homelessness, then I'm afraid that belief is incorrect. We have neighbors facing these terrible challenges in our community, and this project is a step forward toward helping them. I do also feel compassion for our neighbors who felt on fixed incomes in our manufactured home and mobile home parks, who thought this was directly for them and now feel let down. I hear that, and I want us to do more and find ways to support them too. But supporting them does not mean not doing this project, it means doing more. In terms of the development agreement, that has also been consistent. Part of the RFP terms, the conditions gave to partners right at the very beginning. The RFP document from the city stated the city anticipates that a development agreement between the developer and the city will be part of this proposal. A key goal is to provide the highest possible community benefits of this project that may be best achieved by maximizing the number of units in the building, increasing the allowable height, and reducing on-site parking below what is required under current zoning. Zoning regulations, including parking, may be modified under the development agreement. There is no bait and switch there. If we were going to flip it, we would be bait and switching to our partners. Further, the city identified this site after a robust process for finding affordable housing sites. The suggestion that not enough consideration was given flies in the facts of the face of that matter. So in addition to maintaining the general direction of Kenmore's commitment to affordable housing, I urge you to avoid undermining the project by not rejecting what are reasonable requests for allowances to code, which the city expected from the inception of the RFP prior to any bidders being involved. We cannot delay votes on long-term projects that have been in front of the council 19 times and have been shared in press releases with local newspapers, which also said that formerly homeless would be housed in the building just because misinformation is spread at the last minute. If council were to delay a vote, not only would it undermine, perhaps irrevocably, Kenmore's commitment to affordable housing, it would also leave the door open to bad actors to grind the functioning of the city to a halt by consistently spreading this type of disingenuous misinformation. I urge you to avoid that eventuality by continuing with your vote as planned. Thank you for your commitment to affordable housing for those most in need.
Thank you, Mr. Dorian. Roger, followed by Laura Hodge, Brent Smith, Jeff Chisholm, Teresa Dunning, and Joe Nance.
Hi, my name is Roger McConaughey, and I've lived in Kenmore for 71 years. So I've seen a lot more change than any of you guys have. And what I see now disturbs me. 2 nights ago, my wife and I went down to Safeway at about 9:45. And of course, they have one door closed because of thievery now at 8 o'clock. And there was a guy out in front firing up a crack pipe. And my wife and I had to stand there for a couple minutes as he shuffled off because he saw me give him the stink eye, you know. So this is what we're going to get now. Okay. I know these people think it's all going to be hunky dory. You know, pretty soon Safeway is going to need a full-time cop out in front of their door, you know, because you see it all around. It's starting to migrate out this way. I mean, it's like this lady here that was with the police department said, it's coming. You know, the project itself, I've been in the building business for 40 years. I built a lot of stuff around here, and low-income housing was always a priority for lots of people. Lots of developers I know want low-income housing, okay? But, you know, you have to differentiate between low-income housing, especially on that piece of property where you put that thing, that's for sure. It's just going to be an eyesore. And if I were to try and buy a U-Haul and put up a 6-story building, similar to that, you tell me to go pound sand is what you do. Oh no, you got to have all kinds of parking for your building, but they don't have to have parking, you know. And the crime is going to get worse here. And you guys could do something about it. You know, some of you can't even hardly stay awake, it looks like, when I'm standing over here. You know, that's a darn shame. You take up all this time all night long with this stuff, and then people got to stay here till midnight, which they're going to do, you know, maybe 1 o'clock. I'll stay here as long as they want to stay here, you know, but crime is going to be an issue around here. And this is the city I grew up in with crime. I mean, I'm telling you, it's never been here. You know, I'm a veteran and trust me, I support veteran groups all the time. You know, there's a guy named Reagan that does all kinds of great things. He lives over in Linwood, you know. Veterans, you know, there's all kinds of veterans groups. You know, if we could put every veteran in that building, you know, that'd be great. You know, they deserve more than a lot of people do, that's for sure. But you guys, you need to stop this project, okay? Because otherwise, people might stop and say, hey, we need to have a recall. We need to get, even though we just had an election, you know, I vote every election, you know, we might just need to have a recall. Get some of you guys to think like the people. You hear what's going on out here, okay? These people all sit here stone-faced because they're not happy with the people here. And what do? Oh, they just want that project, right? You know, we got funding for it. Well, take your funding and go to Bothell. They'll soak you right up.
Laura Hodge.
Hi, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Laura Hodge. I'm a Kenmore resident. I came to learn about this project and it raised alarm bells in me all of a sudden. In the course of 3 days, I did outreach to almost 80 businesses in this community. 98% of business owners and managers had no idea or they knew very little of this project. May I remind you that we as a community and the business community especially is coming out of the most unprecedented time that the pandemic. The pandemic saw a lot of business loss, job loss, residents suffering, businesses. I mean, I could go on, but I want to be respectful and mindful. And speaking of respectful, I am very, very dismayed that you did not make this public hearing for this topic only. This is a work day, Monday is a work day for a lot of people. And here we are at nearly midnight. You let this drag on. You gave these guys all this, you know, fluff piece. We already saw the Zoom presentation last night. The guy that was sitting here in the front, he said to me, and I saw him on Thursday, or was it Thursday? Anyway, yes, I saw him on Thursday. He said, I cannot believe this is happening. You are the first person that came on that told me that this was going to happen, this project. I am dealing with enough theft as it is. And this is going to go in. I want you folks to really think carefully. Without the business community, Kenmore will fall. Because you are taking away tax revenue that can be shared between the residents and the businesses. When you have a thriving business community, that brings in more revenue. That brings in better access to public services. Businesses make Kenmore. We have a town square. We have finally a decent restaurant, Stoop. We have we have a nice hangar building. That little area that has the coffee place there. We have a beautiful log boom park now, and I want to thank you, every single one of you, for finally doing something with log boom. I want you folks to really think about the impact of what your decision is going to be, because what you do tonight is going to completely change the entire fabric of Kenmore for generations to come. You can forget any business coming here. They'll pass us up. You can forget any proposed development that will benefit all of the Kenmore community. They'll pass us up. I met with a business manager. He said, I was thinking of buying this business that I'm managing. But now that I know this information, I don't think I'm going to do it. And that's one. There's a dental practice that is across the street, literally from the city hall. They are seeing constant meth activity behind Safeway on the side of their building. So their patients are seeing this too. This is unacceptable. I support housing. Believe me, I support housing the homeless. But a lot of these folks coming in with substance abuse issues, sorry, there has to be mandatory treatment plans in place and structure. I don't see it with Plymouth. I am sorry. I have worked in healthcare for 20 years in pharmacy benefits management, which is a highly regulated industry that I work in. So please vote no.
Hello, Council. First, I want to thank the Plymouth Housing people for being here. I know it's not easy, and I know you have a job to do, and it is a job, and so I appreciate you being here. What I would say, though, is one of the things that it reminds me of with the presentation is when I view listings with clients, there's often structural inspection reports. And when I see a structural inspection report that's provided by the seller and there's nothing wrong with it, the first thing it does is raise a red flag. And in all of your presentations, there's never been anything negative, anything. And it's reasonable, I get it. But we know there's negatives. And the fact that you gloss over all the negatives just discredits the presentation. You've got to explain, give us some stats, tell us what's happening. And that helps. It helps ease the fear, because when you don't do that, it gets filled in with the vacuum of information that may or may not be true. So that's just some advice on that end. In my work, I get to see, I know where all the housing projects are. I know where all the neighborhoods and all the locations of your project. There's nothing even close to that here in Kenmore, what you have. Bellevue and one of the prior, I think Josh talked about Bellevue's budget. Heck, their police force is probably larger than the entire employment of the city of Kenmore. Their budget is completely different. And the housing projects you've done for the homelessness projects, it's nothing like what we have here. Nothing is similar. And from a council perspective, I hope you can understand and hear the passion tonight. It is passion. And it's one thing just to come up and have a script and just read it off and act like it's just another night, but it's another night to actually express the deep emotion and the feeling you have. And it's very clear that this project is completely out of character for Kenmore. And there's never been an explanation of why we need to have more than what our code requires. It's never been explained to us. Why do we need to have 33% more units? Why do we need to have less parking? None of that has ever really been explained. And the notion that people would be against this or not compassionate is just, it's so absurd, it's insulting. And so I'll let you guys factor that one in. If you can recognize the depth of this passion and you realize that many years ago in Kenmore, we had a vote that went to the public on the card room at Kenmore Lanes, I would suggest when you see this type of passion and you see how divisive it can be in the community, I would say absolutely consider that then. You're taking $5 million of our real estate and our funds, our ARPA funds, and you're putting it into something that clearly there's a lot of people that aren't for. Well, maybe pull together more information and put it to the vote of the people. Let the people help decide. It's been done before, and I don't think it's a good strategy for most council policy, but this is not like most council policy, and I think we all can acknowledge that. And then just lastly, Mayor, I am disappointed. I'm very disappointed in you. I would have expected, as the leader for our city, as the mayor, I guess I would have expected a stronger ethical compass. And it's as if you have no shame on this issue. And I don't know why you're so adamant that you can't acknowledge what the situation is, but it's just very disappointing. Thank you.
Jeff Chisholm, Jeff Chisholm, followed by Teresa Dunning and Joe Nance.
Evening all, Jeff Chisholm, Kenmore resident. You guys have gotten beaten up pretty good, so I want to give you an attaboy. You've brought the community together in a way that I have not seen. Nigel, you have a conflict, whether you like it or not. Your day job is to get homeless people into housing. You've managed to spend $5 million of Kenmore's money. Take 100 people off of your desk and you didn't spend a dime of the county's money. Good for you. Councilmember Srebnick, you're now working for one of the funders of this project. You claim that's not a conflict of interest. I'll let your legal counsel address it. I don't see how that's not a conflict of interest. The other conflict that both of you had is that from the very beginning, you headed up, you ramrodded this project through the city council. You don't get to run this through, show up at the last minute and maybe not vote and say, well, I had a conflict. Your conflict began the day that you utilized the city services to fulfill your day jobs, as you acknowledged yourself at the last hearing. Even beyond the conflict, we had the appearance of fairness. As your counsel indicated, it is not whether you think that you have an appearance of fairness, it's whether a reasonable person would believe that you have a conflict of interest and you're not being fair. Well, I submit to you that the city manager and all of the city employees are not going to come to the mayor and one of the council people and suggest that maybe this isn't really a very good project. Or maybe we shouldn't spend $5 million of the city's money on this. On the merits, I don't think there's really much dispute on the facts. This project is going to change the city in a way like nothing else you've ever done, and not in a good way. Building is out of scale, it's ugly, it's going to undo whatever efforts you had to create a city center and have families use the splash park. You're giving away the gateway to Lake Point and $5 million of the city's money. You're bringing drug, alcohol, mental health, and crime issues into the city where you don't even have the ability to fund the resources that we are now using, and you don't have the resources for them. Now, against that, we have homelessness. The speakers in favor are quite right. They make reasonable, compassionate, heartfelt, sincere, defendable arguments. Homelessness is a regional issue. It's compassionate to want to address it. We need to look for the common good. So how do we weigh those two things? Well, one of the problems that we have, of course, is that Plymouth is controlled by King County and Arch. They're going to determine who comes into this project, not you. And this is probably a good project for the homeless, for King County, for the city of Seattle. So how do we weigh the good for them against what is clearly the harm for the citizens of Kenmore? I'm going to refer you to section 5B4 of your own rules that says that Kenmore City Council members, quote, council members owe a fiduciary duty to the public, to us. Fiduciary duty is the highest duty imposed by law, and it means that you must look for the best interest of the citizens of Kenmore. Not put it first or second or third or consider it or weigh it. You must look solely to our interest and not for the interest of King County, the homeless, the city of Seattle, or others. So I submit to you that you cannot look at the eyes of these citizens and say, I am voting for this because I believe it is in your best interest to bring more drugs, alcohol, homelessness issues, unfunded support services that are necessary. It isn't even close. We're not against dealing with housing issues. We just need to have you do it the right way. And I would submit to you, if you sat down and thought, what is the worst possible project I could put together to address housing in the city of
Thank you,
Kenmore?
Mr. Chisholm.
This would be it.
Thank you.
Good evening. It's almost morning. I'm Teresa Dunning. I am a resident of Kenmore. I moved here in 1989 too. It must have been a boomer year to come to Kenmore. I have to say, in my professional career, I did a lot of RFPs. I presented them. I always presented them well, but I also came prepared to answer questions. And I also knew what was going on in any place I was, and I was willing to answer those questions, not just of the city council, where their backs were always to the citizens, which I understand they didn't come necessarily to speak to us, but maybe you should have asked them. Maybe you should have asked them to come and speak to this group, because we are here because the majority of people here didn't know. They did not know until recently about this project. You may have known. It's been on your #1 priority for 2 years. You have a funding problem, and I know exactly what it is, because they kind of let the dirty secret out of the bag when they started talking about, oh, this funding has to come from the authorities to augment into paying for it for Kenmore, and they're on a tight timeline. Their budgets have to be spent by a certain period of time, or the money's gone or it goes somewhere else. I get it. I've done these. I am sorry that you're up against this. That, let me again be probably the 15th or 20th or 30th person that you will probably hear that we pay taxes. We actually pay your salaries. You work for we, the people of Kenmore, not King County, not Washington State. You people here work for us. And we should have a say. And you have to be more transparent. When this stuff is being thought of, you have to find a better way of getting this information out to us as citizens, because we never hear about it. We look at websites. You know how I found out? It's the saddest thing. I see little blips in newsletters. I see little highlights, but we have no idea what that really means. I found out in Kenmore Neighbors on Facebook, of all places. And thank you to those who at least let us know. But you know what? You all knew about the dialogue that was going on Kenmore Neighbors over the last couple of weeks. You could have said, we have a problem and we need to solve that problem because we have a whole constituency who doesn't understand this. We need to solve that. We need to bring them in. They're here. And there's more, because I'll tell you what, there's a whole series of more people out in Kenmore that don't know about this, believe it or not. And I urge you to at one point, please Do something better about how you communicate with us. Please inform us. Please involve us. We will be here. We will show up, as you can see, and we want the city to be good. I think this is a wrong project for us. I think it's in the wrong place. I know for a fact that we can do better. Sometimes you have to cut your losses and maybe learn the lessons and start over, but involving the community. Please, please vote no on this.
Thank you, Ms. Dunning. Next, we'll hear from Joe Nance, followed by Brian Price, T. Elliott, Edward LaSalle, Kathleen Cooper, and Karen Wojner-Smith.
Mayor and Kenmore City Council, thank you so much. Thank you for your service. My name is Joe Nance. I am a business owner here in Kenmore. I'm a resident of Kirkland, but I am a business owner in Kenmore that is about 50 yards from the new project that you guys are proposing. I'm a father of 6 kids, 4 of my own, 2 foster kids. So I have a little bit of a unique, intimate perspective on folks who deal with homelessness, who deal with drug addiction, who deal with mental illness. Most of the 26 kids that have been through my home have parents that deal with this. It's tragic. It's a horrible thing. It ruins lives. It ruins families. I have grace and empathy for our homeless. I think this is a noble project. I am not in support of this project, mostly because of all the several really good reasons that were mentioned tonight. I started a PT practice in Kenmore 4.5 years ago with the promise that the downtown core is going to be reinvigorated and a lot of effort and resources are going to be put into that area. In the consumer-driven medical health field these days, the environment, the safety, the perception of your clinic space, getting to it, getting out of it, is absolutely paramount to the success of that business. And if this project puts it at risk, my business suffers. The 20 people that I employ can suffer. The 7 people I provide for at my home, they could suffer. What's in place to help the business owner if these things happen? There's been a lot of talk about the different horrible things that can happen, but what's in place to mitigate my risk? I put my life savings into starting this clinic. I've poured my heart and soul into Kenmore. I've grown to love this city. What is there to mitigate my risk if my business takes a hit from this? And I don't think there is anything. I haven't heard anything. I'm very torn about this project because I do feel that it is a horrible thing that our homeless have to suffer, our veterans. I don't think it's a matter of compassion. I think that's used like a weapon, that the people that are against this are not compassionate enough. It has nothing to do with compassion. I think people are angry because they don't feel heard. And they also just found out about this. I just found out about this project a week ago. I don't get the Seattle Times. I don't think that's a logical example of how this could be communicated to me. I have a couple of my concerns. I mentioned one just recently finding out. It doesn't give me a lot of faith that Kenmore is pro-business and pro-development of business in this area or supportive. The no barrier to entry, the no accountability for active drug use, very concerning. Drug abuse and drug treatment, by the time it gets to that point where they're asking for help, it could be too late for its impacts. We currently in front of our clinic, which brings multiple complaints. We have grocery carts in front of our office. I pushed 2 out of the way this morning. We often have dog feces on our sidewalks. We have dog feces in the garden, the green belt next to my clinic. Where's the green space for these folks to have their dogs use the bathroom? We have people peer into our windows and scream at our patients. We've had people fall asleep next to the dumpster when my female employees at nighttime go to take the garbage out, scared to death. And my truck was broken into at 9 in the morning, right in front of Kenmore camera, and had $1,200 worth of medical supplies stolen. We've had people come in and ask her, we've had homeless come in and ask to use our bathrooms, which I am supportive. When they leave, the place is cleaned out. You know, I have sympathy and empathy for those folks. They obviously need towels and they need soap. But what's to be done to help mitigate? I think there's just a lot of a lack of information that's not being shared with, and this decision looks like it's already so far down the line that there's no way to pull back. Well, I hope so. I hope I don't think it's wrong for Kenmore. I don't think it's wrong for the homeless. I would just hope that you guys consider a different site and maybe a different type of project that will have more strict rules in place for its tenancy. I think that's absolutely important to all the people here that they hear that. Thank you.
Brian Price, Brian Price. Brian Price, possibly Brian Rice. No, going once? Okay, moving on. T. Elliott. Do we have a oh, there we are, Mr. Elliott. Go ahead.
Tom Elliott. I'm a resident of Kenmore for 23 years. I am here tonight because I am concerned immensely on where you guys are going with this project. I have firsthand experience dealing with Lehigh, next to one of my apartment buildings up on Capitol Hill that opened in January of this last year. In the 11 months that they've been there, we've had numerous problems at our building. We've had our windows kicked in. We've had dog poop like you can't believe on our front area. We're spending $300 to $400 a month more now on graffiti, yard maintenance, and all the things that come with having additional people in there that don't have the capacity to really take care of themselves the way they should. So in that, Lehigh, I have a lot different, they have 3,300 more units than Plymouth. And they gave the same song and dance of that it's going to be great. They're going to be good neighbors. You're going to love it. Well, in that, Lehigh's lead person that was doing security for their projects was a dirty cop from Alabama by the name of Robert Forrester. He was convicted of drug dealing and doing all these things in Alabama. Came out here, opened Trident Security, doing security for Lehigh. In that, I met another guy who was working in the Lehigh building there, that his name was Corey Thomas, AKA Corey Thomas. Well, in that whole process, we rescued a dog from Corey. Corey had an 8th floor unit, 180-degree view of the city for $47 a month. So then in that rescuing the dog, I get a call from the US Marshals about 8 weeks after we rescued saying, hey, we're looking for a guy that's in or around your area that we think is located right there. And he said his name was James Handy. And I said, I don't know anybody by James Handy. They said, well, let me send you a picture. So the marshals send me a picture and I go, that's Corey Thomas. I rescued a dog for him. He goes, well, he's wanted for murder in Houston. He's been on the run for 2.5 years. I spent time with him. I took him to lunch. I was trying to be compassionate to the whole project, but my faith has dwindled almost to zero with the amount of problems we've had because of it. He was then picked up, sat in King County Jail from July till August 15th, fighting extradition to Houston because they have the death penalty. So he was an employee of Lehigh. The vetting process that goes into these projects is not, equitable for us. I can't do credit checks on tenants for criminal. I can only do credit and rental. It's an invasion of their privacy to not have criminal. And it's ridiculous to think that we had a murderer that I actually drove around and took to lunch, and he helped me do an eviction with the King County Police at one of my other properties. No fear. So I just think this is the wrong project. I'm totally in support of low-income housing and helping people who are homeless, but I just don't think we give them the prime piece of real estate in our city and take away a lot of the stuff that people won't build. They don't even have tenants for the bottom of their building. That's a problem. So I ask you to really think about this. Deborah and Nigel, you need to recuse yourselves. She said she doesn't think it rises to the level, but even the perception that you have a conflict, you need to just say, you know what? We're out on this one. Let's let the other people decide, or put it out to the vote for the people. We're reasonable, but we're not going to be bullied into this without a fight. And it's going to cost the city hundreds of thousands of dollars to fight lawsuits that will come from this if it's pushed through without the proper channels taken. Thank you for your time. I hope you consider our options of not doing it.
Edward LaSalle, followed by Ms. Kathleen Cooper, Karen Wojner Smith, and Bill Leak.
Good morning, council members and fellow Kenmore residents. My name's Edward. I'm relatively new to Kenmore, having moved here in 2021. This beautiful town has become my home, and I believe the supporting housing project will help others make Kenmore theirs too. I support this project. Like many of us, I learned about this project recently and was initially surprised by the advanced stage of development. Since then, I've taken a crash course, as we all have, to try and understand the project and what appears to be its associated controversies. First, I firmly believe affordable housing is critical, not just in Kenmore, but across the entire Puget Sound region. Our area's rapid growth and wealth inequality have priced many residents out of their homes, impacting our community's fabric. Successful communities thrive on diversity, and we need people from all walks of life just as much as they need us. We heard a lot about this project not being good for Kenmore. I personally am not smart enough to know with absolute certainty if that's true or not. But in my opinion, this and any other similar projects transcend that. We should ask ourselves if it's good for just our fellow man. Would I have preferred earlier information about the project? Absolutely. Was the information already available if I had looked for it? I think so too. As I understand it, the main controversy surrounds the project's initial focus on assisting our seniors, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and formerly homeless individuals, which shifted recently to serving single adults without children due to funding constraints. Having reviewed the provided documents, I recognize that while these new criteria seem different, they don't actually contradict the project's initial intent. Considering the state's Housing Finance Commission's priorities and funding importance, any affordable project would have been impossible without their involvement. The choice, therefore, wasn't between them accepting new terms or not, but between moving forward with a project or none at all. With the new state law mandating affordable housing, I believe this meets our legal obligation and our city's objective. Sure, I would have appreciated earlier help in better understanding the state commission's inflexible criteria and the impossibility of considering a project without their involvement. But in this context, I urge the city to ensure the local partnership put forward by Plymouth be implemented as a promise so that our residents in need get a fair shot to gain access to these apartments. Furthermore, knowing that our city's funds are not as healthy as we'd want them to be, I would welcome further details from the council regarding the transfer of property to Plymouth, both from the perspective of our city's finances and also to limit Plymouth's ability to potentially repurpose the building into a different for-profit operation in however many years. As for the project itself, and since many have already amply leveraged empirical evidence tonight, I'll leverage my family's direct personal experience with similar structures while I was living in France and hopefully offer a different perspective. This is not a shelter. This is not a halfway house. This is not a safe drug consumption site. It's a place for people to have a second chance at a stable home. I know that these residents must overcome significant challenges to even try to secure a spot, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to change and undergo permanent scrutiny, both before and once they've had access to such houses. While some may struggle with drug use, so could any of us. Today's unrelated council vote will make drug use as illegal for them as it is for me, making this, in my opinion, a moot point. In closing, I urge the council to approve this project and encourage my neighbors to one day welcome these new residents as I was welcomed nearly 3 years ago. Thank you for your time.
Point of order.
Councilor Sherman.
I really want to hear the rest of the people, and I'm just noticing that we're starting to lose people due to the late hour. I'm wondering if we might want to consider, and just in terms of counting, I think we've only heard from like a third of the folks who wanted to speak. So I know personally I want to hear from them. So I'm wondering if we could consider, maybe another night this week or our next meeting where we can actually hear from people. I mean, we don't have to, but I'm just wondering if that's something we want to. Obviously postponing the vote as well. Sorry to not clarify that. I think we need more time to consider the public benefit.
Point of order.
Councilmember File.
I
What
believe
is your
I
point?
heard a conflict of interest due to information I heard earlier tonight, similar to what I can't say what I know, not in this space. So yeah, I believe there has been an intent to continue this meeting, and it's unfortunate, but I don't think it's fair to our public, and I don't think it's fair to the process. I'd rather we continue and do our job.
Okay. Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm sorry, but I've been waiting all evening to speak. We're almost done.
We are not even close to being almost done. However,
About halfway through the list.
Miss Cooper, it is your turn.
Take a few minutes, and if I could do that.
It's your turn, Miss Cooper. Go on.
My name is Kathleen Cooper, and I'm in a little different category than the others. I do most of my shopping here. My church community is here, but I do live right over the line at Lake Forest Park. So why am I here tonight? I am here to tell you I love Kenmore culture, and this Kenmore culture is being destroyed. And I wanted to speak about it because it breaks my heart that that's happening. And I also wanted to speak about the plan of the housing project. And if you look at this project in other areas, you will see that there is a tremendous amount of crime within that area. And I heard tonight that it's King County who says who can move in. Is that, if I got that right? Therefore, you talk about 3 categories, which I'm all for, getting them housing. But there's a 4th category that seems to take over. And that is those that are on illegal drugs and are involved in crime. And it seems like when you have these housings, that's what eventually takes over. Please think about what is happening here. It's important. That's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. Karen Wojner Smith. Karen, are you with us? Oh, there you are. Wonderful. Go on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Karen Westner Smith. I am a Kenmore resident, and I moved in 2020, literally during the pandemic. What I have here is a petition that's been signed by more than 314 residents expressing their concern for this project and asking you to vote no. The major concerns are focused around the lack of infrastructure for a project of this magnitude and just the general concerns for public safety, many of which have been voiced repeatedly by folks here today. I would like to submit this to the public record as a sign of how concerned the community is for this project. I would also like you to consider the online version of this, which since I printed it at 5 o'clock has gone from 314 to 355 petitions. That's the severity of this. This is happening as this meeting is occurring. Please vote no. Please vote no. I will cede the rest of my time for many of my other fellow citizens who've been waiting for their turn. Thank you.
Mr. Leek.
Good evening, Council.
I'm the notorious William Leak of Facebook Kenmore Neighbors. I invited all my friends to engage this. Dang, 10,000 didn't show up, but that's what our head count is there. I have to tell you, I'm shaken. Most of you know me personally. I don't know where that's going to go after this, but I'm shaken. I'm personally insulted by the approach and what you want to do to the city and the kind of building you want to put up. Right, Mr. Baker? You were back in getting this place fixed up. There are people here that are much more eloquent in the way they talk. But I'll tell you, my mind goes daily on this. And we don't have a newspaper locally. So I and 4 of my friends have done what we can to aggregate and share the wealth of information here. I have one real strong point I want to make here. If you guys vote this through, you might as well put your names on the building because you're not going to be forgotten by this group. This is so over the top, architecturally, construction, whatever you want to call it. To do this, it's just unfathomable to me. My career has been around all kinds of construction. And this is the most bizarre thing that I have come across in the public sector. And I called on public sector for business. Your names may as well be on it if you're going to pass this. It's ridiculous.
David Kirsten, Clifford Cawthorn, Rex Rempel, Bob Wallace, Tracy Benishinsky, please. David Kirsten. Okay.
David Kirsten, resident of Kenmore. I think pretty much everything is pretty much what I was going to say has been covered, but I just feel that you have misled us along the way. I mean, it started out as one thing and it's been changed. And no one was notified. The one lady here who said she went around to 80 businesses. My wife was on Facebook and she got her number and contacted her, and we got her flyer that she was passing out to some of the businesses in the city. And we went out, my wife and I went out on Friday and passed out pamphlets. And I passed out a number of them. And just like other people have said, business owners weren't aware of what was going on. So for you to not let us know is just unfathomable and it's just wrong. And I think you need to do a better job of communicating. And you also need to really think about the constituents, the taxpayers who are paying yours out. Well, you're really getting paid that much, but you know, it's one of those things where we support all the infrastructure in this city because there's not that much business. And I just feel that, you know, if this goes through, businesses are not going to come here. And I just don't understand how someone who, you know, works for the county and works for the homeless can say that they don't have a conflict of interest, because any reasonable person would think so. I'm guessing that everybody in this room thinks that you have a conflict of interest. And so does Deborah Shevnick. And, you know, you got to recuse yourself from it. And all the conversations realistically that you had and you spread to the council, they're all in on it. They're not, you know, you're just going to follow him. I hope you don't. Thank you.
Oh, Well, I was always told I was a very effective speaker because folks could hear me. So here we go. Hello, council members. My name is Cliff Cawthon. I'm the co-chair of the East Side Affordable Housing Coalition, and I'm also the advocacy and policy manager for Habitat for Humanity of Seattle King County, a Renton-based permanently affordable homeownership organization.
And where do you live?
So I live in Kent. So I also factored in about 10 seconds for that groan, so thank you. So I'm here tonight to speak in support of ordinance 23-0600. So after this meeting, I don't mean to be glib, but many of us, not all of us, I'd gather, are going to go home. After this public process, we will have a safe, decent, hopefully affordable place to call home. As an organization, for 38 years, we've worked with community across the county to build homes in service of that vision and mission to bring about a world where everyone has a safe, decent, and affordable place to live. Tonight, we will have people who are sleeping in their cars. We will have people sleeping behind buildings. They aren't going home. Many of them are veterans, many of them are seniors, many of them are youth. And they will not be able to share in the beauty and many of the good experiences people have brought up tonight here in Kenmore, because every day they're going to be fighting for survival. Plymouth's permanently affordable housing project will create 100 units for those individuals. Again, many of them seniors, veterans, youth, the most vulnerable in this community, in our region. Across the region, over 7,600 people are unhoused right now, and many more are housing cost burdened. Those people represent families, the working homeless, essential workers that kept us afloat during this pandemic that has just passed. According to numerous figures, the majority of the unhoused are there because of rising housing costs and no faults of their own. And if we want to address this crisis that's happening in Kenmore, down the street in Bothell, and across King County, we have to think regionally and we have to act locally. And we need both policy solutions and bold projects, such as the one we're working on here in Kenmore, which is we're in partnership with Imagine Housing and HopeLink, as well as someone mentioned earlier, Mary's Place. And right now, this is only a step forward when it comes to addressing the housing crisis. So I'd like to thank this council for their leadership. I'd like to thank the city for the work that they have done on this ordinance. And I applaud Kenmore in taking this step forward in just addressing this housing crisis, because housing is going to address homelessness. This is action. This is about making sure. So actually, I want to address a couple of things that I've heard, because really is a fallacy to think that when we house the homeless, when we house those who are most vulnerable, we are going against growth. But this is good for growth. It will locate people in a high opportunity area and facilitate upward mobility and further desegregate our region. And furthermore, it will take those on the margins and it will start to help them to be able to grow their own net worth and to further grow this community and many others in this region. So I just want to end, and forgive me for his pause. Like many of you, I have taken time to be here. So I also want to thank the other speakers, regardless of if you agree with me, for coming and being a part of this public process. That we're 20 days out from Christmas, well, 19, give or take, and other holidays that are celebrated around this time. And I just hope we can all come together and that we can feel the espoused values of this season: compassion and fraternity, and reject the flood of fear. Put our best foot forward. Please support this ordinance and make sure that everyone can have a safe, decent, and affordable place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Rex Rempel, some evening alliteration, Rex Rempel.
Sorry, ma'am, you're out of order, but it's a public hearing, people from the public can comment. We allowed a business owner from Briar to be one of the first people to speak.
Mr. Rempel, go on.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Dr. Rex Rempel, presently of Kenmore. I am Director of the Behavioral and Social Services Program at your nearest community college, that being Lake Washington Tech. As such, it is not my place to speak to city policies or city priorities. It's not my place to speak to issues of siting or public process or architecture. I can speak to my own personal professional expertise, and that being with regards to behavioral health care and homelessness. My experience professionally includes more than a decade of supervising case managers working in permanent supportive housing projects. My understanding is that there's a shared goal here of a healthy, safe, and vibrant community, and also fiscal responsibility. It's my experience that permanent supportive housing supports these outcomes for residents and for the cities that house them. Washington State is in the top 5 states when it comes to the counts of homelessness in our country. This is especially prevalent in King County. This is primarily due to the cost of housing. Housing cost is the primary driver of homelessness. As such, affordable housing is key to resolutions of homelessness. Poverty and homelessness are damaging, and they're damaging to everyone. They're damaging to the people experiencing them and to the people surrounding them and the communities that house them. Homelessness is a cause of traumatic stress for the people experiencing homelessness and for those affected by their homelessness, including the surrounding community. Integrated services combined with housing are key to resolutions for chronic homelessness. Permanent supportive housing is the best proven tool to address chronic homelessness for people with behavioral health disorders. It ends homelessness for its residents. It addresses the residents' behavioral health and medical needs. There is staff oversight, supervision, and assistance for people who would otherwise have none, but still reside in our communities. Permanent supportive housing is proven to reduce expensive hospitalizations, both for medical and behavioral health care reasons. Permanent supportive housing is proven to increase residents' use of mental health treatment, even when not mandated for their residency. Permanent supportive housing is proven to reduce death for people experiencing homelessness. Permanent supportive housing promotes healthier behavior by people experiencing homelessness. It also reduces taxpayer expenses that otherwise go towards funds towards ambulance services, hospitalizations, incarcerations, court costs, etc. As such, permanent supportive housing is an indirect way of saving taxpayer money. It also provides for a dignified way of life and allowance for people to start having some control over their own lives. Permanent supportive housing is a very imperfect tool. If we are interested in changing individuals' behaviors, one of the more effective ways to do so is to integrate them into the communities that we hope that they will emulate in their behavior. We have seen and know that poverty is not unique to any particular location, nor is homelessness unique to any particular location. Diseases such as multiple sclerosis do not consider zip codes. They do not care about where we come from. Likewise, schizophrenia, depression, anxiety, and substance use disorders are home here in Kenmore and in every community. Homelessness and poverty are here in this community. Whether or not this housing project is built and operated won't change those realities. Whether it is built and operated, it will not cause or create or invent 100 new cases of behavioral health disorders or other problematic concerns. It won't invent homelessness amongst new people. It will actually reduce homelessness amongst those people. Permanent supportive housing is a way to make it better. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob Wallace?
Good morning. I am, excuse me, I am Bob Wallace, a McKenmore resident. I will be your shortest speaker tonight, so you've got that to thank me. I support affordable housing, but not this project. I support affordable housing like every other speaker here tonight. But I can't support any project that tolerates drug use by its residents. And I do hope you vote no. Thank you.
Tracy Benishinsky. Tracy Benishinsky, followed by Dan Unti, Jill Norling, Barbara, last name B, Raphael Darby, and Flemings.
Tracy Bonashinsky, Kenmore. I come before you tonight to express my support for the Plymouth Affordable Housing Development in Kenmore. I understand that this public hearing is on the development agreement specifically, which I support, and also that it is turned into a referendum on the project as a whole. I will speak to both in this comment. On the development agreement, I understand that Plymouth and city staff have been working for some time over the past 12 to 18 months on design standards for the building. Kenmore has a vision for a people-oriented walkable downtown that I do not believe would be sacrificed with the requested modifications. While the design details of the building may not be the same as other recent developments in the downtown core, I believe it is okay for there to be some variation here. Design standards are one part aesthetics after all, which change over time. Plymouth spoke thoughtfully about the rationale for some of the requested modifications during their community meeting last night. I got the strong impression that they sincerely would like to be good community members and neighbors, including constructing a building that will fit its space. I see nothing in the requested modifications that would preclude those things from happening. On the project as a whole, I am so glad that people are coming together in community to express their thoughts, because I strongly believe that we need to be in dialogue with one another in order to reach better outcomes for everyone. I have heard concerns that this project has changed from its inception. I myself cannot find any evidence of significant discontinuity between the original request for proposals for this project, Plymouth's proposal, and where we have arrived. As far as I can tell, the city and Plymouth have been consistent about this project serving those earning 30% AMI and seniors, veterans, individuals with disabilities, and those experiencing homelessness. The fact that individuals must be homeless at entry does not seem a significant deviation to me, especially in the context of Plymouth's values and mission, both of which were known from the beginning of this project. I understand that one of the reasons this project was so wildly successful in securing funds is because it would meet the needs of those the only two major funders of 30% AMI housing in the state have identified as their priority. I would like to read this included in the meeting agenda packet into the record. If we do not accept this funding, this project and possibly any future affordable housing in Kenmore is not likely to happen. There is no alternative funding source for 30% AMI housing in Washington state. This is what that housing looks like, how it is funded, and we worked very hard together, we being Plymouth and the city of Kenmore, to secure that funding. If we refuse these funding conditions, this development and possibly others will not happen. Another important consideration is that the funders of this project are the same funders that we would enlist for any affordable housing project moving forward. The efforts we all made to secure this funding meant that our project leapfrogged over housing developments that have been seeking funding for years. These funds are extremely competitive, and the city's support gave the Plymouth project a huge advantage in the funding decisions. I take this to mean that we are so incredibly lucky. Thanks to council's initial vision, your unanimous vision, and the hard work of city and Plymouth housing staff to come so far in making this affordable housing a reality in our community. I am so proud of you all. Proud that you were able to see the humanity of people struggling to afford housing, a basic need, prioritize them despite the fact that they might be among the least likely to be able to show up to lobby for themselves, and find a team able to execute that vision. That is so incredible. What an amazing thing you have accomplished already. Please keep going. Please vote yes. Finally, What a vulnerable, scary, precarious, precious thing it is to be alive. There are no guarantees about how things will work for any of us. I myself have been close to the edge more times than I would like to remember, but for the grace of a good family support system, am I standing before you tonight okay, more than okay, I'm thriving. Some people aren't so lucky. They need us to be their family. What a revolutionary act of love and compassion it is to build a project like Plymouth. I am so proud and grateful that it is happening in our community, that we can be family to one another in this way. Thank you so very much for your leadership. I appreciate you all so very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Unti? Dan Unti? No? No? Okay. Yes, he probably did go to bed. Jill Norling, followed by Barbara, last name B. Ms. Norling?
Hi, my name is Jill Norling. I've lived in Kenmore since 1982. I was involved in the incorporation of the city of Kenmore. Primarily, we became a city because we wanted some self-determination. We were tired of King County telling us how we could develop our city. I spent several years on one of the original downtown task force, so I'm not new to city politics. Because we were a new city, our job was to create standards for our downtown. We worked really hard on making design standards and zoning and codes to help make Kenmore become an attractive business area. We also spent time courting economic development. We recognized that economic development is the engine that drives our city. Our city needs business income that will help the city achieve all of our goals, helping with affordable housing. At some point, you will not be able to keep taxing us for your income needs. This project, my biggest objection to this project is that it's taking the place of a very valuable commercial property that a vital business could have occupied that business. And one of the things we always talked about on the task force was the fact that thousands of people drive through Kenmore every day, but nobody ever stops. They just keep driving through. And we always dreamed that we'd have a downtown where people would want to stop and spend their money and help our city become a economic, well, sort of like Bothell is now, I guess. A tea shop in a homeless apartment with no parking is not going to entice people to stop and spend money. This project is going to kill that dream of further economic development, I'm afraid. I also don't believe that a city government should be in the business of buying commercial property. I don't quite understand why you guys are the biggest landlords now and of property that you don't lease or make money off of. I don't understand that. I don't argue that we need affordable housing, but is that what this project really is? I also feel a little bit insulted by a previous speaker that implied that all of us should have known about this project. I'm not uneducated, I'm not uninvolved, I'm not unconcerned, but frankly, if it weren't for the Facebook page, I would have known nothing about this. We don't have a local paper anymore, so I don't know where you file notices. We got a postcard regarding what trees we cannot cut down. I got nothing. As representatives of the Kenmore as council members, you're representatives of us, and it's your duty to act in the interests of Kenmore and the community. And I have to say, ask yourself and answer honestly, is this project in the best interests of Kenmore? Sometimes the hard thing is to say no and not do anything. And I say do the right thing and vote no on this project.
Thank you. Do we have a Barbara? Last name starts with B. Okay, thank you. Barbara went home. Raphael Darby. And then what looks like Flamingo something, followed by Michael Stevens. So Raphael.
Oh, yeah. So we moved here a couple years ago from Seattle, exactly because of safety. So we were in South Lake Union, and just in front of it, they built a tiny village house. So people around that started to complain about it, and they promised, oh, it will be safe, it's low income, but these people really want to get out of the streets and do better. Well, it was a nightmare. Every night, police, every day you could see people doing drugs, needles all around the place. I couldn't take my son around, so I decided I will go to a safer place, which was Kenmore, for example. We looked around, it was Kenmore. So I don't think this is a good project for here. I really don't understand how this can benefit at this place there. So when I first hear about it, I said, oh, well, yes, we need affordable housing because actually the rent or whatever, the price of the houses is crazy. But I don't think this will benefit to local people. And that's a problem. So the no barrier will be people not from Kenmore, from all around the place. So also mobility, for example, what are these people are going to do? There is not even a bus left to go to Seattle. So they will hang around here all the time or in their apartments, I guess. Also, I spent some time reading the reviews of the buildings that they have in other spots in Seattle. Well, you should read the one-star reviews. The people who live there even complain about safety, that they don't feel safe about it, and that the management and people that work in this building do not protect them. So you can imagine what can happen around that about the safety of our community. So I will leave time for other people to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. We have someone that signed in as either Flemings or Flamingo. So if you're in the audience, please approach the podium. Anyone? Flamingo? Feeling tropical? Flamingo? No? Okay, moving on. Michael Stevens, followed by Dan Burns, Just John, and Janet Quinn. Michael Stevens?
Hi, I'm not Michael Stevens, I'm Dan Burns. I'm a 40-year resident of Kenmore. And last night I watched a Zoom meeting put on by Plymouth Housing because I wanted to find out more about the drug policy. As I've had firsthand experience of what happens when a low barrier project comes into a community. My business was broken into 3 times in 2 weeks, shortly after a low barrier shelter was established by my office. The third break-in resulted in damage of over $8,000. Our insurance carrier paid the claim, but subsequently canceled our policy as we were deemed to be in a high crime area. We were blocked from Climate Pledge Arena. Prior to our break-in, we worked in that building for 52 years and we never had a break-in. As part of the Zoom meeting last night, there was a very brief question and answer period. Most of the meeting was a dog and pony show about Plymouth Housing, just like tonight. During the question and answer period, I asked 7 times if residents would be allowed to use illegal drugs in their rooms. The moderator originally stated that the question would be answered in the order they were received. I know this was not true because after I asked my question about drugs, I asked another question and they answered that question first. They were clearly dodging my question. During the last 2 minutes of the Zoom meeting, I received a response which did not answer my question. The response was, and you heard it tonight, Plymouth Housing has a lease agreement similar to for-profit businesses regarding the use of illegal drugs. The fact that the lease contains a provision doesn't mean it will be enforced. Frustrated at the lack of cooperation by Plymouth, my question I gave to Plymouth Housing, I decided to search for an answer myself. In February 10, 2023, Seattle Times editorial titled "Overdose Deaths in Shelters and Supportive Housing in King County Demand Scrutiny." I found that in 2022, 179 people in permanent housing died of overdoses. How can this be if drugs are not allowed in your room? The article quoted Leo Floor, director of the King County Department of Community and Health and Human Services, who said tenants in permanent housing do not face eviction for using drugs in their room. contrary to what Plymouth Housing told you tonight. If that wasn't enough, Friday's Everett Herald published an article titled "Dozens in Limbo Due to Methamphetamine Contamination in Claire's Place." Claire's Place is a project similar to the Plymouth Housing proposed in Kenmore. The article goes on to state that 48 of the 65 units had unsafe levels of drug contamination, and the residents had to move out while the building was decontaminated. This is your future, Kenmore. The cost to temporarily house the residents was $400,000. The article did not mention the cost of the decontamination, as the process is still ongoing. I found another article from the Federal Way newspaper about another meth cleanup project at a county-owned project. The mayor of Federal Way said he wasn't informed of the problem because although the project was located in their city, it isn't a city project. The county paid $664,000 to remediate the meth. At yet another Federal Way low barrier project, $100,000 a month was spent dealing with contamination. The solution, the CEO of the facility said, was zero tolerance. No alcohol, no drugs, no weapons on the property, including weekly inspections, searching the belongings of new residents, and kicking people out if they break the rules. This does not appear to be the policy of the Plymouth Housing Project. There was also an editorial in today's Times acknowledging the mistakes of King County Regional Homeless Authority and how the mistakes they've made and how ineffective they were due to the lack of qualified leadership. If the City Council approves the Plymouth Housing Project, Kenmore can expect a significant increase in crime and decline in safety, as Officer Castellani told us earlier tonight. What day is it? My heart goes out to the owners of nearby businesses like Ostrom's, Kenmore Camera, Safeway, and Rite Aid. As we know or should know, these projects, while well-intentioned, result in a decline in the quality of life in the city and its residents. Please do what's best for the city of Kenmore and vote no on the Plymouth Housing Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. John? Do we have a John, no last name given? John? John, okay. Janet Quinn, followed by Kate Donaldson, Stephanie Burnell, and Kathleen Gettysburg, possibly.
Hello. My name is Janet Quinn, resident of Kenmore, as I said earlier, for 34 years. I'm also, full disclosure, management analyst in the city manager's office. And I've had many roles during my 7+ years with the city, but in my current role, I have had an intersection with affordable housing. So again, full disclosure, I have been in meetings with Plymouth Housing for the last year-ish. But I haven't spoken to any of you about this before. I am here as a resident. I do not have my staff hat on today. At the beginning of this year, my husband and I traveled to Crookston, Minnesota, where my brother was living. He was in the hospital because his wife had passed away and he could no longer live by himself in the apartment that he had, independent living apartment. He couldn't move until he went to a supportive housing place. So that was the goal, to find a place for him. He has schizoaffective disorder, and he landed in the hospital regularly because his short-term memory is very short-term. And yet he can remember boyfriend of mine from 40 years ago. I can't explain it, but that's the reality of it. He is, I don't say that he's a schizophrenic because he is so much more than that. He is smart. He is funny. We laugh so much when we're together, and he can't remember 5 minutes ago what he said. So when his wife passed away, I wanted to say one other thing. When he was a resident of this building that he lived in, there were 100 or more residents of that building. I don't know how his brain did it, but he knew all of the people in that building. He interacted with them regularly. He knew their stories because he talked with them. If people encountered him on the street, he was super sensitive, long hair, stoop-shouldered, shuffling when he walked. He was not somebody that people said, hey, I want to know you. He was somebody that people were afraid of, and yet he is kind and, as I said, funny, super smart. But he gets judged by his appearance all the time. So he was at risk of homelessness, which is, as we heard, one of the conditions of entry to the Plymouth housing. He now lives in a supportive living situation in St. Paul area of Minnesota near my sister. His is the face that I see when I think about an affordable housing project like this. Also, a gentleman in Lake Forest Park that I met over the summer who lived in transitional housing and is now living in a Ballard Plymouth housing property. So those are the faces that I see. They are actually real human beings. So I've lived and served in this community, served on the school board, served in PTA for over 3 decades. And I love this city. It's my heart because of the people that live and work here. And I believe that we have the capacity to get to know and appreciate our new neighbors that will move into this new Plymouth housing supportive housing building, not a shelter. I believe this is the right project at the right time with the right partners. I see this as an opportunity for us to be residents, for us as residents, current residents of Kenmore, to welcome new people to our wonderful community and support them on their journey to the next step in their stability. Before we moved to Kenmore, we lived in Kirkland. When we moved here, nobody asked where I lived. Nobody told me I couldn't move here because I wasn't from Kenmore. And I just think we have to consider what we're thinking and what we're saying and what our words reveal. I think it's the right place for the project because it has access. I'm hoping that the people will use the Kenmore Library and that I will encounter them there and in their building. I just obviously am in favor of this project and for personal reasons, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn. Kate Donaldson, Stephanie Burnell. Kate Donaldson. Both of them had to leave. Okay.
No, I'm here, Stephanie.
Oh, go on, Stephanie.
Sorry here. Okay. I'm a Kenmore resident and I strongly oppose the current Plymouth housing project. This does not mean that I don't support low income housing in our city. I have a deep compassion for low income and homeless individuals, and I believe that we all have a duty to help others in need. The placement of this proposed facility is the issue for me. Our city does not have a lot of gathering places, and we finally, after years of pushing for it, have a wonderful hangar building, splash pad, and stoop brewing. Our family loves to walk there and meet friends. We let our middle and high school sons walk there on their own with their friends. It's such a great community space that we love. This would significantly change if the Plymouth housing building goes into effect a short block away. I would no longer let the kids walk there on their own, and we would probably stop going. This is not fear-based, but this is fact and evidence-based on other Plymouth housing facilities in Seattle, the crime that has happened. This will deter future businesses from coming to this area, and the wonderful sense of community that we have and we've been longing for so long will be gone. I've taken time to look at the other Plymouth housing locations, and none of them are within a block of other cities' main gathering spaces, including a splash pad. And this is for a reason, I think. The city needs to find another smaller project at a different location, such as the empty lot near Jay's Cafe, but I do not support no barrier housing in Kenmore. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a Kathleen, maybe Seti or Burke, last name Burke, Kathleen? Any Kathleens here? Okay, we'll move on. Dakota Rash, followed by Brian Schwartz, Elizabeth Walton, and Kristen Joyner, please. Dakota Rash, Brian Schwartz, Elizabeth Walton, and Kristen Joyner.
Oh, sorry about that, Dakota Rash, Lake Forest Park. I had to catch my breath for a minute, but I have 5 minutes, which is more than I'm used to. Thank you all for the endurance tonight. Thank you all for sticking with us throughout this. I forgot I actually wrote my speech down on my phone, so I'm going to grab it real quick, unlike usual when I'm just ad-libbing. Okay. Wrong email. All right. I think we have heard some very thoughtful concerns tonight. There is absolutely equity concerns with where this building is being located, being a pollution-prone site. But does that overshadow not having housing, period? Additionally, do you think you will actually hear how advocacy proposing another spot for this project? Does Kenmore currently have wraparound resources enough to support this proposal? This has the assumption that every resident will be in need of those services. Do you think the supply of those services will come to a place without demand that projects like this can create? Is it appropriate to get into a chicken and egg debate while people try to survive on the streets? I think you have also heard comments coming from a place of fear, some kinder than others. In response, I ask you all to seriously consider the real world consequences your actions have here tonight. There are folks experiencing homelessness right across the street. I interacted with them daily when I worked at Diva Espresso. They never caused issues. You know who did cause issues were the people that tried to tell them they shouldn't be there. I actively had to break up a fight while I worked at Diva Espresso. Someone came up to an individual experiencing homelessness who was just trying to get hot water and started yelling at him that he was a menace and he shouldn't be there. That individual has never bothered anyone in the 4 years I worked there. Would you go up and explain to them, I don't care if you do drugs. I've already decided that people in your situation do. I don't know if you have ever committed a violent act in your life. I've already decided you're a danger. I know nothing about you. I have not made an effort to learn, and I'm uncomfortable with the idea of you having shelter near me. Or would you try and let them down lighter? Would you say, I'm afraid that by helping you, others will also want help, so I'm uncomfortable with giving it out at all? Or I hear that you're struggling to meet basic needs to survive, but there are so many budget concerns and just overall risks that mean this might not be a perfect project, so I just don't think we should do any of it. If you're listening to me thinking that's not what's in my heart, good. Then please also hear that Housing First is a proven method of reducing homelessness. By meeting their basic survival needs, people can focus on addressing the rest of their challenges. No one wakes up and decides to be an addict. They get trapped into a vicious cycle that even super privileged people have a hard time breaking out of. Hear that crime goes down when people are housed. Hear that the only way we make it through times of hard challenge and divisiveness is by being there for each other, and not just the folks we're immediately comfortable with. I'm not trying to deceive you when I advocate for this. What would even be the point of that? I'd be advocating for people experiencing homelessness to get help surviving so that I can just make you all a little less comfortable at Diva. Why would I want that? I hope you all truly hear this and choose to act with compassion for those struggling to even meet their needs outside across the street tonight while we are all in here in the warmth. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Schwartz, Elizabeth Walton. Brian Schwartz. Going once, okay. Ms. Walton, go on.
Thanks for taking my comments. My name's Elizabeth Walton and I live in Kenmore. I'm here tonight because I'm struck by the ever-increasing cost of living in this area, the ever-increasing number of our neighbors depending on the food bank to get through to the next month. Every few days, there's another article in the Seattle Times telling us what it takes to get by in the Seattle metro area. And thanks to pay transparency laws, I know it's actually more than several of my colleagues are making. Nationally, our savings rates are decreasing and our debt is increasing even as the interest rates get more expensive. Personal finance is a taboo topic, but I have to imagine that under these circumstances, many of my neighbors are living month to month right now, using the credit card float to keep up the status quo. And when that's the case, all it takes is a change in health status or a layoff to throw it all into chaos. I want to thank you, council members, for getting this far toward creating a space for our neighbors to exit homelessness when that chaos sets in. For fear of becoming Belltown, some folks in Kenmore would like to do nothing about that. And I want you to know that I commute on the 322 bus a long belt away from the Kenmore Park and Ride to First Hill. Safety is important to me. And I think we're more at risk of deteriorating public safety by leaving Kenmore with a lack of options, as more and more of our neighbors find that they can't make ends meet. The Plymouth Housing Solution is an excellent start to creating a pathway out of homelessness for our current and future neighbors. I'm so happy to see that the site you've selected is close to transit, groceries, library, and other amenities that are critical to getting life back on track. And the model of building additional services right into the housing community itself is brilliant and appreciated. We've all acknowledged that there's a homelessness crisis. As a nurse, I know a little bit of something about responding to a crisis. It's human nature to want to get it right the first time. And when we aren't sure that we can do it right the first time, it's normal to wait until someone else can lead the way. The problem with that is that sometimes by the time anyone steps in, it's too late. Acting quickly and decisively is important, especially when funds are available, because it sets a course toward a solution. Others will jump in and add to the effort, sometimes redirecting, sometimes adding the momentum that's needed to reach the outcome we hope to achieve. Thank you, Council, for being leaders, building resilience and strength into our community through the safety net of affordable housing.
Thank you. Kristen Joyner, followed by Susan Gardner, Rob Beam, Tom Herman, Jeffrey Pooley.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Joyner. I'm not a resident of Kenmore, but I spend time and money here. I'm a regular at many local retailers, and I regularly enjoy walking the trail that crosses city boundaries. I'm a local pastor, and I'm also on the Community Advisory Board for Arch and on the Housing, Homelessness, and Shelter Committee through NUSA, and a partner in the North King County Coalition on Homelessness. I'm involved in those conversations because I know that many people are struggling that call Kenmore home. I'm here in support of the Plymouth Project. These aren't other people. These are people. First of all, I applaud the city of Kenmore for taking these bold steps to address the regional and hyperlocal crisis of lack of housing that is affordable for people with low incomes. From the very beginning of the RFP award to Plymouth, I've heard very clearly this was for 30% AMI, seniors, veterans, homeless, and people with disabilities. We all know that this population has the toughest time finding housing, and this population resides here in Kenmore and in all the cities in our region. If cities keep stalling on building residences for this population, the problem will only increase. This population does not equate to criminal behavior, and the denigrations from previous public comments were offensive. Please listen to the people who know this population and are trying to support them, not the voices of the comfortably housed who only care about their own comfort and distance themselves from these real stories. Kenmore is not a healthier community if it strives to ignore or push away the people who struggle. Kenmore is healthier if it strives to bring people in and bring people of all walks of life into community. As to the comments of, we don't want to bring Seattle here, and does this help the people of Kenmore? I want to love a Kenmore that's a good neighbor. And we know who is a good neighbor. It is not the person who ignores the struggling. It is the person who helps those who struggle. We're all mad about drug use and homelessness. Let's bring these neighbors in so they can get the help they need. I want to remind you that I was also a part of the conversations when Mary's Place was going to be homed here and when the winter shelter was going to be homed here. And the fear that the neighbors brought to the meetings was addressed. Mary's Place has come in, the winter shelters have come in, and we got to see that we can be a community that cares and compassion and support people that are struggling. But fear comes out loud and fear comes out strong. The city of Kenmore right now doesn't solve all the problems of all its residents, and so people in Kenmore who are struggling have to go somewhere else. This is fine. We can work together regionally for that reason, and all communities can be stronger because of that. I don't live in Kenmore, but Kenmore does get my sales tax dollars, And I'm sure you wouldn't want to restrict income coming in to just residents of Kenmore. People don't exist solely between lines on a map. Other cities in our region are stepping up like you to realize if we can get people into housing, we'll be healthier communities regardless of the person's last address. This location is perfect. It's near transit and other services and other cities so that people who live there can be brought into community. Code exceptions, I want to say, are very typical for affordable housing. That's how we get the density that we need because the cost is so high. And if governments don't subsidize and do what they can to make this housing happen, it's not going to happen. I want to thank you for the bold moves that you have to make, the bold decisions that you have to make. And I think that the concerns can be addressed. This location is great. Thank you for your support of this project.
Can we get your city of residence for the record? I'm sorry.
I live in Bothell.
Thank you.
Susan Gardner.
Politicians have a dismal record of addressing the root causes of much homelessness, drugs and mental health. They throw tons of money at the cause with little positive outcome. Listen to the recovered addict's stories. It's about tough love. And that mental health can't be addressed until someone is murdered, which is a travesty. The no barrier or low barrier housing allows guests to be under the influence and on the streets and engage in that activity of using or selling or buying. It seems to be a challenge to make Kenmore more than a wide spot in the middle of the road. This proposal threatens the safety and security of downtown visitors and instead just makes the city an enabler for this bad behavior. I challenge you to vote according to how the majority feels here tonight and vote no on this proposal, or at the very least, put it to a vote of the people and actually follow that vote, whatever it is.
Thank you. Rob Beam, Tom Herman, Jeffrey Pooley, Juliana Pooley.
Good evening, Mayor. Good morning, Mayor and Council and guests. My name is Rob Beam. I'm here as a representative of the North Urban Human Service Alliance. I'm chair of the Housing and Homelessness Committee of that group. I do live in Seattle. We're here tonight to speak in support of the ordinance you're considering, finding it to be not just a reasonable proposal, but a visionary proposal to take steps to address what everybody in this room has identified as a chronic problem and a variety of issues that cities are struggling to deal with. As I was listening to the presentation earlier and reading the materials, it's clear to me that this proposal is consistent with what the council put forward in early 2022. The population being served is the same that I saw then. It's the same I'm seeing now. Permanent supportive housing has been spoken to as the best solution we have to providing housing for some of our most vulnerable residents. And NUSHA supports efforts across North King County for cities to address those issues. I will note that Kenmore in this work is joined by other cities. Shoreline has become home to permanent supportive housing project recently opening and is home to the only transitional housing program operating in North King County. Would likely be the source of some of the residents of this place. I believe other communities in North King County are actively considering proposals. So I'm encouraged to see cities across this region stepping forward to doing their part in what is a deplorable regional and national problem. One of the earlier speakers spoke to the need these days for us to address big societal problems with aggressive local action. I'm very impressed with the work that the city has done, setting out a vision, setting out policies, setting out goals, and finding a capable partner to work with, which has a good track record and can come into this community and build something that is as strongly supported as is Mary's Place. We encourage you to support this ordinance and encourage you to remain in the vanguard of communities addressing the issues of housing affordability and homelessness. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tom Herman, and for the record, I want to be really clear. I do not support this activity as being proposed. I've been a resident of Kenmore for 42 years. In addition to residing in our home for more than 4 decades, I've also owned and operated multiple family units for more than 38 years within the city of Seattle, as well as outside the city. I know what it takes to efficiently and effectively operate apartment buildings. I've had dozens of voucher holders rent from me. On numerous occasions, I volunteered my personal time on Saturdays to meet with newly issued voucher holders to help them specifically identify properties they may wish to rent and how to, quote, put their best foot forward. These sessions would be several hours in duration, intended to help the new voucher holder with successfully securing a new place to live. Not all, but a good solid percentage would be people that had experienced homelessness and joblessness. I worked closely with a person at the city that was responsible and an advocate for helping find owners and landlords willing to work, oftentimes within a convoluted and problematic voucher program. Still, with the convoluted nature of the program, I believed in the program for several years. Given my decades of service, I would strongly encourage the council to reconsider support of this effort based on the following. 1, are there considerations that still need to be taken into account? 2, do we have the necessary infrastructure in place to support the potential additional EMS calls, police and fire department help as and when needed? Today, we contract our services from the county. Are we prepared to expand our operational costs to anticipate the added needs of tomorrow? What are the unintended consequences that we have not yet discussed or considered? And to Plymouth, if the building is not staffed 24/7, 365, what is the defined process for a person to be in contact with your organization for any assistance that may be needed? Not just a tenant, not just a resident, but actually a person within the community who has experienced a direct contact that may or may not be of a positive nature. I spent several hours today or yesterday now touring the Seattle core area and observing several of the projects operated by Plymouth. Out of the 6 buildings I viewed from the outside, I did not go inside, the majority appeared to be in a state of deferred maintenance. Several appeared to be rather dreary in my estimation, at best with people sleeping out in front of the sidewalks during the course of the afternoon. I will tell you the newer project located in the International District was obviously newer and appeared to be in good, well-maintained condition. I've been in this business for 40 years. I've experienced people on vouchers. I've helped people get into buildings. I've also experienced the downside of some of those people that have been in crisis that go back into crisis again. It doesn't just impact the person in crisis, it also impacts the neighbors, the owners, the peace and quiet, the well-being of other people in that particular project, a particular building, pardon me, and also the neighbors. I've had to evict people that takes far too long because they have abused the building, they have abused the voucher program, and they have abused themselves in the course of living there. It is a shame. People are there and are compassionate, but people in crisis also impact their neighbors. I encourage this council and the members that need to recuse themselves to recuse themselves and to also take a look at this project. That project, once that foundation is poured down there, it's done. We have an obligation and an opportunity
Thank you.
to provide people with access to the Berkman Trail and to the other lake amenities. Thank you for your time and that effort. And again, I am in opposition to this project.
Jeffrey Pooley. Jeffrey Pooley, followed by Juliana Pooley, John Hendrickson, Michael Troyer, and someone from Mary's Place.
Hi, Council. I'm Jeffrey. I live in Kenmore. I live very, very close to the proposed site. I have two little girls, 5 and 7. We go to the splash pad often. This is in my backyard, and I welcome this facility into what is my near neighborhood. I will be able to see it from my house. It will partially obstruct my view of 522, which I'm honestly grateful for. Governing is hard, and I do not envy what you've been through tonight and what you've been through, what the dedication and work that you have put in to your roles in the city council. And one of the things that I've been just tremendously impressed by with our council and with our city staff is we're a contract city. We're a small city, but somehow our city council and our city staff has partnered with incredible partners to provide services to this community that are amazing. And Plymouth has demonstrated that. In my work, I'm a CPA. In my work, I specialize in financial audits, financial discipline, and financial and strategic discipline. So I ask a lot of questions of people trying to understand what is driving things, making sure that they're in budget, making sure that what they are doing fits the strategy of the organization. And when I see how Plymouth answers the questions that you all pose, great questions that you all pose and that the community poses. They are careful, they are professional, they are smart, and they are knowledgeable. They're using research-based practices. And so I come here to ask that I'm so grateful for some of the other speakers that have spoken tonight, talking about some of the misinformation, the tumult, the fear that has manifested over a short period of time in direct contrast to the careful research that's been done over a year by your staff and by these professionals. And you all have expertise. I, for one, am grateful that you all as public servants spend time in these spaces. When I served on the Financial Sustainability Task Force, I'm a CPA. I'm up to speed on finances, but there's a lot of nuances when it comes to zoning and it comes to laws and requirements and all that kind of stuff. There's just so much to consider, and you all have expertise in that area. And the reason that I come here and give comments sometimes and not other times, and I pay attention to some emails and not other emails, is because I vote for you, because I trust. And I've seen how you operate, and I've seen the level of care that you put into these kinds of decisions, and I've seen the level of care you've put into this specific project. This is a special interest of mine, and I've been impressed with the vision and the dedication you've had to being part of the solution to this problem, directly as it affects Kenmore. So please trust your expertise, trust your staff, trust the expertise of your partners. As you're voting. And then the other thing that I want to mention is that, and I've said this before, but I think that this will be an asset to our community. Having these people downtown will bring, having People is where the business is. People is what drives commerce. People is what drives community. And having these people here in our downtown area will just make our downtown that much more vibrant. And I have lived in areas where I've lived in neighborhoods in suburbs of large cities similar to Kenmore with facilities similar to this, with day shelters, with permanent supportive housing, with this type of clientele, this type of low-income clientele. And I can tell you that the way that the communities come together to serve those people is incredible. So much of the time when I see a homeless person on the street and I'm stepping over them to get to my job in Seattle or at a bus stop, I think, I wish there was more I could do, but I'm not Plymouth Housing. I can't provide them supportive services. I can't provide them health services. But you know what I can do is I can be a great neighbor. And this is our opportunity to do that. If they have the kind of supportive housing that Plymouth is proposing here, then we get to be great neighbors to them. And that's what I hope that we have the opportunity to do. Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you, City Council. Thank you, City staff. My name is Juliana Pooley, and I am a long-term Kenmore resident. Thank you, City Council, for your service and for making decisions that ensure that our city meets the King County and Washington State stipulations for development. Many of us, as you've heard tonight, are knee-deep in our lives local to Kenmore, and I appreciate your role in navigating the broader development needs of our beautiful suburb. Kenmore is interwoven with the development partnerships and crises of our sister cities. And having a council that makes decisive decisions that consider many, many important economic, social, and legal factors is important. My master's degree is in community and economic development with an emphasis in housing and homeless services. I've worked with hundreds of homeless adults, managed shelters, and been a part of many types of housing and homeless support programs. I am speaking as a Kenmore resident, someone who has grown up in the city of Kenmore before it was Kenmore, throughout the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s, and returned here to buy a home, to raise my two daughters, and deliberately live downtown, central to where all of this is happening. I'm not employed by Plymouth, nor am I employed by the city of Kenmore or by King County. And no, I'm not a lobbyist by you in the back. I'm a Kenmore resident with a passion and a professional expertise in homeless services and housing programs. I've meticulously studied this Plymouth permanent supportive housing plan. I was not surprised by any of the so-called evolution of this project because Plymouth Housing does PSH for homeless adults. When you research their other properties, permanent supportive housing with limited parking is their niche. I've attended and listened to some of the other 8 meetings that Plymouth Housing staff has spoken at. So some of you have seen me before. Thank you for listening to me again. My spouse and I read the city mailer that came to our house. Thank you for sending that along with the mailer about the trees. I've read and shared the Bothell Kenmore Reporter articles, and I read and sometimes reply to the regular city emails that come to my inbox every Friday. I do not support just any shelter and housing proposal. Those close to me know that. I have also used my voice to amend or protest other things. I believe that services that cater to our most vulnerable need to be evidence-based, compassionate, and designed with intentionality. And City Council, you have a fantastic city manager and city staff because this is a beautiful proposal. The nuances of how case management is offered on site, the placement of cameras, 2 deep staff, entrances, green space specific to the residents, and the local partnership and ability for local referrals are all green flags to me in specific details that I am excited about. I support this project. I'm especially impressed with Plymouth Housing for securing funding for this project that does not require them to take referrals from the King County coordinated entry process. I've previously worked as a county coordinated entry systems manager in a different county, and I can attest that the coordinated entry referral process would limit the ability for Kenmore residents to be prioritized and easily referred into this housing. It is rare and exciting that Plymouth has secured funding that does not tie us to King County coordinated entry process. This was mentioned on the Sunday night. This is a big, big win, and this is a big differential from other PSH housing. I wouldn't assume that other housing providers are able to manage sidestepping these specific requirements, secure grant funding, or get 100 vouchers as Plymouth has here. I previously helped nonprofits apply for the type of funding discussed here tonight, and this combination is truly incredible. It is a powerful thing to work with someone who's been trying to get their life together off the streets. One of the most emotional and soul-stretching experiences of my life has been my years of case management with homeless adults. Witnessing the struggle for unhoused people to attend addiction recovery meetings when they don't have lifestyle stability, and helping them interview for jobs when they have limited access to showers, and helping them sort the mail they've been storing at the bottom of their sleeping bags. This is holy and emotional work, and it is so hard. I've worked with addicts and done background checks and called the police about drug use and given immediate aid to those spiraling in emotional crisis. I'm no stranger to the risks and behaviors of the poorest and most traumatized. And I reply to a previous comment that no, I do not believe that all is hunky-dory in this work. I want to reiterate I'm going to skip ahead and just say that I support this. And I've commented before, I've emailed you
Thank
all in
you.
depth that I support this work.
Thank you, Ms. Pooley. John Hendrickson, Michael Troyer, representative from Michael's Place.
Good morning, John Hendrickson, Kenmore, Washington. First I wanted to apologize when from my citizen comments, I ran out of time and I said, you guys are horrible, and I want to apologize. You're not horrible. I meant to say that I think that the values that you're putting out with the excessive and abusive DEI is damaging and horrible. So, honesty is the best policy. And I think when I talked about the Declaration of Independence and that last sentence of decency and respect and declaring the causes for your separation, decency and respect, you have to realize that to declare the cause for the Declaration of Independence, you could have been subject to being drawn and quartered. So that means honesty, integrity, and courage against that powerful force to stand up to them and sign that. And that's how you should serve. So to have that honesty and integrity and courage, if you had it, you would tell people that Housing First model started in the Netherlands. And for every 100 people they had in their units, they had 20 staff to help them because these people need medical help, right? Physical and mental. And they're doing this for decades, living this way. Their minds work this way. They're on drugs and they're allowed to keep on using drugs here in Kenmore. And you say that there's talk, like that minister got up here saying there's going to be wraparound services. She works for Arch. But we all know there are no wraparound services. They've hired one person. And they told you in your meeting in May in 2022 that they use Medicare and Medicaid and it's not enough. We're going to look for the government to pay. You know that. It's in the contract. There's no wraparound services. So, it's bearing false witness. And it's kind of typical from the folks that are supporting this. And also mean comments about the citizens here that they're cold and uncaring. But their side doesn't have to tell the truth, but they're the good people. So it's disturbing and irresponsible. Okay, so, when you negotiate this contract, you got to realize they put out a lot of sound bites, like they're going to connect you with services. And what that is that's called puffing in business law. They can indicate that you're going to do this and that and the other thing, but they're in the contract, it tells you they're not going to do any of that. So when they're going to have quality supportive housing, holistic and comprehensive care, there's no money for that in your contract. They told you when you ask questions, they're not doing that. They're going to connect residents with services. Well, they're going to call Harborview. They're going to do community outreach and include their surrounding neighbors. But in the end, they're going to work through King County, and they're not really working with us about who's going to go into this project. their target population, that there's no coordinated entry. They want to work with the city and identify referral partners. And in the end, they're not gonna do that. So they have a chief behavioral health officer. They got something like 4,000 units already. And they're saying that's wraparound services. They're hiring one person. They have a case manager who's going to make sure everybody applies for all the social services and benefits, and they're on food stamps and they got enough money to pay their rent. So in the reality in the contract, what they told you was the target population is mentally ill, drug or other addictions, ex-cons, 50% people of color. I don't mind the people of color, but that is not what, if you were saying this is for Kenmore residents, that's not the criteria. Okay, drug use is allowed. Technically, they'll kick you out, but they can be under the influence, it's no problem. You're on meth, you're psychotic, not a problem. You don't have to get services if you just want to continue living there. They're going to say 97% stay housed. Well, heck yeah, you give them free housing, they can do drugs, so they're going to stay. What you got to realize is that these people bring their friends and they're going to come here. You should, if you want to build it, put it right next to City Hall where the police are.
Thank
And-
you, Mr. Hendrickson.
You won't have as much of those people coming around that they're going to come.
Michael Troyer, followed by a rep from Mary's Place.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Michael Troyer, and I'm a resident of Lake Forest Park. And as a member of the North Urban Human Services Alliance, I am speaking tonight in favor of the proposed ordinance. There has been a bit of misunderstanding about the Plymouth Housing Project. And our organization can specifically speak to the fear that started around supportive permanent housing versus how it actually works. I have a lot of experience with this, having worked in downtown Seattle for years. And one of my roles, volunteer roles, was with the YMCA downtown, which is the largest foster home provider in the state of Washington. And I learned a lot from that experience about the value of housing them housed and keeping them housed. But it was actually working across the street from one of Plymouth Housing's units downtown Seattle, which I had wanted to try and buy for our organization, have a spot to be, but it was needed for low-income housing. And so fear that I had, being the leader of an organization, was the fear that you hear described tonight. But my experience with the tenants that, as Plymouth described, signed leases, had rent requirements, building rules, building manager, they are all true. They were the best neighbors we had in the neighborhood as the city deteriorated. So I'm here to support Plymouth Housing as a purveyor, one that you've created a great partnership with and brought a funding mechanism that you won't be able to replicate. So the fact that you have this as your top priority and you have a plan and you're about to see it through, I think that some of the criticisms that our citizens from Kenmore have stated is that these wraparound services that the individuals need are right here with HopeLink and Sophia's Way and the Center for Human Services and the North Shore Senior Center. There is a lot of resource here, and you have to look at this as an opportunity. And this opportunity is going to go by. And as tough as it is to hear the criticism from not knowing about the project, you can just sit here on your phone tonight and look back to the summer of 2022 and a nice flyer that went out to everybody that all happens to all of us when we get busy. I've lived here my whole life. So I'm just asking you to give serious consideration to passing this, because if you don't do it, it'll never happen.
Thank you, Mr. Troyer. Do we have a rep from Mary's Place here? Looks like we do. We see someone making their way up. No, maybe not. Mary's Place, going once. Okay, we'll move on. Mayor Herbig, we have 10 guests still wishing to speak on site and then a handful of online guests. Andre Nikituk, possibly Audrey or Andre, I'm not sure. William Moran, Melissa Pendleton, Dwight Thompson, and Hallie Willis.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Andrei Nikituk, and I am resident of Kenmore. I live in Kenmore for only 2.5 years, and I chosen Kenmore because it was a clean, safe, and nice looking, like great nature, lots of trails, lake place that I came here to kind of bring and raise family. I just not sure like what's gonna happen if we start building like project like that. First of all, I acknowledge that there's a huge housing crisis here in Washington State, in Seattle area. I think the biggest problem is that we don't build enough houses. We don't build enough apartments, apartment buildings, and so forth. So why don't we focus on that? Like if you increase the supply, you will lower the prices, you will get more affordable housing, you can build smaller apartments. I came from New York City, I lived there for 5 years. There were like tiny apartments that you could split them and they will be way more affordable. But bringing more people here, you also need to focus on infrastructure because if you don't, like the current infrastructure at some point will be bottlenecks. There will be it won't get maintained as well for increased population, and you need people to pay taxes for that, and you need people to work, to earn money, to support each other and support the community. So I think like I want to see like a strategies that we have as a city towards this issue and towards like building a city forward. And I'm just not sure like how a project like that would fit into strategy. Like we have a problem that we want, or not really a problem, but a desire to build a great downtown. We already started. We have the hangar, we have the community area. That's really nice, but we need to attract more businesses. And how are we gonna do that if we just bring like no barrier home right in front of this place? I'm just not sure that's gonna happen. Like it's gonna be a cost for businesses. It's gonna be a cost for residents, and I'm not seeing how it's part of like a strategy for Kenmore to strive and grow. So please vote no. Thank you.
William Moran, William Moran, followed by Melissa Pendleton and Dwight Thompson.
Hello. Almost everything's been said tonight already, so I'll probably just repeat some of the stuff, but I'm a homeowner and reside in the Uplake neighborhood. And have Kenmore business I'm a Kenmore business property owner where I lease out to several businesses. I've lived here for over 40 years. I was also here when it became a city, you know. I have over 30 years of law enforcement experience as an officer and sergeant with Seattle Police Department. My entire career was oriented to patrol. Believe me, I've seen everything, and I know firsthand the danger this will bring to the community. Kenmore citizens live here because it has a relatively low crime rate, good schools, and a great location. The good citizens of Kenmore don't need a homeless shelter like the proposed Plymouth housing site. There's not one asset it'll bring to the residents of Kenmore or to the businesses. It'll only cause more crime, be a financial liability, an unsightly burden, not to mention it'll give Kenmore a bad reputation for everybody passing through. Here are some facts about crime associated with all homeless sites, all. Hey, believe me, I've experienced it all. Apartment complexes that are very similar to what's being proposed. Over 80% of criminals reoffend, and the majority of homeless have criminal records, many with violent felony records. Past criminal records would not exclude them from being approved for housing. In fact, the only thing officials check is for warrants, which doesn't have anything to do with citizen safety. Background checks are worthless if it doesn't eliminate a potential tenant for a terrible criminal history. And please, why do they need safety officers if there aren't any problems? I don't have a safety officer in my house. Do you have one in your house? Okay, that says right there's a problem, right? Safety officers? Okay. Drugs, alcohol, and mental illness issues are quite severe with the homeless. And that's not considered for approval either. They won't be turned down because of that. They'll probably be approved because of that. Let me tell you, I've dealt with some of these mental people. It's dangerous, very dangerous. I was talking to a local business friend I have, a businesswoman. She cuts my hair. She runs a small hair salon in Kenmore. She advised me that she had to leave Lake City area a few years ago and relocate to Kenmore because the homeless were causing endless problems for her, endless problems for her business. Always graffiti, always breaking open the door, endless problems coming in, harassing her, just a problem. So she relocated to Kenmore. Don't let Kenmore turn into Lake City, which is a crime-infested eyesore. Okay, it's terrible and everybody knows it. Every crime I can think of, arson, burglary, rape, robbery, assault, homicide, drugs, alcohol crime, theft. I've responded to every one of these things, every one of them at homeless sites and every kind of homeless site. Not just ones under the freeway, not just ones at churches, not just ones at parks. I'm talking about places just like what is being proposed. Those places are terrible. The crime there, it's not if it's going to happen, it will happen. Absolutely, it's going to happen. You want that on your shoulders? I don't. Crime rates are already on the rise in Kenmore. For almost 30 years, my properties were crime-free. And now in 2 years, I've had mail theft. My trailer was stolen right out front of my business and an attempted burglary at my place 3 weeks ago. Okay, like the last gentleman said, I can't turn it over to my insurance. This is like $5,000 worth of property damage to my building. If you turn it over to your insurance, you'll be canceled or your rates will go sky high. We need to stop the crime and be proactive in stopping it.
Thank you, Mr. Moran.
That's it?
Your time is up.
Hi, I'm Melissa Pendleton. I live in Kenmore. I feel like somehow tonight we have pitted people as compassionate or not compassionate on either side, and I don't think that's right. People have talked about fear mongering, but I think what we're ignoring is that these are people's actual experiences. I lived 3 blocks from the Bellingham or the Belltown Plymouth house, 3 blocks for 7 years. So it was just a known thing in our area. You don't go to Third. You don't take the bus at Third. You don't walk by Third. I had friends that got mugged. One got clubbed in the head. There were needles everywhere. I one day trying to avoid needles, stepped on a needle. I was thankful it didn't go through my shoe. I stopped, kicked it off. The next day I was really thankful because the dozens of needles were stabbed into the 2 trees in front instead of on the street. That's not fear mongering. Those are my actual experiences living 3 blocks from the Plymouth house in Belltown. You know, they're talking about safety and people can get kicked out. Do you know where they go? To the next alleyway. Do you know how many people we had sleeping behind our apartment? I couldn't even walk my dog. I had friends that got sick from fentanyl smoke. I had a friend that got jumped. We left. I personally had to call EMS for a guy that had been in a sleeping bag for 2 days and hadn't moved. He's passed away. There are no services even there for this. Somehow we've gone from affordable housing, which I absolutely support, to people allowed to do drugs in a building next to where my kids go to the library and splash pad. I hope each one of you are sitting there then when the first child gets injured. Because this is my experience. This isn't fear mongering. I stepped on a needle. I overheard the CEO in the lobby say, well, it's better, we prefer people to do drugs in their apartments here than on the streets. Like it was a solution. The CEO said that tonight in the lobby. This isn't fear mongering. This is a fact. It's better to do drugs in the room here. That really, I mean, we sat here and listened to the detective. How many people are coming here then? Like someone else said, they bring friends. Again, this isn't fear mongering. I lived this in Belltown. The people that didn't live in that building, do you know how many people were surrounding that building because they had friends that lived there that would give them things, or drug dealers that would come to that area? I lived this. You know, you talked about you work for Commerce. I personally write almost 200 grants a year for Commerce, and I have to walk my clients through the forms about checking for any conflict of interest. And it specifically states for any grants, anybody's friends, family, or in a spot of approval. I write those. I've seen that. Think you're in a spot of approval. Same with you. I'm really, really disappointed to be standing here today. I'm a mom of 2 young boys and I am exhausted. I work full-time. I work for a nonprofit. I help fundraise for our local school. We've been here for what, 7 hours? Do you know how frustrated I am that we're even standing here? I think it was so unbelievably disrespectful. You had an entire meeting and public comment didn't even start till after 10:30 p.m. You knew what you were doing. We're not idiots. You actually, Melanie McCain, you actually said to me when I met with you last year, I said, it's really hard. It's hard for working parents to get here and to sit here and people care, but people are exhausted. And you said, well, I went. Why do you think nobody comes? It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning by the time I got to talk. I have to get up with my kids in 4 hours. This is so disrespectful. Thank you. Please vote no.
Well, good morning, Your Honor and Deputy Mayor and council members. This will be a record at least the commission won't have. I'm Dwight Thompson. I'm your Planning Commission Chair, and I'm not speaking tonight on behalf of the commission, but I am speaking as an individual that's been living in the area for 35 years and with my expertise as a citizen in the planning processes. And for the record, I believe in a thriving and livable Kenmore. There have been a lot of and several points made in support of this project. And I support those points, particularly Commissioner Benezinski's and Mr. Pooley, who lives very close to the project with his child. As a retired Army colonel and Afghan and Persian Gulf veteran, I would like to agree and emphasize the early on, now you know I've really been here a long time, the Naval Academy grads' comments and previous testimony, 100%. She was right on. The requirement of growth in housing numbers by the state, King County, and Puget Sound Regional Council, which was on a slide earlier tonight, very earlier tonight, are real and will need to be built. The density required is best on the 522 corridor for all income levels. Yes, 30% AMI and below, as well as those at 100% and maybe even above. Urban growth boundary and urban growth area, well, we're in it and we can't leave it. So we're going to have to live by the rules that are set by the urban growth boundary. Sprawling density in Kenmore, yes, not just in their urban growth area into the rural area, but right here in Kenmore, sprawling density would be destroying to our local neighborhoods and our beloved environment, and we need to rebuild our environment. In addition, before the Planning Commission, developers have testified that unless the building has, in order to get even 50% AMI and at that level, just a few of those units, not a lot of units, we're talking maybe 20% at 50% AMI. There has to be enough square foot in total of rental space. That means you have to go up to 60, 70 feet, maybe even higher. And in order to build that, you have to have a pedestal, which is the cement block that the building sits on, to hold the structure. Then the rents will be at least, at best, or I should say at best, 50% AMI without any government subsidy. That's what's just to put those kinds of buildings up and to zone for that. So unless we get subsidized funds for developments, there is no way we can get below 50%, let alone getting down to 30%. And that is what we're talking about here, is the very lowest, the 30% AMI, which without government subsidy in a major manner, which would include covenants on the title that would protect the subsidized amount. Oh boy. Well, anyway, I just have two sentences, if I may. We all need
I think
to
it's time to vote on Mr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr.
Hallie Willis, Andrea Carnes, Danielle Clore, Seema Henson, Steve Henson. Hallie Willis? Going once. Hallie Willis. Okay. Andrea Carnes?
Hi, I'm Andrea Carnes, and I'm a resident of Kenmore. And I'm here tonight. I moved into the city about 5 years ago with my husband and 4 kids, and I live up 61st. I spoke to you last week And I'm just, if I believed everything that you believe, I would be afraid to. But a lot of it's not true. And so I hope you read every document. I hope you read every bit of this about who we're going to serve. Because when I moved here 5 years ago, the first thing I noticed was there's people living in mobile homes that are not habitable. And I can tell that
Ms.
from
Carnes,
driving by
I'm
them.
sorry, we do need you to address the council and the mayor and not the audience.
And I think we need to do something about the people who are living in Kenmore. And this project cannot directly say that every single person will be a Kenmore resident, because I will tell you, that's illegal. You can't do that with fair housing laws. But what I can tell you is that we are very intentional. We are very intentional about bringing in people from the neighborhood using local referrals. And we were very intentional about not using any money that was going to connect this project to coordinated entry. There is no connection to King County in terms of the homeless service funds for this project that will restrict us from being able to move people living in Kenmore into this project. That matters to me as a resident of Kenmore, and I think that matters to all of you in terms of the way that you cited this. It's 64 feet tall, and I believe that is one of the issues in question tonight and the way that you're voting on the overall, the different departures. I believe that the height limit is 65 feet, so it's actually under that. We have 19 buildings. I'm aware of 2 residents in the history of Plymouth who had vehicles, 2. And I've worked there almost 15 years because I'm the chief operating officer at Plymouth Housing. And so this matters to me in terms of Kenmore, in terms of my family, in terms of our values, in terms of what we do. And I think it matters to the people we see that are homeless, that are living on our trail, to the people who are in our mobile homes, who are at risk of homelessness and therefore qualify to move into this project. And the last time I looked, anyone who making $28,000 or less a year probably has some service needs. And I hope that we can move people with that low of income into a place where they're going to get some support. And that does include services on site. A few other things that I noted, there was a lot of comments tonight around other types of housing, particularly homeless shelters. This is permanent housing. This is not a shelter. I also heard a lot of comments about a lot of other providers. And I work for Plymouth for a reason. And I think it would be good to look at our track record and our housing. I think I heard a lot of things about people things that are happening in our community right here and right now. And I think that's even more compelling to say, don't we want to, if we look out 5 years, don't we want to make sure that that person who was using meth by the dumpster that somebody said actually could move in somewhere and not be there and actually get some services and access to substance use disorder services? There's a lot more I could say, but I'm grateful for the people who spoke up today. I'm grateful for your leadership. And I thank you for being in government at a time when it's hard.
Thank you. Danielle Clore, followed by someone last name Gebhardt.
Council members, thank you very much for what has been a very, very long night. I know I'm tired and I know everyone else is too. I have a teething baby at home and a full-time job. And so that tells you how important this discussion and this consideration is. I am what many people here may consider woke. I care very, very deeply about people in our community. And I think that providing housing options is really, really important. One thing that has been mentioned before that I just want to mention again is my concern about the ability to have services. Since we have such a small town here, when we consider things like supportive services of police, fire, EMTs for things like that, I think it really is important to consider that in the long term. And I know that Plymouth has some of their own supportive services, but I feel that we need to consider that in our long-term planning as a city. I am a citizen of Kenmore, and I moved here from Seattle with my 2 young children because of experiences like the other Melissa, the other mother mentioned, with having to teach my young child to stay away from needles in the street. And while I understand the debate of saying this is fear mongering, it is what's happened. And if you have no barrier housing, there is certainly going to be an increase in drug use. I think that that's not debatable. If you have that option, there will be more drug use. And so I think that we need to think of solutions where we can support people. And I really recognize the intention here and the work that's been done to date. And I really implore you to please consider to vote no on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Courtney Gebhardt, and I'm a 12-year resident of Kenmore. I'm also a small business owner who has a 7 a.m. meeting tomorrow. And I have 4 children who attended 3 different schools in Kenmore during pandemic while I worked full-time to make sure that we kept our 16 employees who had to work in person alive and able to stay in jobs. So I also have been very invested with the local schools through having 4 kids come through, and I relate to the families that are the families of the children that my kids are friends with, who are the Latino families that live in the mobile home parks nearby, the Russian and Ukrainian families. I'm wondering whether they know about this because they are working as hard as I am to provide a livelihood for their families, to live in this, I agree, very expensive place. But I think it's the families that you need to think about. We moved to Kenmore. I've spoken with multiple immigrant families that chose to live in Kenmore because it is a safe place to raise their children. It is a place where education is highly valued, and it's a wonderful place for kids to connect and have that diverse experience. But what bonds us as families, maybe we don't all share the same background, but it's that we like that this place is safe and we like that it's a wonderful place to raise our children. And I think the focus of this being on individuals who do not have children means it is not a fit for Kenmore. It does bring all the risks everyone has talked about. I think it's insane to pretend it does not. I highly recommend you read a book by Sam Quinones. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but synthetic drugs are what entered the market and changed this topic. It is not just about houselessness. You know, if we were spending this money on families who are facing housing insecurity, those are the families I know. Those are the residents I know that I want you to help. We do not need to bring in people who have scrambled minds. Even Western Washington State Hospital cannot handle the number of residents who are now psychotic from these drugs. It's just wishful thinking to think that good intentions and good-heartedness is going to take away the risks that come with people who are drug addicted. And you cannot make barriers, you know, that this is part of what is coming with this housing. So I would really implore you to say no tonight. I would implore you to think about those families that aren't getting to be here because they are working so hard. You've not heard from them. You have not heard from them. They are people that we know. Many of our employees are very hardworking families from various backgrounds, and I know how they feel about the city of Seattle right now. It is not a safe place for families. We hang together as families and protect each other. And I don't feel that that's what the city council has done for the residents of Kenmore who've chosen to be here because of the family friendliness. I guess one other thing I'll say is that, you know, I think what is beautiful about this community is that we do actually, I think in the US, we're one of the most income, you know, not having such an extreme spread. And I think we take really good care of each other, just having been through the PTA at Kenmore Elementary, you know, we know each other. So it's not that people are alone. Let's devote this money to those families that are facing housing insecurity. Let's not bring individuals from outside Kenmore and bring the risks that come with them. And then the last thing I'll say is my 16-year-old son said this design looks like Arkham Asylum from Gotham City. So I think when a 16-year-old boy has that reaction to this building, you need to listen to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, Mayor Herbig, that does conclude our on-site speakers list. With your permission, we'd like to hear from our online guests.
Of course.
Okay. We're going to go through the whole list of everyone approved and confirmed to speak tonight to make sure we don't miss anyone. We'll start with Shannon Kirschner. Now we're scanning. I do not see Shannon Kirschner in our virtual room. We'll give it 30 more seconds. Shannon Kirschner.
Yeah, if she's on the list, let's
Uh,
just go to the next.
Moving on, Christopher Ross. I also do not see Christopher Ross. Moving on, Malika Imangalaeva. We do not see Malika with us. Suzanne Garland. Suzanne Garland is online. Suzanne, can you hear us?
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I am Suzanne Garland. I live in Kenmore. I moved here in 2021, and I am begging you to say no to this project. It's a terrible idea. I'd like to say I speak on behalf of the 10,000 people on the Kenmore Neighbors group, overwhelmingly who also vote no, who probably weren't able to spend 8 hours tonight while you guys purposefully delayed things for 4 hours in hoping that we would all leave, which none of us appreciated, by the way. So shame on you for that. But this housing complex is problematic. It is 100% guaranteed to bring drugs, crime, and problems right to the middle of Kenmore. I like going to Kenmore Hangout and spending time with my son, spending time with my husband. And if you bring 100 single people for permanent housing right on top of the hangar, folks that Plymouth Housing has told us they don't have any hope of getting a job, they are there permanently, they have so many problems, they are really not going to be able to do too much with their time, they're going to go to the hangar. And what's the hangar going to become? Just loiterers, people that aren't spending money there, people that are doing drugs, people that are going and destroying the bathrooms, all of this. That is a 100% guarantee from everybody who has experience living near these housing type projects. That's a guarantee. We've heard it from so many people who have professional experience and personal experience. It's a guarantee. You will ruin downtown Kenmore with this building. Please do not do this. Listen to the thousands of Kenmore residents that do not want this. I have to remind the council that you work for us, the citizens of Kenmore. You don't work on the Plymouth housing marketing team. You don't work for King County. You don't work for anybody except the citizens of Kenmore, and we do not want this. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garland. We're looking for We're looking for Michael O'Leary. I do not see Michael O'Leary. Robert McFadden. I do not see Robert, actually it's McCadden. Looking for Terry Smith. I do not see Terry Smith. Eli or Leona Wren, they spoke earlier. Sarah Raw, we connected with her. She has decided not to speak. Mark Champion, we do see him. Mark Champion, can you hear us? Mark Champion, can you hear us? Okay, we're gonna move on. Bridget Plata, we don't see Miss Plata with us. Heidi Shepherd. I do not see Heidi Shepherd. Michelle Sterner. I do not see her. Elizabeth Mooney, I believe Miss Mooney is still with us.
Yay.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, wow, I think this is a record. Okay, I'm just gonna let you, council, and whoever's left in that. No, I have been on since the beginning, and I have taken notes of every single person that spoke. So I have now highlighted a bunch of the points. But one thing that hasn't been mentioned is, and I wrote to you about this woman that's a friend of mine who lives in Lake City. She lives in affordable housing. She knows people who live and know people who live in Plymouth. And I asked her questions because I did not want to appear unkind or lacking empathy because of this divisive problem in our community. So I just wanted to ask somebody who's not here, who knows the life of living in, rough places in Lake City. So one thing she said is there should be parking places because she has a car and that would put a burden on our existing city. Another thing she said is, by all means, do not let the city give away the piece of property. If nothing else, make sure that they have a 90-year lease. So that's just fiscal. Then when you get into, and then I want to just mention Dwight Thompson and Tracy and Mr. Poole and Mrs. Poole. They're all great people. But I do not understand the specifics and the expertise that Dwight Thompson has put into, as well as Tracy, into these numbers. And so I think that if you I'm hoping that what you will do is give this project to our future council and that you will just vote no now, and that then you will let our council in 2024 begin to put this together in a way that it seems like the majority of Kenmore would approve of. Because in the end, we want most of the people of Kenmore feeling comfortable with the new residents, whoever they are in Kenmore, whether they're at Jay's property or, I actually do agree with the woman who just said that her son, the 16-year-old, said it's an ugly building. It's a total eyesore. You shouldn't do that. And that piece of property that Lori Sperry brought up should be for the use of safe pedestrian transit going from our downtown over to the Burt Gilman and whatever becomes of the shoreline. Okay, another red flag. The woman who talked about Plymouth said, oh, isn't it great? Like everybody's looking at Kenmore, you're the leader. You could look at that a different way, and that the cities are actually saying, oh, wow, I wonder whether Kenmore is going to take this one, and then we can watch what happens to them. I don't think of that as a good leadership that we're taking on. I think that as us looking a little bit foolish. I'm sorry, but that's just the case given all the facts that I'm learning. Another point, I'm just looking at I've got like 20 pages of notes. Melissa Pendleton, absolutely, you've got to listen to her. She said it late in the evening. We don't have police. We don't have the fire. We don't have the EMTs that would need to support this if we were capable of taking this on. Oh, and then another funny thing that I noticed is, you know, if you were to redo this whole plan and then you said that Plymouth is housing homeless families with children, oh my gosh, well then, of course, they'll be taking care of these families. Just like, you know, it would be a whole different standard. You can't do fentanyl down the hallways of the homeless or the Plymouth housing if you've got little children. So the fact that it's all just single adults is a bad plan. Now, I don't know whether, you know, if I talked to Dwight Thompson, if he would say, well, that doesn't fit with these other numbers. You know, I'm not the pro on understanding that. I think you should definitely put it to a vote. Brent Smith came in talking about that. I feel for the 19 times that the staff has come back to talk to you, but you know what? It's none of your faults. It's just needs to get perfected later. Don't pass it now, please. Save the land for Kenmore. That should not be given to Plymouth. And give it to the council, the new council, and stop it now, though, so that you either put it to a vote and let Kenmore, you know, expand on its democracy. You know, you pass that citizen initiative. You don't want the businesses like Joe saying, how are you going to mitigate the physical therapy at the
Thank you, Miss Mooney.
Thank you.
Okay. We're looking for Pamela Hogan, but she's not in the audience. Christopher Olson. Chris Olson, are you with us?
Yes, are you able to hear me?
We are. Go ahead.
All right. Chris Olson, resident of Kenmore. So just to start with, the only piece that appears to be related to KHCA, as far as I'm aware of, is the general admission requirements. What that means is in order to qualify for the subsidized housing, the individuals must be a family with children under the age of 18, which for this particular residence will likely, actually, as far as I'm aware, will not apply. So then the next one is age 55 or older or disabled. So they could be a disabled vet. They could be an elderly vet. They could be an elderly disabled vet. In addition, the household must be 18 or older, no more than 10 people. Once again, in this case, that does not apply. They must submit all the required consent forms. This would make them eligible for eviction in the event that they are doing drugs in the building, which would break their lease if it is a repeat incident, or in the event that they're doing drugs outside the building. They would need to have a U.S. citizenship or be an eligible non-citizen and provide a Social Security or eligible non-Social Security information. I think that's important information to provide. Other than that, it is not related to KHCA, and that gives us much more flexibility. It gives us the ability to have local referrals to ensure that more local residents from Kenmore get this housing. This will not mean that this is adequate to house all of the folks from the mobile home facilities nearby, as many of those homes are multifamily or family residences, not single or couples. As such, other facilities will be needed, but that does not mean that we should not have this facility. It is a piece of the solution. I would like to reiterate and express my support for Jeffrey Pooley and Dwight Thompson's points. Dwight Thompson, I think, was going down a route that I would like to go down. I've heard repeatedly comments about parking. I heard one resident say that they did not understand why a variance for parking was important. And so I'll say it again. I've said it before at previous council meetings. I understand people can't show up to these all the time. I can't show up to them all the time. The average cost of parking in Seattle is around $60,000 to $90,000 for a single space. In Kenmore, I believe it's closer to $30,000 to $40,000. Sometimes that might be cheaper for a surface level parking space. That is a pretty large chunk of the housing cost right there just for a parking space. And that's the physical cost. That is not the opportunity cost that is lost from that space for parking that could be provided or be used for housing. It's another reason why I support this. Lastly, I've heard a request for us to be focusing on our people here in Kenmore. If you're homeless, what address do you point to? Can you point and say, I live in Kenmore? Well, no, you're homeless. You can't point to Kenmore. So by creating those requirements and those standards, we might actually prevent people who are in Kenmore, who are homeless in Kenmore today, like, I shouldn't say his name because he probably wouldn't want me to, so I'm not going to, but the man across the street under the hangar who I have talked to repeatedly. He would not officially be a resident of Kenmore. But he deserves housing. He is disabled. He is not over 55. And he definitely needs services and support. He's actually the type of person who I could see not wanting support because he feels like he has to earn it. And he needs a job of some sort. Could be landscaping, some other type of job. I recommend you talk to him. He might push you back a little bit. That's just kind of how he is. He's a little prickly. I've got a lot of other things that I could say, and I don't have time for it. So I think I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm in support of this. I do think that background checks would be useful and something that we can require.
Thank you. We're looking for Krista Michelman, and I don't see her online. We're also looking for Michelle Starner, who was just here, and I no longer see her online. Mayor Herbig, that concludes our virtual speakers list.
All right. Is there anybody else in person wishing to be heard? Anyone else in person who wishes to be heard? Last call. Anybody else in person wishing to be heard? All right. I'm declaring the public hearing closed. Moving on to the business agenda. First item, proposed ordinance 23-0600 development agreement for real property located 6532 Bothaway Northeast. Presented by everybody who was here previously. Thank you so much. Is there anything further that needs to be presented from staff?
I think we would just want, as a team, just want to say thank you to everyone for such a long night/morning. This is democracy in action. And these kinds of projects are leadership moments. And I think what we're doing is working really hard as a team with Plymouth to carry out the council's top priority of affordable housing and to move this forward, and with the full funding that we've received from the state. The $30 million is a really important thing to be thinking about. We just want to also reiterate the trust we have in our partner in Plymouth. And just to say that there have been not only 19 council meetings, but 3 press releases, 3 times, and this was in the quarterly, 4 times in the top 4, 3 social media posts, and a mailing. We've done a lot of public outreach, and just want to make sure that had not been mentioned. And just want to close with a quote. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is inspiring others to move beyond it, from Nelson Mandela. Thank you.
All right. Do we have any questions or comments?
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
If I
City
may,
Attorney.
there has been from the public testimony some new objections based on the appearance of fairness that we weren't able to go through prior. And I believe it is time, before we have additional discussions, to go through a few questions. Specifically with, let's start with Councilmember Shrebnick. So I believe there was, again, part of the public testimony, there was identification that one of the employers, the Washington Department of Commerce, for you, was also a funding entity. And I want to better understand the structure of the Washington State Commerce. I have no idea. Can you clarify for us how you made the statement that it would not affect your judgment? That you felt that your employer did not have a stake in your decision making.
Different question. Okay. My employer, being the state of Washington, I think my employer certainly has a funding interest in this. I mean, they've already expressed that. So is that your question?
Yes, partially, because when I
Okay,
asked that
'cause that's-
question,
that's
we didn't
self-evident, yeah.
touch upon that specifically. So
Okay.
that's why I'm talking.
Yeah, I
And-
think I did mention that they are a funder. Should I talk about my role or?
Yes,
Okay.
let me give you a big framework, and I'm tired as we all are, and I apologize, but so the test again is whether or not a reasonably prudent and disinterested observer would conclude that all parties obtained a fair and impartial and neutral hearing. So I understand that Commerce is a funder. Please at least clarify for the record why that does not disqualify you under the appearance of fairness.
Okay, that's more what I thought we were getting at. I mean, Commerce is a big agency, hundreds of employees in many different divisions. I mean, it's sort of like, I mean, probably the closest people know around here is King County. I mean, it's similar, just, hundreds if not thousands of employees.
Can you
and-
flesh that out? That's actually the point of the question, is that you said it's
Okay.
very large with
Yeah.
how many departments?
Oh, I mean, I'd have to look at the website. I don't know. I mean, I'm in the local government division, growth management section, climate team. I mean, it's, it's that big. It's a huge bureaucracy. So, I'm
Has
not
anyone-
really anywhere near anything related to supportive health. I mean, yeah.
And so
And they administer, hundreds of millions of dollars in thousands of grants every year.
Let me
So, yeah.
clarify. So you said you're nowhere near those who administered the funding. Can you explain that? I mean, when you say nowhere near,
Okay.
are you in the same department?
I actually don't even know. I mean, I am removed enough that I don't even know where this funding comes from with respect to Commerce. I mean, that sounds flip, but it's absolutely true. I don't know what division it comes from. I do know that my department or my division, and I'm new, sorry, does work on growth management. I mean, that is true. So when people, for example, talked about the number of units in the 20-year, I mean, that is something, but not the funding.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then so
So-
from your employment,
Mhm.
if you made a decision rejecting the proposal, would you be concerned about negative consequences for your job? at
No,
Commerce?
absolutely not. My job is in climate policy, so not at all.
Would a bonus or
No.
your salary be based on a
No,
decision tonight?
no,
Okay.
yeah.
And any other details you want to put on the record relating to the Department of Commerce, Washington, of course?
Not that I can think of. Yeah.
And then I'm going to ask the mayor, there was a few more requests for your recusal. Were there any additional information relating to the request for recusals that you'd like to speak to?
No, I mean, I would, my employer, and actually, having just learned recently that this project won't even be using coordinated entry, my employer will have zero connection with this project in any way, shape, or form that I'm aware of at this point. There is no money tied up in this from KCRHA. They don't do that sort of capital work anyway. My employment there has nothing to do with my employment here. I have received no pressure or really any sort of feedback from work. And if I had, that would be a red flag for me.
Thank you. So my original consideration for the mayor hasn't changed. There hasn't been additional public information beyond potential speculation for a job that has no contact or financial interest. Understanding that I can make recommendations, but it's not my job to mandate recusal. Of course, that's each individual council member. I think it is some of the input provided by Councilmember Shrebnick that the department is so large, and I think is a closer question simply because of the answer you said. You don't know if your department is one of the departments that gave the funding. So that gives me pause. And I will say it one more time, with the testing, would a reasonably prudent and disinterested observer conclude that all parties are obtaining a fair and impartial and neutral hearing? Is it your belief that that test would be met? I'm asking you.
Just to clarify, I mean, I do think Commerce as a department, like an agency, I think they were a funder, correct?
I'm sorry, my question was with regard to your department that you work for.
My division within
Correct,
the
I asked
department?
you whether you knew it was your division or department that funded.
Yeah,
and
I don't
think-
believe it was my division. What I did say is I don't know what division it was. I mean, it wasn't that much I do know.
Okay.
It wasn't my
That-
division.
that's
But
a-
what I mean, like I said, it's a big multifaceted department. So, yeah.
Okay, so that's a clarification, and you do know for the record that you did not, your division did not make the funding decision, correct?
Yeah, I mean, division section, there's a lot of terminology. I mean, I'm in the growth management section and I don't believe I mean, it isn't, I probably shouldn't say without actually looking it up. I mean, does anybody here know what part of I would be curious. Yeah, it sounds like Plymouth doesn't know either, so, I
Yes,
mean,
we
that's
do.
something we
It's-
can look up.
It's it's called the Washington State Department of Commerce Housing Trust Fund. That's a division of the Department of Commerce.
So it's its own division, so yeah.
So with that, do you believe do you believe that you could be fair and objective and impartial in this decision if you were to?
I do.
If you were
but-
to reject this decision, do you believe that your employment would be negatively impacted?
No, I can confidently say that my decision here has absolutely no bearing on my employment, my compensation, how I'm viewed in the department in any shape or form.
It's very late and I apologize and I'm clearly losing my voice. I don't have a recommendation one way or the other at this point.
Is there any further discussion on ordinance 230600?
I'm sorry. Come on, folks, yeah.
And I apologize, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Councilmember Marshall.
What is, we got two people talking at once, so I was trying to hear what you said.
I was just asking if there are any additional questions or discussion.
For the
Microphones, please.
presenters, you mean?
Yeah, if there's any thing for them, yes. There are no questions? Deputy Mayor.
I don't want to keep this too long, but I did have a few questions. Oh my goodness. Okay. This decision is related to our community. Each of you have come here listening to what's being presented here and sharing with each other what is important. I think it's really important for everyone to have a sense of what's going on with each of our decisions here. There's a part of me that actually thinks that we should put this off to another day so that we can speak clearly and politely and come from a clear state of mind. Because I care, and we all do. So.
Can we please have order?
This-
We're trying to finish. We're not going to get through business if we have the audience talking back. I apologize, but we
Yeah.
need order in the room, please.
We did have to follow our agenda, and that's what happened. This was unprecedented, the number of people that were here today. I'm personally thankful to see so many people stand up and show up. I am personally sorry that we started so late for public comment, and I'm proud of this community for staying till 2:30, 2:40 in the morning. I'm blown away. I would have expected at midnight we would have paused. So bravo, everybody. We've got a really important decision to make. One that, where I'm falling on this, will probably surprise people. I can hold my questions, though. I have a strong sense of where I'm falling on this. Thank you.
Any questions for our panel? Okay. The chair would entertain a motion then to approve proposed ordinance number 23-0600.
So move.
Seconded, Councilmember File.
All right, we have a motion from Councilmember Baker, second from Councilmember File. Do we have any discussion on that? Councilmember Marshall?
Yes, at this point, I would not support the project, though I definitely support our underlying goals. I just have a number of questions and more information needed, I think, that can't be answered here, involving, among other things, density as it concerns the public benefit and our departure from density. The question of parking, though it may seem self-evident that these folks will not need parking, I'd like to know more information about parking related to other facilities and what that has looked like. And I did have concerns about whether or not the height could be worked with. Apparently not. I'd like to see more on that. I have concerns about the dedication of property covenants for 50 years. It seems, again, self-evident that poverty is not going to go away, but at the same time, property needs may change. So those are some concerns right now.
Any other comments? Councilmember Kugler.
I also feel like, for me, I would not be able to support the development agreement. It's not clear to me the benefits for, that the public benefit is greater or equal to the value of what we're offering.
Any further comments? Deputy Mayor, is that a hand or you just, okay, Deputy Mayor?
I also feel it does not meet the threshold of the greater public good.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I mean, similarly, I think I would at minimum want some more time and discussion to weigh the public benefit issue. I'm not where I was, a year and a half ago with this project when it was, had a different configuration. So, I'm going to reserve judgment, but I'm not ready to vote in favor at this point.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. Permanent supportive housing such as this is really important. It does meet our goals and our objectives and our DEI goals. Provides resources, support services, counseling, behavioral and social health services, jobs, investments in people and infrastructure. When you think about decency and respect and integrity, this has that. It has it all. When we think about decency, respect, and integrity of process, I can also say, with what was also just publicly displayed by a set of council members, and what I heard earlier tonight, that it's clear to me there is a implicit bias that exists, and there could not be a fair process for this vote tonight. I'm disappointed by that because I expect better of each and every one of you in office, but I do support this project.
Councilor Shrubnik.
Yeah, and I tried to say this earlier tonight, but was squelched. I really do feel, given what we're talking about, that it would be helpful to reconsider this. Whether that's, I know there's time is fleeting in terms of the funding composition. So sooner than later, but I feel like there's a little bit more discussion that we need to have, given what we've heard and what we've seen and what we've read and what we know. So I guess I would make a motion to, for the council to be able to have a further discussion that's not at 2:45 in the morning.
Is that a motion maybe to postpone to a date certain? And
So
the vote, yeah.
It seems to me like we have voted on this. And since I'm the one that hasn't spoken, everybody else has said how they're voting.
There's a motion on the
I
floor.
just can't say no. Hell no.
Point of order.
So there's a motion on the floor. Maybe it didn't
Well,
get a
motion-
second.
No, there wasn't a second yet for that one, so the motion on the floor is still proposed ordinance 230600. Councilor File.
Given the continual process tonight that has played out publicly here and also earlier tonight, I don't know that I can reconcile what I heard earlier by at least 4 of you, that there was a non-bias ability to consider this tonight. And that's the fact, that's the reality. 4 clear statements is what I heard earlier tonight and reconfirmed out in front of you all. Integrity matters in office. It matters. It does, you're right, it does. And it's playing out in front of you. But at least I'm honest enough and have the backbone to speak the truth.
All right, well, we still have a motion in front of us. Is there any further discussion on the motion? All right. Would the clerk please take the roll?
On the motion to adopt ordinance number 23-0600, approving the proposed development agreement in accordance with KMC 18.110 for the real property located at 6532 Bothell Way, Northeast Kenmore, Washington, between the City of Kenmore, Plymouth Housing Group, and Kenmore Housing LLC. Councilmember Marshall.
No.
Councilmember Baker.
No.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
No, but I would like an answer to my question about the implications and the possibility of reconsidering. I did not get an answer.
Councilmember Kugler,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
No.
Mayor Herbig,
No.
with 6 votes opposed, the motion fails.
With the next 3 items related to this project, unless there's any objection, we can skip over those. And then I would propose that we probably move item F to a future agenda. Any objections?
Yes? My last meeting. Opportunity to vote.
You really want the Love Where You Live project community engagement report at 2:50 a.m.?
Councilman Rieger, speak into your microphone, please.
Yes, I care about it.
Okay.
If this wasn't my last meeting, then I would perhaps feel differently, but this is my last meeting. I want my voice heard.
Your Honor, could we give the Plymouth team a chance to exit the room?
Yeah, of
before we
course.
Dive into that. Maybe 2 minutes?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilmember?
I just want to thank the Plymouth team and our staff for sticking around for a late meeting tonight, considering all the hard work they put into bringing this to us. It was much appreciated.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Well, hey, need more votes. Thank you.
You've always been my mayor.
Thank you.
Remember me? Eric Trout.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. My dad's career is still hanging in the cabinet there. Dennis Trout.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, yeah. You've always been my mayor. You always will be. You've done a fantastic job. I'm really grateful to be here on your last council meeting.
Thank you.
Thanks for fighting for us.
You bet.
Glenn Rogers, Milton Curtis, Lori Sperry, all of you made such a good team.
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. Thank you. You bet. Yes. You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Anyway, thank you.
Kenmore City Council will return to order. All right, next we have Love Where You Live Project Community Engagement Phase 1, Phase 2, and Next Steps, presented by Rob Carlindsey, City Manager, Deputy City Manager Stefan Lukash. Unfortunately, our communications specialist, Lauren Homiak, had to go home.
All right, yeah, was really hoping that Lauren could present this because she really led the charge on this and did an excellent job getting all that community engagement. We reached out in multiple different ways through online methods, through community booths and other various means, and just obtained a wealth of information. We do have a slide deck, and Stephanie,
Yeah.
do you want to walk through it?
Sure, and I just want to echo that. I just really I think it's really important for Lauren to be able to shine and share the work that she's done. And I do hope that at a future council meeting, we can do that because I want to give her that opportunity to share all of her hard work. But yeah, happy to go through this quickly, perhaps, and then have more details provided in the future. Okay, so the Love Where You Live project, this is a year-long community engagement effort that we started this year. And the goal is to really engage the community, hear what they think, and using this dream, play, build model where you're engaging people and building things with your hands, found objects. And we engaged with a lot of community members, and we'll show you how many, but the idea was to engage with as many as we could. So we kicked this off in June, and there were 22 outreach events that we held this summer, which is really an extraordinary amount when you think about the small team we have. And that included farmers markets and special events. And you'll see there were 759 in-person respondents. So we got feedback from quite a few people. And then we had an online survey also. So 1,171 total responses were received in that effort. And so we were just thanking everybody for their participation who came by the booth and who provided feedback. You can see all the pictures. Again, I would love to have Lauren talk about these when she comes because she was the mastermind behind all of this. And also there were a group of students that we'll have her tell us more about when she comes, but business project management students who she just raves about their amazing work, which you'll see in a second. So they took all of that feedback from all of those 1,100 people and combined them into themes. And you'll see the top two themes that emerged from all that input was community spaces and economic development were the top two themes. And then I won't read them all, but you can see the other themes that were listed there. So community spaces is really interesting because it has a lot to it. And I think this was really cool because the students got to take and put kind of in their own, frame it in their own way, in an unbiased way, not being city employees. And you can see all the things that came up from a community pool to dog parks, things we've heard a lot about. People talked a lot about Lake Point, and they talked about park renovations like we've done at Log Boom. And then economic development was the other, the second one. And you'll see all the things that came out there, 245 total responses in this category, with dining being top and then Lake Point being second, and then downtown being third on the list of things that people mentioned. So right now we're wrapping up phase 1 and we're in the process right now of doing a statistically valid community survey. That's in process right now. And we'll close on the 18th of this month. And we're hoping to get at least 300 responses to make that statistically valid. And it's more general in nature. And then phase 2, which we are hoping to get your approval on, is to conduct a second statistically valid survey in March of next year. So have one now and then one then. And then to do 3 community workshops and 1 town hall. And those would happen in January, February, out in the community, with the town hall to happen in March. And the idea would be that we'd zoom in on those top 2 themes that we heard and have tables at those events that specifically give an opportunity for people to share more about what they mean around downtown development, Lake Point, what they want to hear around community spaces. And then we would also explore, as the next phase of this work, engaging specifically around Lake Point, including talking with the property owner and potential developers, and also hosting some downtown development discussions. And I know we've mentioned before to you, the Urban Land Institute is planning in March to come. So the idea would be to do a bunch of work that would help prompt good thinking that would help inform that effort in March, and then come back in April with next steps based on what we learned from all of these phase 2 elements of our Love Where You Live project. So here's the motion, is to approve the Love Where You Live project, community engagement phase 2, and then direct city manager to move forward in exploring those themes and also engaging with those stakeholders I just mentioned, and then bring forth the options for your future consideration in April. That's pretty quick,
Questions?
but
Councilman Baker, do you have a question? No? Any questions?
I just want to reiterate, we're not doing Lauren any justice.
No.
I mean,
I know.
this was such a huge effort.
I know.
And
I
so
feel bad about
creative
that.
and resourceful on her part.
I know.
And I just feel like we're not giving this what it deserves.
Councilor Shrubnik?
Is there a reason why we need to vote on this tonight as opposed to hearing this? And then I guess I'm
Apparently
a
you've
little
got a
lost
council
here.
member- You got a council member who wants to vote on it before he
Oh.
leaves office.
Well,
That's the only reason.
I would
can
make
think
a
of.
motion that we vote on this when we have the right people in the room. Which would not be tonight.
Point of order,
Councilor File?
the right people in the room, that could be
Being the
interpreted
person
many
that
ways.
actually ran the project.
Oh, well, that's much better. Thank you. But I do, Mr. Mayor, have a comment.
Councilor File?
Yes. I'm sad that Lauren isn't here today, or this morning yet. But she put an incredible amount of work working together with our community and throughout parts and aspects of our community, and engaging our community in creative ways, which they really enjoyed. That was beautiful to see. It was an example of excellence in work, and some of the things I just completely love about Kenmore. So I just have to applaud her work on this and her commitment to serving Kenmore.
Any other questions or comments? Yeah, I would just like to say that when I would go to the farmer's market and see the booth there and see people interacting and talking about all sorts of stuff and having a different conversation about the city than they get in a venue like this, I thought it was really valuable. And I always appreciate seeing Robin there, and Lauren in there and other folks, having those conversations with folks. So we have a motion, a second, to postpone this until Lauren is around. Is there any discussion on that motion? Councilor File?
Is that for a date and time certain or just indefinitely?
January, when Lauren is back. Is that comport, Councilor Shredder?
I mean, that's fine. I didn't hear a second, but there was a second?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Yeah. Any discussion on the motion to postpone a vote on this until we can get a better presentation on it? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
No.
Any opposed? No? Okay. The ayes have it. We will circle back with this in the new year. Staff report?
One quick thing from Stephanie.
Sure.
just wanted to recognize for 2 reasons, our amazing clerk team for being here at 3 a.m, but also for all the work that they did on Saturday, when we hosted one of the Association of Washington Cities newly elected official trainings that took place. And it was an incredible event and well received, and just really appreciate how smoothly that went. And it was really thanks to our amazing clerk team. Just really grateful for that. I'm on the AWC board and I heard so many nice remarks from my fellow board members. So thank you. And thank you, Mayor Herbig, for coming and introducing the beginning of that event.
It was nice to see all the incoming electeds and some of the other folks who were brushing up on things. Council member reports. Councilmember Baker?
Yes.
Microphone?
I want to thank everybody for a wonderful meeting tonight. This is a record. In 20 years, I have never had a meeting with so many people, nor that has gone until after 3 o'clock in the morning. I knew if I kept trying, I could do it. But anyway, thank you, guys.
Councilor Marshall?
No report.
Councilor Kugler?
Nothing to report.
Councilmember Shrubnik?
Yeah, NPRSA continues to move forward in overseeing the 325,000 from the county to look at the youth community / recreation center feasibility.
Councilmember File?
Yes, thank you. It's been a wonderful opportunity to serve the city and the community of Kenmore, helping to secure millions of dollars for our community, both on transportation beautification for a downtown e-ferry, future e-ferry, together with Rob Dabowski's office, King County Council member. Millions of dollars for climate action and habitat restoration, housing, and delivering on affordable housing in DEI. I'm very proud of that work, and together with my colleagues. One more thing I would say is earlier tonight, Councilmember Shrubnik made a motion to attempt to reconsider because of the motion at the time it was made. I felt it was the wrong timing for the motion because we already had a motion on the table. But if she wanted to make her motion, I could consider it.
There's no motion to reconsider at this point because it's been voted on. That was the proper time for that motion.
Right. Yeah, any topic can be brought back. So that's up to, whomever, whenever. But I want to thank our community. I want to thank our city staff, and it's been a good experience. I'm just really grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor?
Nothing, thank you.
I have nothing to report. See you all in the new year. We are adjourned.